Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po, verbal party.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Alrighty. Good morning. Good morning. Good Friday morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It is No Pants Friday today. Hope you're all participating in your own way. Nope, you don't need to send pictures or guarantee anything. I trust you. I take your word for it. I don't know who won. It is Friday. We've waited all week for this. For those that are wondering what happened in the Treehouse murder trial, it ended in a mistrial, which means it did not end. It's going to continue. That's what happened. We just start over that one on March 7th. Everyone's asking, did my camera arrive? Did my package arrive? No. No, it did not arrive. Kurt, I hear you. You are correct. You're 100% correct. But we are on catch up. We're on catch up, so we're going to be playing on a little higher speed, catching up with what we missed because of the murder trial. We won't be live with what's happening right now. It'll take us a day or two to get up to live. So we're going to be we're catching up. So yes, we're aware that it's not live, but and I also see that I don't have my comments on the screen. Why is that? There we go. Nope. There we go. Now they're on there. All right, we have to thank you very much, Kurt. It's a crazy day. This court starts out, and I have to tell you, I sat here. I sat here for quite a while before I went live. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm ready for today. It's going to be a tough one. I'm just going to say it. It's going to be a tough one. We don't want spoilers, of course, but yeah, it's going to be tough. Let me tell you, it's going to be a rough day for us. Guess who it's not going to be a rough day for? It's not going to be a rough day for Fair Chair, who won in chat today. First in chat for the first time ever. It's a first-time offense. Congratulations. You now have a record. Being first in chat comes with a punishment or penalty where you own the internet. We've awarded that to you unceremoniously now. We just dump it on your shoulders. You're responsible for caring for everything IP-related worldwide. The maintenance, it can be a doozy. Some days it's just rough. So good luck. Buckle up. We have faith in you, though. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And make sure you order your commemorative certificate for 50 cents on the merch store. All right, lots of things. I got to say, Kurt did an interview with Ty last night. Quite interesting. So that gave you a peek into that. I'm not going to spoil that. If you want to see all the details of what Ty shared, he goes into the possibility of next time of having a lawyer. He goes into a lot, explains the rationale behind some decisions, explains the thinking and the teamwork that led to certain decisions and why they were done the way they were. So if you want to see that, that's on Kurt's channel. You can see that a lengthy interview with Ty. But it's interesting. I know currently it's on the docket. It's slated for that. There's still a possibility the state could drop it and say we're not gonna go through this expense again. We're not going to try to pursue this one. We're just going to drop the charges. That's a possibility that's out there, but we'll see. All right, we have a lot to talk about. First of all, let's see. Beach Lover 64. Today is day 2, right? Watched openings yesterday. You're ahead of us, Beach Lover. We have not seen the openings yet. We're trying to catch up, so we're going to be starting here, skipping breaks, working through lunches and weekends. Well, not the weekends part. Weekends, we're not getting rid of our weekends. So I realize if you've already seen this will be a repeat for you. The camera did not arrive. Let's see what else. What else? I missed one. There was a message I missed. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see, where was it? There was a buffer for sure, but birthday. Bite Me has a birthday. Rebecca. Not Rebecca. Bite Me has a birthday. Let's see, anyone else? Why did I say Rebecca? Bite Me, or is your name Rebecca? My brain is not working right now. A lot on my mind this morning. The least of which is the fact that my packages aren't here yet, but also there. All right, so we're going to sing to Bite Me. I will tell you why I was late. I was singing to my son, who also has a birthday today, turned 17. Happy birthday, son. So we sang, and Mrs. R.A. requested that we as a family sing, and that I do the intro for singing a lot like how we do the intro here on the channel when we sing for people. So we did. I gave them all the same instructions, the same admonitions. We had the same warm-up routine, and we sang the song. I must say, my family sounded pretty good when they sang Happy Birthday. Let's see. Lil Miss, you're here. We can sing to you as well. Let's see. Michelle's Mixed Media Madness says celebrating 30 years of marriage this weekend. That is awesome. Okay, so Lil Miss, Kelly. I need to keep notes. Once we reach past 2 people, I cannot remember. So Lil Miss, Kelly, Bite Me. It's Rebecca. Bite Me. It's a mosquito. I know this. Sorry, it's been a rough morning. Bite Me. Allie from Bama. Allie, we're gonna sing to you as well. Let's see. We've already sung to my son. I try not to give my kids' names out on the internet. Let's see. Let's see. Anybody else? Do I have anybody else? I don't have a link to that. If you go to Uncivil Law, Kurt is the channel owner at Uncivil Law. He's in here in chat right now. At least he was just a minute ago. Kurt's channel, Uncivil Law, is the one you can. Right there. This is Uncivil Law. That's what I'm talking about. Just search for Uncivil Law. It's very easy to find on YouTube. He's got a lot of followers. He's got a lot of experience, a lot of videos out there. And his most recent one last night was the interview. So it should be really, really simple to find. Kurt is a lawyer. He's a member of LawTube. Not LawTube adjacent like me, but a member, a true fully fledged member. Let's see. Michelle's Mixed Media Madness has 30th wedding anniversary. Little Miss, Kelly, Allie from Bama. Okay, so I've got 3. Little Miss, Kelly, Bite Me, and Allie, all with birthdays today. So we're gonna sing. Everybody, remember your parts. Stand with your parts so you can blend your voices with other people who are singing the same part as you. Warm ups, la 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 la. Shoulders back. Everyone stand together. Project to the back of the room. Blend your voices. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Little Miss Kelly, Bite Me, and Allie. Happy birthday to you. And my son. Happy birthday, son. All right, wonderful job that time. We've got the la la la's, we got the cha cha cha's in there. We have the dancing girls, courtesy of Zimmy from the bus stop. Wonderful. That was one of the better versions we've ever sung. I wish we had all recorded it so we could hear each other well. All right, happy birthday. Thank you for those that are celebrating today. We realize there are a million places you could celebrate your birthday, and probably a million people who would want to celebrate your birthday with you. We realize that you being here is our privilege and honor. Thank you so much for spending your special day with us. Let's see. Tisha S says, did y'all hear me hit the high note? The really high note. It was beautiful. And it resonated. It just rang. It was beautiful, like a bell. All right. Thank you. Happy birthday. Enjoy your free pancakes at Denny's. Welcome to the gallery formerly known as MD. Welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here. Blue Courthouse by your name. Appreciate the continued support. We're going to turn down the birthday music. And I have to say, as we are getting ready, we can begin court any moment because we're catching up. When we're on catch up, I can control things a little bit better. I have to say this. This is a tough one. this is a tough one because it has some really hard issues. This is going to be, there'll be times it'll be a tearjerker. There are going to be times that people are going to be very, very frustrated, and maybe some very strongly held opinions that might even, stray from outside the facts of the case into more political issues might be triggered or touched on. We would ask that we try to keep this as respectful as possible. That the reason we're watching this case is because it is groundbreaking. It's the first of its kind where we have a parent being charged for a crime that a child's committed, like this. This is just it's very unique. It's already been up to the Supreme Court just to get to this far. So that's what we're watching it for. I realize it's one of the most difficult cases we have because it does involve a school shooting. It involved a shooting where four people lost their lives and 7 more were injured.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Lunch comes later. So I would ask that we be respectful. If you've got a strongly held opinion about whether it's firearms or whatever, I ask that not be shared in here. That's not what we want the focus to be on in this trial. We want everyone to be able to watch this and be there and support each other. That's it.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
But we'll see if it's overcharged. I think the maximum penalty that Jennifer Crumbley can face if convicted on this is 15 years in prison. And some will say that's not enough, and some will say that's too much, it's overcharged. But it's crazy. The personalities in this courtroom come out strong. There's a lot of emotion on this day. We're going to be watching at higher speed, so it will be a little faster. I'm going to try to tweak the audio because it's not great. The audio is very not great. It's a very noisy courtroom, and there are a lot of microphones. So we're going to try to mess with stuff. The mods are going to be on it.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I don't know who won. The mods are going to be on it, so just realize that if you find yourself in a back and forth with somebody, it's probably distracting to many other people, and you might find yourself timed out, even if you didn't really technically break the rules. It's very easy for a conversation that's within the limits, but getting close to them to trigger a lot of other conversations that exceed the rules. So we're trying to tamp down on that just a little bit, just so we can enjoy this together. Remember, we're all friends here, even though we have disagreements as far as whether it's guilt or innocence and on some of the issues at hand. So, all right. That being said, is there anything else I need to do prior to, let's see, Matt Bond? G'day, Spiffy Legal Mumbo Jumbo Talkie Recovery, dude. Matt, welcome. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, my friend. Let's see. So I think that's it. Even really great comments, just for the record, even really, really great, wonderful comments that I would have just, you took the words right out of my mouth. If you write them in all caps, we delete them. Only because all caps comes across as shouting, and it tends to escalate the conversation into unhelpful areas. So if you tried to type your comment and it suddenly got deleted and you're like, what was wrong with that? Just make sure your caps lock wasn't stuck down. We'd appreciate that. So are we ready? I have not made a thumbnail for this. I don't know how to proceed, honestly. So I'll take some advice on that. I don't want to, let's see. I don't want to have a thumbnail that makes light of the situation, because this is a very serious one. I sent you an ADHD email this morning. I have not read my email yet. I apologize. Let me show you one more thing before we go. Speaking of ADHD, that's the current amount for JHatch. The top number is how much was initially ordered that they pay. They have since then accrued another $345,868. For a grand total of $208,797,048. So yeah, the number is counting. It's going up by about 60 some odd cents, 60.001 cents a second. It's fast. It's going to add up really quick. I mean, we've already got a third of $1 million of interest already. There were some new docs from JHatch filed yesterday. I haven't looked at all of them. I'll be taking a quick peek at that. But thank you. Matt Bond also says there ain't no party like a Recovery Dude party because Recovery Dude party don't squirrel. Don't stop, right? The party don't stop. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's get set. Let's do that now. Let me get all the audio working. Then we'll bring in the video. If this is too fast, we'll have to address that.
Yeah, it's up to you. I just wanted to know where we are on the record.
That's too fast. I'm sorry. That was way too fast.
Okay, yeah.
Whoa. I don't have enough sugar in my system to handle that speed. We could do is maybe 1.25. I think that's the best we could do. So let's give that a try. And I'll tune off some of this high end. Oh, it's bad. I cannot listen to this. This is going to kill me.
Karen said, I can do this. I don't need to court moved down from it, but I just need to put it on the record.
Okay. We might be perpetually behind because watching higher speed turns the sound a little bit higher. It turns it bad. I don't know how I can do this any faster than normal. We might just have to play through nights and weekends to get caught up. That's so bad.
Yeah, or we can do it later. I just was. Yeah, it's up to you. I just wanted to know where we are on the record. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna sync up some other audio feeds because there are multiple feeds of this available. Let me get going here, and hopefully we'll get better. Give me about an hour to get everything set up. So we'll turn it down. Turn this down. I've got some tweaking to do.
It's the only instructions when Karen said, I can do this. I dropped you to the court.
Many mics. Okay, we're gonna go live with it like this. Here we go. Let's start with this. I'm gonna see if I can bring in some better feeds here.
I don't care if we do that later. I just need to make sure we do it.
Mr. Beast just announced the winners of the 10 people that get $25,000 each if you retweeted him. I don't know any of you.
Did you guys test this stuff out? Yes. Is it all working? Yes. Okay.
We're looking right now at the defense table.
Yes.
I'm bringing in some other feeds. Give me just a minute. It's going to take a bit to get them synced up with the audio, and we'll trade out the feed.
Okay, these are just new, so that's what we're adding on. 14. Elena, can you write these exhibits down? Yeah. No, I'm sure.
This is some pre-trial stuff.
This one there. Photographs. December 4th, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, this is going to be CD first. Yeah. Oh, they edited mine. Oh, okay. So that's CD. I just put that down. Yeah. They've already got their names.
Okay, we're going to swap it here in just a second.
Okay.
Good morning, Sean Godwin, P7.500 for Jennifer Crumbley.
Good morning. All 17 jurors are here. We're going to bring them in on this swearing in. I wanted to mention to you that having a bench conference isn't as convenient as it may have been in the past.
Their audio is really bad.
Media has indicated that I should ask them to cut the microphones at a time when we do a bench conference, but I also want to know that want to note that 16 and 17 are kind of up in my grill here, so it's
I'm going to get it synced up.
You might have to step into the hallway or do something, but I think that the two jurors who are sitting right here are able to hear what's said, so keep that in mind.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else you wanted to make a record?
Your Honor, I just wanted to make a very fast record that yesterday during jury selection, I made an objection when Ms. McDonald stated she can prove this case. The court ended up instructing...
Okay, we're going to pause that for just a second.
All right, anything else you wanted to make a record?
Your Honor, I just wanted to make a very fast record that yesterday during jury selection, I made an objection when Ms. McDonald stated she can prove this case. The court ended up instructing Ms. McDonald question about if they would hold her to her burden. I just wanted to place that objection on the record.
I don't recall specifically.
Okay, does that audio work?
Obviously, the record speaks for itself, but I was intent on moving on, asking questions, so I don't remember exactly what was said.
Thank you, Judge. And it was made in the course of jury selection conversation with the jurors, and the prosecutor can't prove the case, and why are we here to begin with? But this court did instruct the jurors appropriately. I believe jury selection process was conducted in accordance with all court rules and statutes. I have one brief thing. It's come to our attention that one individual who was subpoenaed as a witness is in court today. I asked for a mutual sequestration of all witnesses except for the officers in charge of the investigation.
I have no knowledge of who that is.
Well, I certainly don't either. There's a mutual sequestration order.
Would the witness please stand up?
Who's the...
Megan Mirowitz.
Okay.
Megan? Where's Megan?
I don't even know who Megan Mirowitz is, but she said to step out. Oh.
Well, I certainly don't know who
you have to step out because you can subpoena.
Is she on somebody's witnesses?
She's on,
yeah.
On your witness.
And they've subpoenaed her.
It's a state's witness.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, anyone who's a witness can't remain in a sequestration order. I want to caution everyone sitting here to be as quiet as
Audio's going to continue here.
Respectful as possible, as unemotional as possible. I can see you all from up here, but I don't want anybody to be eating or drinking. Additionally, with the exception of the media who is allowed to take pictures with their cell phone, I don't want anyone to have their cell phone out. But I expect poker faces from the audience. All right?
Just so the court is aware, there are parents of the deceased in the courtroom.
I understand.
And going back to Ms. Mirowitz, she's the defendant's friend. She's subpoenaed because of statements made. We didn't ask her to be here for jury selection. In fact, we told her she didn't have to come until called. Okay. So she was not invited by the prosecutor's office to sit through this.
Okay. All right. My statement was more of a general statement about people trying to, I don't want people wearing their heart on their sleeve. I know it's hard to do.
So she's asked everyone to not show emotion, which is tough.
Yeah, I'm not in charge of witnesses. You guys are in charge of your witnesses, and there is a mutual sequestration order. So if this were to sit through part of the trial, they may easily not be permitted to testify. So, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We agree.
Mandy Strong.
I didn't realize she was back there. So
yeah, no, I understand, and you may not have ever seen or met some of your witnesses. So I understand that. Are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
I'm going to bring the jury. Okay, I'm still tweaking stuff with the sound. I'm trying to make this absolutely perfect. It's very complicated on my end. I'm pulling from multiple sources to get the best of everything. The cameras are going to switch like this quite a bit. Because Zoom is running the cameras. The court Zoom is running the cameras. That's our defendant right there. She's being hugged by her defense attorney, or her primary defense attorney. This trial, the defendant's being charged with manslaughter. Her son was a school shooter. The parents bought him a gun for his birthday a few days before the shooting. Took him out shooting. Knew that there were some mental problems. And even refused to take him out of school the day of the shooting prior to it happening. So now they're being charged with manslaughter separately. So the mom's going to be tried first, and the dad's going to be tried second. Two trials.
Good morning. Thank you for being prompt. You may be seated. I'm going to, I know you noticed that the media is here today. I want to reiterate that they will not be taking your picture.
We're going to have sound effects off.
You and they do not have your names. I also want to tell you that I'm going to be reading instructions to you, and you're going to get a written copy of the instructions, so don't try to write down what I'm going to say, all right? Members of the jury, you've been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I'm going to ask you to swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. Could you stand and raise your right hand?
The jury's getting sworn in here.
Here is your oath. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in this action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you're discharged by the court from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced and in accordance with the instructions of the court, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. You may be seated.
Canada, thank you very much for the support. Congratulations on 3 months.
You'll be
Betsy
given a written
Blue
copy
Eyes.
of these instructions that I'm going to read to you, and you'll be able to refer to them at the end of the trial. Since no one can predict the course of a trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, I'll provide you a copy of my final instructions for your use during your deliberation. I'm going to explain some of the legal principles you'll need to know, and the procedure will follow in this trial. The defendant is charged in counts 1 through 4 with involuntary manslaughter. The prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt, which may be established under either or both of the 2 theories. The first theory of involuntary manslaughter is doing a grossly negligent act causing death. To prove this charge under the first theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, in count 1, that the defendant caused the death of Madison Baldwin. In count 2, the defendant caused the death of Tate Meyer. In count 3, the defendant caused the death of Hannah St. Juliana. And in count 4, the defendant caused the death of Justin Schilling. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by her minor child. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough that the Defendant's Act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act. Second, in doing the act that caused Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. Gross negligence means more than carelessness. It means willfully disregarding results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In order to find that the defendant was grossly negligent, you must find each of the following 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another. That is, she knew there was a situation that required her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. Second, that the defendant could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. Third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another when, to a reasonable person, it must have been apparent that the result was likely to be serious injury. As previously noted, the prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt. The second theory is gross negligence in failing to perform a legal duty. In the second theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant had a legal duty to Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. The legal duty charged here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to prevent their minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from so conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of harm
We
to
can
others.
skip jury
If the parent
instructions,
knows
but
that
it's
they have
going to
the
get
ability to control their minor child and knows of the necessity
the audio
and
gets messed up.
opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and her failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Madison Baldwin as to count 1, Tate Meyer as to count 2, Hannah St. Juliana as to count 3, and Justin Schilling as to count 4 were directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care.
We're going to jump ahead through jury instructions because I don't think we want to sit here for another half hour through those, and we have to catch up. So
This case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, but we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. I think, did everyone fill out a menu for lunch this morning? I guess I didn't ask my staff whether there were any special dietary needs. Those could be accommodated by tomorrow, but maybe not today. So everybody filled that out? All right. Okay, so now we're going to hear openings. And as I said earlier, openings are not evidence. They're how each side sees the case. Okay? Question?
Good morning, everybody. I want to introduce you to Hannah St. Juliana.
I can't use this feed a lot, but I want to show you something.
Tate Meyer and Justin Schilling. They died on November the 30th of 2021. They weren't in a car crash. They weren't sick. They were murdered in an act of terror committed by Jennifer Crumbley's 15-year-old son. Jennifer Crumbley didn't pull the trigger that day, but she is responsible for those deaths. These kids were gunned down inside Oxford High School with this gun. It's a 6-hour 9mm handgun purchased 4 days before the shooting by James Crumbley, Jennifer's husband and father of the school shooter. This was a purchase celebrated by Jennifer on Instagram. These are her words. This is her post. Mom and son Dave testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye. The evidence will prove that by the time this gun was bought, the school shooter was in a downward spiral that had begun months before. The evidence will also show you that Jennifer Crumbley was aware of that. Despite her knowledge of his deteriorating mental crisis, despite her knowledge of his growing social isolation, despite the fact that it is illegal for a 15-year-old to walk into a gun store and walk out with a handgun by himself, this gun was gifted. You will also learn that despite all of that background, this firearm was not secured in a way to prevent her son from gaining access to it. The evidence will also prove to you that even with all of that, on November the 30th, Jennifer Crumbley was still given the opportunity to prevent these murders from ever happening. Instead, she chose to do nothing. This drawing, this math worksheet, was sent to her November the 30th, 2021 at 9:30 in the morning. That's more than 3 hours before the first shot was fired. These writings, that drawing, created by her son. She was sent this by her son's school counselor when he requested an immediate meeting with her at the school that day. He requested that meeting because this drawing, those words, suggest both weapon and injury, even to someone with only limited knowledge of the shooter. Apparently, that raised an alarm with Jennifer Crumbley, because she did go to the meeting with her husband, but before she did, she privately communicated her own concern with her husband. This will be admitted in evidence throughout the trial. This is a portion of a Facebook Messenger thread from Jennifer to James Crumbley. Jennifer, words in blue. Emergency, November 30th, 2021, 9:35 a.m. Then she sent the picture to James. His response, my God, WTF. And then he wrote back about the vet. He was at their barn, worried about their horse. Jennifer's response, he said he was distraught about last night. And then, I'm very concerned, headed to his school. That's at 10:12 a.m. Yet despite their private concern, the evidence presented in this trial will show to you that that meeting at the school was nothing like that school counselor or the dean of students who sat in on the meeting had ever experienced before. Those two individuals, even with their limited knowledge of that drawing, had expected the defendant or her husband to take their son home and set an appointment with the mental health professional. But they didn't. You see, you will learn that these kind of meetings, when they occur with parents, can last an hour or longer. This one was abruptly ended by Jennifer Crumbley after just over 11 minutes. And then she left. You see, this drawing alarmed everyone who saw it, including those who only knew the Crumbleys in limited settings, or even to those who had never met their son before. The two people in the world with all of the information, all of the background, to put this drawing into context were James and Jennifer Crumbley. And you will learn that in that meeting, they didn't share any of it. They didn't say anything about the fact that that firearm was identical to the 6-hour 9mm. Identical. They didn't mention how that gun was stored. They didn't mention anything about his increased mental distress. You'll learn that after the meeting when they left, they didn't embrace him. You'll learn that their home is just down the road from the Oxford High School. They didn't stop by the house to look for the gun. You'll learn never once did they ask their son, where's the gun? They did nothing. They didn't do any number of tragically small and easy things that would have prevented all of this from happening. One theme will present itself during this trial, is just how senseless November 30th was. And that's because of all of the easy, ordinary things for someone to do that nobody did. What I just outlined to you is a snapshot of the evidence that will be presented in this case. You will hear the facts and the evidence from the witnesses. You will hear from between 20 and 25 of those witnesses. You're going to see over 400 exhibits. You're going to hear from witnesses who were in law enforcement. You're going to hear from individuals who worked for Oxford High School. You're going to hear from people who knew Jennifer Crumbley in social situations and those who worked with Jennifer Crumbley. You're going to hear from victims in this case as well, those who were inside the school November the 30th. You're going to learn a little bit about the scope of the investigation. You'll learn that during this trial, the defendant's cell phone, her husband's cell phone, and their son's cell phone were seized. They were all forensically analyzed. Through all of that data received, in addition to data obtained through cell phone towers, social media search warrants, through information received through banking records, GPS pings, from gun ranges, all this information we've presented to you and you'll be able to obtain a digital footprint of the Crumbley family. And you'll get an idea, you'll get a view into the Crumbley life in the days, the weeks, the months preceding the shooting. You're also going to learn a little bit about the aftermath of the shooting. Specifically, you're going to see a pattern emerge in Jennifer Crumbley after the shooting on November 30th. That pattern will include and show you that she immediately began to downplay and downright lie about her level of knowledge of her son and that weapon and that drawing on November the 30th. This pattern will continue up until the time that she and her husband are found hiding from the police in Detroit. This pattern will show you that her first instinct was to lie, her second was to run. Now, the evidence will show you that she didn't pull the trigger, but she's responsible. But there is no claim that she gifted that firearm to her son knowing he was going to commit the attack. There's no claim that she wanted him to commit the attack. So how can she be held responsible
This is the
when
question.
her son pulled the trigger? And the answer is, she's not charged with murder. She's charged with involuntary manslaughter. You see, murder it's an intentional killing. Involuntary manslaughter, by definition, is unintentional. It's rooted in negligence. You've heard Judge Matthews tell you that every crime is made with something called elements. This is no exception. You're going to learn that involuntary manslaughter is committed when someone's acts or their failures to act or their failures to perform their legal duty were grossly negligent, and that gross negligence was a cause of death. A cause of death, not the cause of death. And that's very important because, as you've heard, and you'll hear it again and again in this trial, that in a case such as this, when somebody else was a cause of death, the person who was grossly negligent can and still will be held responsible. That is, if the person who pulled the trigger, if the shooter in this case, his act was reasonably foreseeable to the defendant.
That's a tough bar to prove.
To the defendant, specific to her, not to everybody else in the world, not to a stranger, not to a teacher, but to his mother, one of the two people in the world who raised him, who lived with him for 15 years, one of the two people in the world who had all the information necessary to put that drawing into context. So what's gross negligence? You will learn that it is a willful disregard of danger. Gross negligence is when you could use ordinary care, just ordinary care, to avoid a known danger, and you don't, even though it is apparent that serious injury could occur. And that's what this case is about. It's about Jennifer Crumbley's willful disregard of the danger that she knew of.
We're getting whiplash
That's why
from these
we're here.
cameras.
We're not here to talk about good parenting or bad parenting. It's not illegal to be a bad parent. We're not here to put restrictions on gun owners. That's not our job. That's not your job. That's for lawmakers. We're not here to talk about who else might be culpable or who else you think shares some blame. You will learn about the meeting on November the 30th. You may not like the fact that neither the school counselor nor the dean of students searched the school shooter's backpack. That's okay. That's okay. Because that does not mitigate Jennifer Crumbley's culpability. You're going to learn a whole lot about James Crumbley and their son. But James, he's not on trial today. He has another trial in front of another jury. Their son, his case is over. He's already been charged and convicted and sentenced for terrorism causing death and first-degree murder. Today is Jennifer's turn to stand trial, and you will evaluate the evidence as it pertains to her and her own life. We're here because when Jennifer looked at this drawing, she didn't look at it the way a stranger would. When she looked at this drawing, she looked at it knowing the context and the origin. And when someone with that kind of information looks at this, the unimaginable becomes predictable. It becomes reasonably foreseeable. That's why, even though she didn't pull the trigger on November the 30th, she's responsible for those deaths. I ask that during this trial you listen to the testimony, you review the evidence, and you follow the law. If you do that, you will undoubtedly reach a fair and just verdict. If you do that, you will find this defendant guilty as charged. Thank you.
I would, thank you.
She has a very
Your Honor,
brash.
is it okay if I just move this?
Oh, you can move it anywhere you want.
As long as you call it electric. They're
I'm
cords.
sorry, Sean, can you just help me? I'm going to pull it just forward. And I'm going to keep it to the side because I don't need it.
Okay.
I just have a few notes.
Sure.
Mind the cable, seriously. All the audio guys are going, no, don't move it, don't move it.
What's wrong? Sorry, Judge, just trying to get this. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
On my way to court today, I blasted Taylor Swift to warm up my voice and calm my nerves. And there was a line in one of her songs that summarized what this case is about.
This seems weird.
Band-Aids don't stop bullet holes. And that's what this case is about. It's about the prosecution attempting to put a Band-Aid on problems that can't be fixed with a Band-Aid. The prosecution has charged Jennifer Crumbley with involuntary manslaughter in an effort to make the community feel better, in an effort to make people feel like someone is being held responsible, in an effort to send a message to gun owners, and none of those problems will be solved by charging Jennifer Crumbley with involuntary manslaughter. It's the same effect as when your child comes to you with a boo-boo and you give them a Band-Aid that they put on that doesn't take away the pain and can't undo what's happened to them. And in this case, a Band-Aid will never bring back the lives that were lost by Hannah, Justin, Tate, and Madison Baldwin. And the evidence in this case is absolutely horrific. Much of the evidence is going to make you sick and disgusted and scare you, traumatize you, and quite frankly, there's no reason the evidence needs to be shown. Mrs. Crumbley, myself, everyone in this courtroom agrees that on November 30th, 2021, the worst possible thing happened when Ethan Crumbley used a gun and terrorized the Oxford High School. So as you are watching the evidence, I ask you to keep in mind that much of what the prosecution is going to show you is going to alarm you and disgust you and be horrifically sad and tragic. But that evidence is about about the shooter. And in this case, we have agreed to call Jennifer Crumbley's son the shooter because he is the shooter and he is the one, as you will see from the evidence, who was responsible for the tragedy that unfolded on November 30th of 2021. Prior to November 30th, Jennifer Crumbley was the mother to a 15-year-old son, and she did not have it on her radar in any way that there was any mental disturbance, that her son would ever take a gun into a school, that her son would ever shoot people. The evidence at trial is going to show you that Jennifer Crumbley did the best she could as a mother to a child who grew up into a teenager and had no way to know what was going to happen. Jennifer Crumbley raised a son that she took to soccer practice, basketball, bowling. She's the kind of mother who, when a mole on his back changed color, a 1 millimeter mole, she took him to urgent care. She's the kind of mother who's texting her husband, who is at home, working from home, "Where is Ethan? Where is Ethan? Where is Ethan?" at 3:14 in the afternoon, getting texts back saying, "Ethan gets home at 3:16, what's your problem?" And she keeps texting, "Where is he? Where is he?" You will see that if anything, Jennifer Crumbley was a hyper-vigilant mother who cared more about her son than anything in the world. Jennifer Crumbley is not a perfect parent, and we don't claim that she is. But what the evidence is going to show in this case is that the prosecution has very selectively pulled out slivers of evidence from a forest of trees.
Ooh, good line.
To try to convince you that there was something wrong with Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley, as his mom, should have known. And at the end of the day, these slivers of evidence that are going to be presented to you will have no context and no explanation, and the defense will agree that on their face it looks bad. But like any of you who look back at text messages sent a year ago, they may look bad without context and explanation. And so we would ask that you reserve any judgment on these slivers of evidence until the defense presents evidence itself, and we will be presenting evidence in this case, to show the context and what was truly happening on these days that the prosecution is going to try to make you believe something more was happened. By way of example, the prosecution has one day where they claim Ethan needed help and Jennifer Crumbley was out with her horse. James Crumbley was with her at the barn. They had just gotten a new horse. Ethan is 15 years old at home, claiming there's a demon in the house, there's something going on, and the prosecution is going to try to use this one little point in time to convince you that Jennifer Crumbley was somehow neglecting her son. Much of the evidence in this trial is also going to center around James Crumbley, who is not on trial in this case. He has a separate trial, as Mr. Keese told you. You're going to hear evidence that James Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley liked guns. They had 3 guns. 2 guns that were purchased earlier in 2021, and a gun that was purchased at a Black Friday sale the day after Thanksgiving in 2021. You are going to hear evidence that James and Ethan went to the shooting range often, that James was responsible for storing the guns, and to be quite frank, Jennifer Crumbley didn't know anything about guns. Jennifer Crumbley, you will hear evidence, she went to the shooting range one time with James and the shooter, and she went a second time after the gun was bought. She was attempting to find a way to spend time with her son, who had just lost a dog, his friend had moved away from him. She's trying to find a way to connect to him. But on that day, when Jennifer Crumbley went to the shooting range, you will hear evidence that she didn't even know where the gun was or how to put it in the car. She had her husband prepare the gun to take it to the range. He had hid the gun in the bedroom of their home. The gun had a cable lock, a trigger lock in place. James Crumbley had the key to the trigger lock that kept the gun secure. James Crumbley used the trigger lock key, took the cable lock off, put the gun in the back of Miss Crumbley's car. Mrs. Crumbley simply drove to the gun range. You will see video of their experience at the gun range, and you will see that the shooter is the one showing Mrs. Crumbley how to use the gun at the range. And when they're done at the range, the gun was placed back in the back seat of the car, not back seat, but the back of an SUV. And Jennifer Crumbley drove home, and not being responsible for storing the gun and not even knowing where the gun specifically was placed, Jennifer Crumbley left the gun locked in the trunk, the back part of her SUV. And James Crumbley was responsible for getting the gun out, putting the trigger lock back on, storing the gun, and Mrs. Crumbley had nothing to do with that part of what happened. Over the next couple of days, this is right after Thanksgiving, the family is picking out their Christmas tree, talking about Christmas presents. There was certainly some sadness in the shooter's life, but nothing that would have amounted to any reason to believe he's going to shoot people or commit a school shooting. You will hear testimony that on the day of the shooting, Jennifer Crumbley went to work. She is essentially the breadwinner at this time. Mr. Crumbley was in between jobs. He's about to get a job offer. Mrs. Crumbley is trying to keep the household finances up. She's at work, and she finds out through an email and text message that her son has drawn this alarming drawing the prosecution put on the screen. Jennifer freaks out when she sees the drawing. You will see the text messages that show she's urgently texting her husband, emergency, call me now, and she races out of work and goes to the school. Upon arriving at the school, she meets with Sean Hopkins, the school counselor. She meets with Nick Ejak, the school principal, and she meets with James Crumbley and the shooter. And they are all in a room together where the shooter explains why he has put together this drawing and what the drawing means. The family and the school talk about how a counselor would be a good idea for the shooter to get into some kind of counseling. The meeting is not nearly as severe as Mrs. Crumbley was initially expecting. Trained professionals at the school who evaluate children represent that the shooter is of no risk to anyone, and they allow him to stay in school. The testimony will show this is not a situation where Jennifer Crumbley refused to leave or refused to take her child from the school. She was provided the option of take him home or leave him here. The shooter struggled when they had online school during COVID. It caused him great anxiety to miss school, and he wanted to stay that day. The school was fine with it. Mrs. Crumbley did leave the school and left the shooter at the school, not knowing he was going to become the shooter within the next few hours. Jennifer Crumbley, the evidence is going to show you, returns to work, and suddenly there is news that there's an open shooter at Oxford. Jennifer Crumbley, it's not even on her radar that her son would be the one with the gun doing anything. Her immediate concern is that her son may be hurt. As she is driving to the school as fast as she can, She has conversations with her husband and becomes aware that the gun at their house is missing. And in Jennifer Crumbley's mind, and you will hear evidence of this, she believes that perhaps her son has done something stupid, like taken the gun and shot it in the air or done something. She knows he's still alive and believes that it's going to be okay. Whatever's happened, they can cross that bridge. A little bit later, there's more conversations, and Mrs. Crumbley becomes concerned that the shooter is actually attempting suicide. And Jennifer Crumbley texts her son, "Ethan, don't do it." It still has not crossed her mind that he would ever shoot another person. Ultimately, Jennifer and James Crumbley are called to the substation, where they learn that their son has become a school shooter and has shot people, and that there are fatalities. Jennifer Crumbley will tell you she still could not believe that was true, and went into a complete state of shock and despair and stress and not knowing what, realizing her life and everyone's life was going to change. And her initial comments are about how could her son have ruined so many lives that day. Jennifer Crumbley sees her son at the substation, and for the first time when he looks at her, his eyes looked black. And it was a son she did not recognize. Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley go back to their house, where law enforcement execute a search warrant. Law enforcement takes their cell phones, which the Crumbleys handed over. The Crumbleys have to go and buy burner phones or track phones so they have something to use to be in touch. They begin to realize that there are death threats around their house. People are planning riots around their house, and they cannot be in their home. Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley drive to a hotel where they spend the night. They are trying to figure out what is happening, and all Jennifer can think about are the things she believes she can control, like keeping her job, keeping health insurance, figuring out money, figuring out lawyers, and trying to digest what has just absolutely tragically unfolded. In the days following the event, while the prosecution says the evidence will show Jennifer Crumbley is lying, Jennifer Crumbley is truthfully telling the world she had no idea, and finding out that she is about to be charged in this Band-Aid effort by the prosecution with involuntary manslaughter. Jennifer and James Crumbley go to the bank. They're advised by friends and family, and you will hear testimony that their money could all be taken out of their accounts, and they know they need money to be able to live and hire lawyers and figure out what to do. They withdraw all of the money from their bank account. The burner phones they're using, they can't get access to any of their accounts because of this two-part authentication you now have to do. So they go to the Metro PCS store, where they buy new telephones that they can actually use to access their social media, their accounts, their contacts, and they end up with multiple cell phones. After that, they work to find lawyers. They don't know what to do. They don't understand what they're being charged with. They're under the stress of knowing their son is gone, and life will never be the same, undoubtedly. And on Friday, December 3rd, the Crumbleys find out when a press conference is held that they are being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And at that point, they attempt to try to figure out what to do, where to stay, where to go, what to do. And they ultimately ask a friend if they can stay at his art studio until they know where to go and what to do. They make plans to turn themselves into the court on Saturday morning, because remember, this is late in the day Friday. Saturday morning at 8:30 when the court opens up and does weekend arraignments. And overnight, the prosecutor's office, the sheriff's department, the fugitive apprehension team, the U.S. Marshals have a statewide search claiming that James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley are on the lam, they are running, they are fleeing, they are trying to avoid charges, and it couldn't be any further from the truth. They are at their friend's art studio, they are waiting for instructions, and they are waiting to turn themselves in first thing Saturday morning when arraignments take place at the court. James and Jennifer Crumbley are sleeping on a mattress in the middle of the night. When police locate them, you will hear evidence. They're not really hiding. They're standing outside their car, their vehicle, smoking cigarettes. They're standing outside their car, talking on the telephone. They're communicating with various people they know. There's absolutely no evidence to suggest that they're fleeing. You will see body camera footage where when police come into the art studio to find them dead asleep on this mattress, they are cooperative, they are taken into custody, and they are arrested. The prosecution has grossly misconstrued facts in this case, and I ask that you wait to make any judgment until all of the evidence has been presented and you have seen every detail of it, including Jennifer Crumbley's testimony, and she is going to take the stand and tell you about her life with her son, about the day he became the shooter, and about the day he did something she could have never anticipated or fathomed or predicted. She will tell you that when she saw the materials in this case, she learned that her son had not been her son for months, that he had been manipulating her, that he had been hiding things from her, that he had been sending text messages, alarming text messages, to other people. You will hear that the school never advised Mrs. Crumbley of problematic issues that if she had heard about, she would have jumped right on top of it. Despite the fact, the evidence will show that Mrs. Crumbley is on power schools, managing missing assignments by her son and his grades. The school never told her about times the shooter was trying to sleep in class, about a test he had failed, about the shooter being called to the office. She was never informed. You will hear testimony. She was never informed that the shooter wrote an autobiographical get-to-know-you poster where he says he feels terrible and his family's a mistake. The school never notified Mrs. Crumbley of this. You will hear testimony that the school never notified Mrs. Crumbley that the shooter was having a, quote, rough time when he spoke to the school counselor. You will hear testimony that the school never notified Ms. Crumbley that previous work found in the shooter's files showed that it leaned a little bit towards the violent side. You'll hear testimony that the school never told Mrs. Crumbley about an index card the shooter wrote in class that had odd responses with a drawing of a loaded gun magazine and a person holding it out. You will hear that Mrs. Crumbley was never told much of the information the school had. And so when the prosecution is urging you not to assign fault to anyone else, at the end of the day, we ask that you pay attention to the evidence that Mrs. Crumbley knew. And quite frankly, when you evaluate that evidence and know what she knew and what she didn't know, and learn the context behind the slivers of evidence this prosecution's presenting, you will see that this was absolutely not foreseeable, this was absolutely not expected, and I am going to ask that you find Jennifer Crumbley not guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Interesting spin. There's a lot of facts they had to explain there. Burner phones, withdraw all your money, going on the run, and she told a narrative that explains that. But the question is it reasonable in the minds of the jury?
They go differently. I know, it's weird.
Is that the jury leaving? Right there. I think this camera shows a bit of a couple jurors.
Who's the first one?
They're not.
Okay.
Your Honor, I need to run to the bathroom. Do you need to go to the bathroom? She's okay unless the deputies need. I think they need to take her downstairs.
I don't think you have to take her downstairs at every break, do you? I don't know.
It just gives her a chance to also use the bathroom, so
Oh, no,
we
I
don't
want
have to
her-
interrupt as many times.
Oh, yeah, I want her to be comfortable, so whatever she needs.
She does not need to use the restroom.
Okay, it's up to you.
Your Honor, I need to pee. My client, do you need to pee? No, she doesn't need to pee. But I need to pee.
Your Honor, what time are we planning to be back?
Just by 10 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
I'd like to go quickly, so whatever you guys want to do.
She said go quickly. Pee quickly, everybody, pee quickly. All right, we're going to skip through breaks because that's what we do here. Give me just a second. We're going to fast forward just a wee bit. Let's see. It's a little bit of a nightmare to fast forward because I have to sync up audio from multiple feeds to exact same frame. But let's do that. Let's turn the sound off. Let me skip forward on this one first. Let's see, where are we at? Wait for them to come back. Wait for them to come back. All rise for the jury. Here we go. Let's see if this is good. Fix the other one.
All rise, court is now in session. They always go away, I have no idea. Do you want me to go? I'll go grab
The deputies.
Okay. They keep running away. I'm not going to bite them, I promise.
You're probably scared of them.
Maybe.
They're coming down the
Oh,
hall.
okay, thanks.
I hope it's okay with you that we just like stay.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to take long breaks, but I don't want to, make them sit there for hours on end if they're uncomfortable, so.
We don't have a room, so we're happy. We're like happy here.
We offered to find you one.
This is our
Yeah, we're happy
place.
here.
Okay.
We're happy. We're good.
Why did she strike me as a difficult person to get along with?
Are you ready? Yeah, okay.
Talking about the defense attorney. So interesting. Just waiting for the jury. We're going to bring in. We'll have our split screen here as soon as we get ready to swear in a witness.
All rise for the jury.
Tiffany, does the investigator at prosecution table look like Stephen Avery from Making a Murderer? We'll have to watch. Thank you, Tiffany. Security is really high in this courtroom. One of the highest I've ever seen. Honestly, it's there to protect the defendant.
There. I found that out the hard way in the dark the first time I came here, so be careful. All right, maybe see you.
It's going to be some emotional testimony, guys. Get your tissues ready.
Your Honor, calling people, there's Jennifer Crumbley, case number 2227990FH.
Thank you, Marquise. On behalf of people, Karen McDonald is here as well.
And thank you, I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Sean Godwin.
Who's the first witness?
Molly Darnell.
Okay.
Miss McDonald is reviewed from the hall.
Your Honor, just before.
That's the witness.
I'll just hold on.
I'm sorry?
There's one exhibit that the prosecution is going to introduce that I'm going to object to. I just want to let the court know.
Do you know what number it is?
I do. It is number 7.
Are you stipulating to the admission of the other ones or not?
Yes.
I know we were going to talk about this.
Yes.
At some point.
Yes, I believe that Mr. Arnella's exhibits 5, 6, and 8, and we have no objection to those. 7 we do, and I believe that's already been a ruling by the court. I just have to continue my objection.
Okay, so this was ruled on previously?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so 7 was
Just
already...
preserving her objection for appeal.
It was, Judge.
Okay.
I just have to maintain my objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
For the record, that is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance footage.
Correct. Okay.
And for the record, we just think it's not necessary.
All right.
For the record, they do not want this. It's very damaging testimony. Emotionally. Jess, welcome to the gallery. It's great to have you here as a brand new member. Please take a seat by typing exclamation point seat.
It's a little cozy in here. I apologize.
Sell to the emojis.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, you can be seated.
I told you I'd do a split screen, so let's go back
The
there.
record, spell your first and last name.
My name is Molly Darnell, MOLLY-DARNELL.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to call you Molly. I assume that's okay.
That's okay.
Okay.
Linda, 12 months. Thank you,
Molly,
Linda.
can you tell the jury what your profession is?
I'm an educator.
Where is it? Are you a teacher?
I am a teacher.
Okay. And who is your employer?
Oxford Schools.
Okay. How long have you been in? How long have you worked for Oxford Schools?
I started working for Oxford in the fall of '98.
Okay. Would that be your entire career?
That is my entire career.
Okay. And you stayed in that one school district?
Correct.
Okay. Your current position is what?
I work for Oxford Virtual Academy.
All right. And when did you begin that position?
I began that position 18 months ago.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to November 30th of 2021. Can you tell the jury what your position was at that time?
At that time in Oxford, I was under teacher contract, but I was the ELA coach and the International Baccalaureate Coordinator. So I worked specifically with curriculum and teachers, like instructional moves in the classroom.
Okay. So
ELA, what's ELA?
I'm sorry, thank you. It's English Language Arts.
All right. Thanks, Judge. So how much contact did you have with students compared to teachers at that point?
I would say minimal in comparison to teachers.
All right. And you did, though, spend some time in the classroom in your career?
Absolutely, yes. I spent the majority of my career in the classroom.
Okay. So on that day, what was your typical day like around that time in that position?
So in that position, I would work with building kind of professional development opportunities, or I was working with teachers individually. On that day in particular, I was working with the media specialist and my other coaching colleagues, my other instructional coaching colleagues, on building professional development for the next day.
All right. Did you have a classroom?
I had an office that I shared with 2 other individuals, and it was like half a classroom, but it was in the educational hallway.
So it was a classroom made into 2 offices?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when classes began that morning? What was the schedule of the day? Began and end, if you remember.
So you're referring to like the start day of the school day? The school day started around 7:30 and ended around 3 o'clock.
And I know Oxford had a different, they didn't have exactly the same schedule every day.
Yeah, we had a rotating 7, so we met 6 days a week. We met 6 classes a day, but we had 7 classes.
Class.
So the students only were there in every single class for 4 hours a week.
Can you tell the jury what passing time is?
Passing time was about, Oxford's one of the larger high schools in the state. It's the largest single floor high school in the state, I think, at the time.
Do you know how many students?
I off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay.
And so there were about 8 minutes between passing times, or between passing.
All right. November 30th, 2021, were there any COVID protocols still in place?
Yes, we were still in masks at that point in time, yes.
And were lockers being used?
Lockers were not being used.
Okay, so how were the kids getting their things from class to classroom?
They were carrying book bags. Yep.
Thank you, Jessica.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 5. I don't believe there's an objection, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
When I say I'm going to show you, it's going to be on this screen and this screen.
Those are the wins. That's awesome. Thank you.
Molly, what is that?
That's the layout of the high school.
All right, so that's a map of the school.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me where your classroom / office was?
So if you're looking at that yellow portion, I am, thank you. I am where you see 222, and then there's 226. I'm that little sliver right in between there, and that was 224.
Okay, Mark's going to show you on the map. He's not letting me have access to the clicker for the trial, so I'm relying on him.
He's not.
Okay, so is that your classroom?
Yes, that like little sliver where you can see, it looks like a bunch of names are written in there.
Mm-hmm.
That was the room that I was in, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to take you to around the time of about 12:50.
Okay.
What were you doing during that time?
So on that day, the year prior, I was in the classroom, and I had a student who popped by around that time just to check in and wanted to chat. I had a chat with her. There was, I believe it was the beginning of passing that she stopped by. We had a quick little chat.
Was that conversation in your
It was in the office.
Or in the hallway?
Yep, it was in the office.
Was the door open or closed?
The door was open.
Okay.
We had a little chat. She left. I was alone in the office. and passing was still happening. So I moved to my my desk space just to check some emails, check on a couple of things.
Okay, so your desk was in the back of the classroom?
Yeah, it was towards the back side, yes.
Facing the door?
Facing the door,
okay.
Correct.
And did you have a practice of what you did during passing time?
So sometimes I would go out in the hall and check, like just to check and see what was going on, or I might chat with a teacher or two. I didn't on that day because it was towards the end of passing time, and so I knew things would be wrapping up and teachers would be heading back to their classes.
Okay. So at some point, did you see or hear anything unusual?
Yeah, so all of a sudden I could hear a commotion in the hallway, and I looked up from my laptop, and I see a bunch of kids running through the hallway. It was a pack of kids, and they were moving pretty quickly, and there was a commotion around it. I couldn't tell if it was like excited, that it was like higher pitched though. And it was almost like some of the kids' hands were extended, like they were trying to move really quickly.
Okay, for the record, you have your hands, both your hands up, shoulder distance. Okay, and that seemed unusual to you?
It did.
Okay, did it seem unusual because it was at the end of passing time, or just because of the movement and the sound?
It was the movement, it was the sound, it was the large bulk of kids that were moving.
What did you do?
I exited my office. I believe that there was possibly a fight. So I run out of my office. I'm about midway through where 222 is. And I see all those kids exiting out of door 4. So I know there's not a fight.
So if you look at the map, you come out of your classroom and you look down the hallway and they're all running out of the school?
Yeah, on a door 4.
Okay, and that was unusual.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes, I had never seen that before.
All right. And then what happened?
I paused for a second because I'm thinking like, well, what's going on, right? I don't know what's happening. I head back into my office space. The hallway is completely clear. And I walk into my office and I'm like, all right, what could possibly be happening in this moment?
Was it unusual for the hallway to be completely clear?
I don't believe the bell had rung yet, so that was unusual.
Okay. And so what did you do?
It was in pausing, trying to like gather what to do next. I heard 3 things pretty quickly together, like so quickly together that I have a hard time distinguishing what came first and what came last. But there were the sounds of like 3 like loud pops that I could have mistaken for lockers closing if we were using lockers.
Okay. So when you heard the 3 pops, what did you think that sound was?
Well, again, there was that. There was doors started slamming. I could hear like boom, 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 and then the principal at the time, Steve Wolf, came over the PA and said, "We're heading into lockdown. This is not a drill."
And how long had you known Steve?
So a couple years at that point in time.
Okay. Did his voice sound panicked?
His voice sounded, it was like urgent, but you could tell he was like tempering any, like panic.
So was that before the loud pops or after, if you can remember?
Honestly, I cannot remember.
Okay. When you heard this, was your door open or closed?
My door, when I came back in, I pulled it, but it didn't shut, so it was open a couple inches.
Okay. So what did you do?
At that point in time, I moved to shut my door.
Okay. Did you, after the pop, did you smell anything?
No.
Did you see anything?
No.
All right. Then you tell the jury what happened when you turned around and headed to the door.
So I walked to the door. I immediately pull it shut. to the left of my door. So my door was here, and there was a glass part, like, you know, floor to ceiling glass. And then right here was a night lock system.
Can you tell the jury what a night lock system is?
So a night lock is a simple gadget that goes into the door that goes into the floor, so that if the door were unlocked, it's like a second security measure. If the door was not locked, or even if it was, someone can't get in. So if the glass is shut out, even if they're trying to undo the door, they can't open the door.
And when did you learn about night locks?
Maybe 4 years prior.
Okay. Did you do that? Well, why did you install the night lock?
Well, one, I was directed that we're in lockdown, right? So as soon as I knew that we're in lockdown, that's what you do.
Were you able to install the night lock?
So I grabbed the night lock, you know, I undid the piece, grabbed it, and looked down at it. So I also, some of the doors have different installs, whether the door goes, you know, in or out from the room. And so I looked at it to see, just to remind myself which one, because the other office that I have at the middle school, or had at the middle school at the time, had a different
At this point, Molly, the door is shut or closed?
The door is shut.
Are you facing the door or facing
I'm facing the door,
okay.
so I'm close enough to that wall because I had just grabbed it.
Do you know about what the distance was between you and that door?
Not even a foot.
Okay. And then what happened?
I look at it, and out of my peripheral vision, I can see some sort of movement. And so I look up, and I see someone dressed in dark, oversized clothing.
And you're looking through that glass pane next to your door. Okay.
They have the mask on, a hat, glasses, and a hood. And I lock eyes with them.
Had you ever seen that person before?
I had not, no.
Did you know if it was a student, or is that a no?
I did not know if it was a student.
All right. And you said you locked eyes?
I locked eyes. And then instantly I noticed, I see some movement. And so I look down, and I realize he's raising a gun to me.
Okay. Can you describe?
Yeah, the gun was black, and I remember thinking, as he's raising the gun to me, that there was no orange tip. I had heard prior that BB guns have an orange tip.
When you say he was raising the gun, can you explain what that looked like? Was it one arm or two arms?
Well, I just saw the one starting to move up. I saw the gun, and I moved.
Which way did you move?
I moved away from the glass partition, away from the door, toward back into the room.
Okay. You just described you saw something in your peripheral vision. You looked up. You locked eyes.
I locked eyes. He didn't hesitate.
Okay. About how long was that from the time you saw the peripheral vision and then the gun was raised?
A second.
Okay.
If that.
When you locked eyes with this individual, what did you see?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Describe that for me.
I lock eyes with him, and I instantly see that movement. And I jump to the side.
What happened after you jumped to the side?
As I jump, I can...
And did you ever get the night lock installed at that
The
point?
night lock is not installed at this point.
Okay.
So when I move, I kind of jump and turn my body this way at the same time.
Okay, and for the record, you're motioning, turning your shoulders to the right.
To the right.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like my left shoulder moves back a bit, and I feel a burn like hot water had stung me.
Where did you feel that?
In my arm.
Which arm?
In my left arm.
Okay.
Up top.
Pointing to your
Yeah.
right below your shoulder?
Yep.
Okay. And are you standing up? Are you sitting down? Are you?
I'm standing up at this point in time. I feel that hot burn go through my arm, and I turn back. There was a window in the back of my room that leads out to the courtyard, and I see a bullet hole.
Okay, I'm going to show you on the screen. It's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
6 is removed.
What is that, Molly?
That's the office that I shared.
Okay, and that, can you just describe where the desk is, where what you just described, and point that out? You said you turned around to the back of the classroom.
Yep, so you can see on that window exiting, there's a white mark.
Right there?
Yep, that would be the bullet hole.
Is that what you noticed when you turned around?
That is what I noticed when I turned around, correct.
Okay. At this point, what were you thinking?
A BB gun can't do that. It seems like really silly.
What seems silly?
That I couldn't wrap my head around what was happening.
I mean, after you felt the warmth and you still were thinking it might be a BB gun?
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do? Was the night lock installed at this point?
The night lock's not installed at this point, and the only thing I'm thinking is I have to barricade this door. Like there was instinct that kicked in. So what you can't see is right around that corner there was this huge filing cabinet.
And I think if we can point to around that corner to.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I grab it because I'm afraid to go back towards the door at this point in time. And I try to move it, thinking maybe I can pull it out enough and push it. And it was just too heavy for me. So that rolling cart was sitting next to it. That's when I pulled out the rolling cart and I take that back.
It's
I didn't
okay.
do that yet.
Take your time.
I crawled down on my hands and knees and I put that night lock in. And then I moved for the roll and was like, I just have to keep barricading. And so I grabbed the rolling cart.
Is the object in the...
Yeah, you can see it's the little red object on the rolling cart. Yep.
Oh, that's the night lock.
Yes.
Okay, but it's sitting on that's the rolling cart, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and were you able to put it in front of the door?
I was able to put the rolling cart in front of the door, correct.
Okay, and then what did you do?
Then the only thing I can think of is he's going to come back and finish what he wanted to do.
Could you hear anything else in the hallway?
At this point, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay. And so what did you do?
So I go back to that large cabinet because I know if I'm anywhere in the back of this room, he can see. So I need to hide in this front corner. And so I pull that large filing cabinet back just enough to crawl behind it so that if he comes to that window, he can't see where I'm at.
So the way the classrooms are is you have to be at a certain angle to see certain parts of the room from the hallway, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you moved to that corner behind because what?
Because I didn't want him to see where I was at.
Okay. Once you were behind the cabinet, were you sitting?
I was crouched down. I was trying to make myself as small as possible. Right? I got really low. I was on my bottom, crouched as close together physically as I could make myself.
Okay. What did you do next?
I had texted my husband, I love you, active shooter. And then I started feeling blood dripping down my arm.
And what did you do?
At
this point, had you registered that you had been shot?
I don't think I was registering that I was shot. I just knew that I was bleeding.
Okay. What did you do?
I had a cardigan on that day, and so you can see in the photo there's this red little bag on the right side of the wall. Those are those are medical response bags that we keep in every room. So if someone's bleeding or if a tourniquet's needed, they're in there, but I was too afraid to go back and grab it. So, so at that point I knew I needed to put a tourniquet on. I knew I was bleeding. I removed my cardigan and I used one of the sleeves of the arm, wrapped it up on top and pulled with one arm and my teeth with the other to tighten it.
And Molly, how many inches down was that wound?
It sits right here.
Okay. And you brought a cardigan so that you could show the jury what that looks like so they know exactly where you were hit?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you can all see okay, but...
You can step down if you
okay.
Can everyone see? They can see, yeah.
So you can see it kind of sits to the back. So when I was turned, that was the entrance and the exit.
And there's 2 holes there.
Yep, so it entered here, it exited here, and the space in between, the heat of the bullet cauterized.
The skin?
The skin.
Okay. You can sit back down. You put the tourniquet where on your shoulder?
I put it above the wound.
Okay. How'd you know how to do that?
We go through trainings once a year regarding what to do, in a situation.
What happened next?
I put the tourniquet on, and I'm in my head. I'm thinking, okay, what do I do next? What's like the next move here? And my daughter texts me. She didn't go to Oxford High School, but she went to a neighboring school district. And they had heard through social media that there was a shooting at Oxford High School. And so she sent me a message that just said, Mom, are you okay? And I responded to her that I love you. I'm sheltered in place. And I'm fine.
You didn't tell her you were?
I did not tell her I was shot, no.
Molly, I want to go back, and I'm so sorry. When the shooter raised his hand, what were your what did you notice about, if you noticed anything about his stance, or you said you locked eyes?
Yeah, his feet were set about hip distance apart, and that's, he was, and his shoulders were like he was square, right? He was square.
How long were you in that classroom?
I was in there for about 20 minutes.
Were you communicating with anyone else in the school, or law enforcement or administration?
No, there were a couple teachers. My hallway had a text thread, and that was not active. There was nobody texting on that. But another part of the building where the English Language Arts Department is at, they were texting. And one of them said, I heard there was a shooter. And I responded that I saw one.
Did you respond that I'd been shot?
I did not.
Why is that?
I think I didn't want to create panic. I wanted to make sure that people knew it was serious, but there's no, I'm okay.
Okay. At this point, did you have any idea where the shooter was, if anyone else had been hurt? What were you hearing? Anything?
Nothing. And it was absolute silence for a long time. And then I started to hear a volume of footsteps. And I thought, they must be evacuating a classroom. And so when that shift occurred, I texted the teacher next door and I said, hey, you're the only one that knows right now, but I've been shot. I hope I'm the only one.
How long was that? How long were you in the room then?
At that point, it was probably 18 minutes.
Okay. At some point, did somebody ask you to leave the classroom?
Yes, so the teacher next door was like, oh my gosh, I'm calling the office. There was another teacher in the room with her who texted administration.
Okay. And at some point, did somebody come to the door?
Yep, so the text from administration, Kurt Noose was at my door within maybe 2 minutes. Time's hard on that. And he was like knocking, Molly, are you in there? I've known Kurt Noose since they started in Oxford. I did not trust that was him at my door.
What were you afraid that it was?
I don't know. Everything that I knew to be reality wasn't.
So did you answer back, or did you open the door, or did you just remain silent?
I said, I'm in here, and he said, are you okay? I don't remember how I responded. It was within a second or two that then there were police at the door, and they were like, are you in here? Are you injured? I said, yes. And then I said, do you want me to, it was clear that they wanted me to, like, they were there for me.
And they couldn't just open the door?
They can't just open that door. That night lock prevents them from getting in the door.
And Molly, if you know, how would you get into that room if someone doesn't remove the night lock from the inside? Is there a way?
So I know there's a special tool to use, but you'd have to take everything off that door, and that's all steel.
So the frame, actually?
Yes.
Okay. And so they were asking you to remove the night lock. Did you do that?
I said, do you want me to remove the night lock? And they said, yes, remove the night lock. And then I said, do you want me to open the door? And they said, yes, open the door. And I'm down on the ground while I'm doing all of this. Like, I'm removing the night lock, and I'm opening up the door from my knees. And they, like, scoop me up. And I can see the two officers that scoop me up, but I can see Kurt standing there against the lockers. And I can see 4 cops with guns.
Did you see any students?
I did not see any students, no.
Okay, Molly, I'm going to play a surveillance, which is marked People's Exhibit 7, which I know there is an objection to, but the judge has previously ruled. Just to let the jury know, you're not going to see any victims in this, except for Molly, and nor are you going to see any students.
We appreciate the heads up regarding the video. Pay attention to the defense table here when you get a chance to watch this.
While he's getting that on the monitor, when you say you saw 2 officers with guns, how far away were they? And were they in the same direction?
They were. When they scooped me up, the 2 that scooped me up.
You look here.
Yep.
Is that the hallway?
That's the hallway.
Okay.
So you can see there's multiple around, so it wasn't just the 2.
Where's your classroom in this photo?
It's farther down, right? So you can see, like they're going inwards towards the classroom.
Okay.
It looks like that's an officer there.
Okay.
So I knew that they were officers based on the vests that they were wearing. And so they were just around, right, as well, like securing the area, I suppose.
All right, can you press play?
I believe there's no audio on this.
Is that you, Molly?
That is me.
At this point, are you hearing anything in the building?
No, everything is silent, like almost like It's so, like echoey, it's so silent.
Okay, now you can see through that glass door. Is that you?
That is me.
What's happening?
He's removing the self-made tourniquet from my cardigan, and he's putting on an actual tourniquet.
Okay, and at some point you get into an ambulance, correct?
Yes, so at this point, he says, I'm going to radio to see if there's an ambulance available for you, making sure that no one else needed it ahead of me.
Okay. You eventually get into an ambulance. They take you where?
They took me to Lapeer.
What happened when you got there?
So I get to Lapeer, and the doctor comes out to the ambulance and introduces himself. And they said, I was sitting in the ambulance the entire time, and then they said, we're going to put you on the gurney. And I said, I can walk. Like, if I can walk, I want to walk. And so they helped me out of the ambulance, and I walk in, and they're like steadying, you know, like kind of almost holding me up, steadying me. And the hallways are lined with doctors and nurses.
Did you see any other victims?
I did not, no.
Okay. And they treated your wound?
They did.
Okay. Were you able to, I assume they ran some tests. I want to be cognizant of the judge's prior ruling about what you can testify to. But at what point, how long were you at the hospital?
I have no idea what time I walked in those doors.
Okay.
I was there for several hours.
Did you learn at some point there were other victims?
I did ask when I was in the hospital, is anybody else been injured? And I was, you know, I was told that there were other victims and a few fatalities, yes.
Okay. At some point, did you hear a teacher was shot?
I did.
And what did you think?
I instantly thought it was another one of my colleagues. I knew the direction that I saw him turn, so I knew what direction he came.
And who was the teacher?
I thought it was Lauren Jasinski that was shot.
But who was the teacher they referred to?
It was me.
At some point, you were shown weeks later a picture of your doorway.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Do you remember who showed that to you?
No.
Okay. Was it me?
I did. Well, I did see. I did see it in your office. Yes.
Okay. You were preparing to testify.
Yes.
I'm going to put that picture on the screen. It's People's Exhibit 8. I don't think there's an objection.
No objection. There's no date submitted.
Molly, is that your classroom door?
That is my. Yes.
Okay. What was your reaction when you saw that?
He was aiming to kill me.
Do you know which one of those shots landed in your shoulder?
I don't. I have no idea which one landed in my shoulder, but I know the top one, that's where my head would have been. And the two down below are my chest area.
Okay.
I unlock that door every day.
And what was your, did you have some, what is your, when you think about the wound and why you weren't hit, why was it? In the chest?
That door, the distance, the door, and me moving was the only reason that I'm alive.
How many inches from your heart was that injury to your shoulder?
The actual wound is 6 inches, but my turn might have made it less.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, this is going to be interesting. Look at that
I
look.
have no questions, Your Honor.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do this witness speak excuse, Your Honor?
Yes, please. You can step down and
The pause, the dramatic pause, the locking eyes with the defendant.
Christy Gibson Marshall.
We had a discussion about the boundaries of her testimony. I don't know if we put that on the record. Do we need to or not?
So she's released, so she's going to be able to stay in the stand, or stay in the
It's not
room.
another hearing, you know, it's a trial.
Okay.
Trying to bring you the best of all the available feeds so we can put it together and get a more complete picture of what's happening in the courtroom.
They can videotape the video. I don't see a reason why they can't, right?
No, there's no minors.
Oh, okay. Yes, I want to make sure.
Judge, actually, this one, in this portion.
Oh, yes, in this portion. We'll indicate which,
Right.
which videos can't be shown.
Give them a heads up.
I believe as we progress through this trial, the video and the audio should get better.
I'm mostly concerned in giving a heads up to the
Doing
jury
what I
so
can.
everyone's prepared.
I realize there's a conversation there in chat
Um,
about the shooter's name. I'm trying not to use his name. We're not banning people that do use it. I don't think anyone who uses the shooter's name is trying to give him more notoriety. But it is a fact, and it will be used occasionally throughout this trial. It's been used many times already in the trial, even though they themselves are trying not to use it. So that's it. We don't have a hard rule, but out of respect, we're trying not to use the name. Thank you, and my mom. I appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for being here. There are some valid questions that have been asked about this, specifically regarding the prejudicial nature of the testimony that's been offered so far, whether or not it matters or whether it should be admitted. Obviously, some of the video that we just watched was objected to by the defense. I believe that the judge ruling allowing this is correct because she is charged with manslaughter, so evidence of the actual crime that occurred would be appropriate. Where they draw the line with how much they allow, specifically because she didn't do the details of the crime, and it's alleged that she could have deduced that it was going to happen. I don't know where they're going to draw the line on this one, but interesting. I'm struggling to figure out a way we can fast forward using all the different feeds because I have to keep them synced up. We might perpetually be behind on this trial. There's a risk that some, repeatedly talking about the type of crime that was involved here could affect the monetization. We take that risk with every trial. So let's keep the conversation just focused on the moment. And we'll just play it as it goes.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth so help you God?
And please no spoilers. I realize we're a day behind. Let's try to
Christy Gibson Marshall.
let's try to keep it
Kristy
fair for people who haven't watched this before.
-MARSHALL.
Thank you. Good morning. May I call you Christy?
Yes.
Christy, could you please tell the jury where you're employed?
Oxford Community Schools.
How long have you been with Oxford?
29 years.
And what do you do right now?
I'm an assistant principal
Okay. And that's at the high school?
at the high school.
How long have you been the assistant principal at the high school?
6 years.
And what did you do before that?
I was an elementary principal.
Also in Oxford District?
Yes.
Now, if you could tell the jury a little bit about your role as an assistant principal. What are some of your responsibilities?
Teacher supervision, evaluation, curriculum and instruction, supervising. I do parent communications. It's hard to think of all the stuff that my big giant list while I'm sitting here, but we have a student relations team that works together to support our alphabet, part of the alphabet. We're
in Michigan.
Big goal is, like, to me, my biggest role is supporting students, and I love the kids, so just bringing energy and having fun with them.
You've been in education, you said, for 29 years?
Yeah, yes.
So up until this role, you were an elementary school principal?
I was, and then prior to that, I was a teacher.
Teacher before that, okay. Now, as it happens, the school that you were principal at was Jennifer Crumbley's son, one of those students.
Yes.
And what grades, if you recall, was he there?
4th and 5th.
Did you have any contact with him in your role as a principal in those 4th and 5th grade years?
No.
Did you have any contact with his mother or father?
Not that I remember. I had an email about a report card once, but that's all I remember.
And that would have been years prior?
Like 5th grade going to 6th.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th of 2021, about 12:50 in the afternoon. So we have the screen in front of you. That should be displaying People's Exhibit 5. This is a map of the Oxford High School.
Yes.
If you could tell us, if you recall, where you were about 12:50 in the afternoon that day.
I was in the I started in the cafeteria supervising lunches. So what would be, I guess, they're the commons.
So right
Yes,
here?
correct.
Okay. So was that lunchtime while you were there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And is there a time where you moved? So around that time on November the 30th, did you have a specific area of the school you would go to, or did you move around?
We didn't have an assigned area, but I like to go to the senior courtyard after lunches and just kind of help see that courtyard area.
Okay.
The hallway out in front of this courtyard area between where you see 400 and 401.
Okay.
Our seniors hang out there and they congregate in a good way, not terrible. Let me just clarify. It's kind of like the rite of passage, and we just like to kind of go there and keep traffic flowing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that something you would do on a routine basis?
Yeah. My bad mom joke on that one is that I make it a senior citizen window and I stand in that area.
Was there a point that day when you realized something was going wrong?
When I was approaching the senior courtyard, so when I was coming down the hallway from the commons, what says commons, I call it cafeteria, by the media center, by the courtyard, and hit the 500 room. When I kind of got to that triangle there, that diamond there, one of the students that I know pretty well went running by and said, "Get the hell out of here." And he was laughing and running, and I was like, that was a mixed message.
Sure. At that point, was there an announcement on the loudspeaker?
No, not at that point, no. No.
Was he the only one running?
Shortly after him, there was a group of kids laughing and running behind him. When I stopped to ask them what was going on, they weren't entirely sure. But as kids started to pass, you could see it got more serious.
Okay.
I grabbed my walkie-talkie and I
What do you mean it got more serious? What do you mean by that?
their faces got more, I'm sorry, their faces became more serious.
Did that signify something to you when you saw that?
Yeah, just something, them running signified something to me because it's not a typical behavior.
Okay.
But the running and laughing was confusing, and then when their faces became more serious, I was started to get very worried, and that's when I grabbed my walkie-talkie.
Okay. What did you do with your walkie-talkie?
I said, I'm not sure what's happening, but kids are running in the hallway, which is very odd, and look like they're trying to leave the building.
So where did you go?
They shortly after I got on the walkie, they went to Alice Alert, and so
What's Alice Alert?
Alice Alert is our intruder. I'm going to call it intruder alert because that's what it was that day. But it's a notice that we need to take cover, lock down, be aware. It's
So
an
is
emergency
that
assistant.
an alarm ringing, or is that somebody who's giving a message over the PA system?
On that day, it was a message over the PA system.
Do you recall who gave that message?
Steve Wolf.
And who was that?
Steve is our principal.
He's the principal. Okay. So, is this shortly after you saw the students leaving that appeared to be more serious to you?
Practically the same. Yeah, it was like they went, when the more serious students came by, the announcement went on.
Okay. Now, when you hear that announcement, what were you supposed to do?
I'm supposed to lock down.
Did you?
No.
What did you do?
I went to check the hallways to make sure people were okay.
When you first started to check the hallways, did you see anybody?
The hallways cleared so fast. When I made the turn down the 400 hallway, I ran into a teacher who was locking his door, and then a student came up who was running late. He asked if it was a drill. I let him know that it didn't matter if it was a drill or not, just you gotta take cover, get in there. And then I proceeded down the hallway. I was the only one in the hallway at that point.
Did you hear anything?
First, I smelled something. I smelled what I thought was cap gun. Later, figured out it was gunpowder. And then I heard two gunshots.
Where were you when you first smelled what you thought to be cap gun?
Probably by like the somewhere between 409 and 414.
So you were continuing to walk down that hallway, the 400 hallway, towards the 200 hallway? That's in yellow highlight?
Yes, that's where I heard the gunshots. I was going that direction.
You were walking towards the gunshots?
Yep. Yes.
As you walked down that hallway, did you see anybody else?
No.
Tell me where you went.
When I got to the end of the hallway, I realized how dumb this is. I turned left to go towards where I heard the gunshots.
So this hallway.
And I went towards 225.
So you came down the 400 hallway, you turned left towards 225?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw when you made a left.
I saw a student laying on the ground.
Did you know who he was?
I didn't at that time, no. His face was covered. And then as I continued a couple of steps, I could see another student walking my direction. He had just dropped his arm was up, and then he dropped his arm.
Did you recognize him?
Not at that point, no. He was too far away.
What did you do when you saw a student on the ground?
There was a garbage can between he and I, so I moved the garbage can out of the way, and I put my foot near him and nudged him and told him to stay there.
Did he respond?
No. No.
Could you tell if he was injured at that point?
You could tell he was injured.
What happened next?
Ethan then came into closer view, and I could tell it was Ethan.
He had been at the school where you were principal?
Yes.
Did you interact with him at all at Oxford High School?
Just normal, like how I interact with everybody. High fives, hugs, silly stuff that I do.
Okay.
I brought my elementary to the high school, so I just
Did you say anything to him?
When he got close enough to me that we were sharing the hallway, so he was kind of walking down the center and I was kind of over to the side, so we're probably 3 feet apart. I asked him if he's okay. It just didn't seem right that it would be him.
So I need to back up just a little bit. When you didn't know who it was at first, a student down the hallway, you said he had lowered his arm?
I knew it was a shooter when he was down the hallway.
Okay. Could you see if he was holding anything?
I could see a gun.
At that point, was he walking towards you or away from you?
He's walking towards me. It was when I realized it was Ethan that I didn't think he could possibly be the shooter is what happened. I know I said I knew he was a shooter down there, because I could rationalize that is a gun. He is putting that gun down. He just shot something.
Okay. Now, I know this is difficult, but I need you to use your teacher voice and speak
Okay.
as loud as you can. Thank you. You saw him coming towards you. How close, how far from him were you when you recognized who it was?
He was probably by the room 221 when I could tell who he was.
Okay.
And I was standing between 226 and that weight section there that, yeah. There's exit doors there.
Now, you said you said something to him?
Yeah, it seemed so odd that it was him. So I said, "Buddy, are you okay? What's going on?" And when he didn't respond to me and he looked away, that's when I knew it was him, that he was the shooter.
Did he point the gun at you?
He did not.
What did you do at that point?
I got on the walkie and I told my team that I have eyes on a shooter and I have a victim.
Now this hallway, 200 hallway, there's a curve to it.
Yeah, yes.
And he was walking, if we follow the mouse cursor here, he's walking down the 200 hallway towards 233, 237?
Yeah, he was walking that direction.
That direction?
Yes.
Did you watch where he went?
No.
What did you do?
There was a student who was injured, so I went to him. I didn't, I knew he needed me.
And I know you're aware, but there's been certain rulings by the court, so just in general terms, did you render aid to that student?
I did.
Could you tell if he was injured at that point?
Yes.
Did you recognize him?
Yeah, I knew it was another one of my students from Lakeville. Tate Near. It just took my breath away.
There's a ruling about how much detail they can go into on the injuries.
Were you were on the walkie-talkie, you said?
That's why they're skipping some of the details there.
So I let them know I had eyes on the shooter and that I had a victim. Kurt News asked me where I was. It's probably the biggest hallway we have, and I said I was in the 200 hallway. Kurt let me know that's a very big hallway and needed more direction. I don't know why I couldn't process the fact that, like, my exact location, I told him I was near the 400.
Okay. Did you stay with Tate until help arrived?
Yes.
Now, you have seen at least a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's 9. It's been admitted. It cannot be broadcast on the media.
All of it? I've never seen it, so you have to tell me.
The entire, this is a short clip of it. None of it can be broadcast.
Okay.
None of this is going to be shown.
You have, okay, so you guys are not video, okay. Everybody gets it?
Tight shot of the...
We're going to stop the live stream? Should we stop the live stream? Yes.
Yes, Jeff.
Yes, please. Okay. All right.
I do want to give notice to the jury as well. This is the moving image of a victim on this video.
Okay.
They're showing a video right now of the security camera down that hall, showing the video of what this witness just described.
Okay, Christy, tell us when we see you.
Assistant
I
principal.
am approaching right in the yellow jacket there, the gold jacket.
For the record, this is at 12:51 p.m. on November the 30th. So no one's come by at this point?
No. I forgot about, that's when he came by. He said, get the hell out of here. I don't know if you could see him running through there.
The first student?
And you see more students running. These kids are kind of laughing, and then you'll see me stopping. There we go. There's my walkie.
And you're walking down the
And
middle
I'm
hallway there?
walking towards the direction that the kids told me. They cleared the hallways very, very, very fast.
That's you at the top of the screen?
Yes, I didn't realize that we passed there. This is where the teacher came out. I'm checking another classroom to make sure they were okay. And then I'm continuing on.
The crying you're hearing is coming from the defense table. We aren't
This is
catch up.
where I'm
This is
saying-
from yesterday.
That's when I stepped aside, that's when I said I had eyes on the shooter, because he flinched a little bit, at least my perception that he did. This is where I moved the garbage
Tape on the
can.
ground?
That's tape. When I'm talking on the walkie, I try to step back a little bit, because I think it threw Ethan off a little. And so there he is coming up to me. And I start talking to him here. And I'm letting them know that I have a victim and I have a shooter. I'm asking them questions. And I turned my back on him and I came back to Tate, because I didn't know it was Tate then. And then that's what right there is when I know it's Tate.
So after the police arrive on scene, we've cut portions of it.
Yeah. So police arrived on scene and they were trying to figure out his name.
The shooter's name?
Yes, and so I left Tate to go tell them who it was, and then I went right back to Tate. I did not want to be away from Tate. I was telling Ken, his name's Ethan.
Thank you for your statement.
We're going to head across, you can resume, they can resume the live stream, right? So,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, is the prosecution further
Yes.
I'm sorry, I really can't think straight.
oh, yeah, I think he said what he said. He's
Yes.
finished, yeah.
Okay. I have no questions for you, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can this witness be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, he takes it down and excuse.
Thank you.
Who's next witness?
This can be bad.
Is there any way we can have like a minute?
Say it again.
I'm like so sorry. Can we just have a minute, like a break or can we have a 10-minute break, please?
Sure. Sure. I'm going to give you a 10-minute break, okay?
All rise for the jury.
is comforting the defendant. Both of them appear to have been crying.
You may be seated.
Can we talk in chambers, Your Honor?
I just need my client to have a minute to like.
Okay, sure. Okay, sure. I guess I want to. You can all be seated. I want to confirm with the deputies. I've done about a bajillion trials in the courthouse. I wasn't always under the understanding that the defendant had to go downstairs every time to take a break. But is that what you're?
I've been ordered by my sergeant.
Okay, well. All right. Okay, so you have to take her downstairs right now. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna have about a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
That'll probably change.
Why, is there something you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, are we on the record? Can we go on the record, Your Honor?
Are we on the record?
You can go back on the record.
Okay. You want to be on the record?
Yes.
Okay. You can be seated. Okay. You are on the record.
Your Honor, this court, upon the defense's request, instructed the prosecutors not to show emotion. You instructed the prosecutors to tell our witnesses not to show emotion. And you instructed us to let our victims know. I understand the ruling, Your Honor. I do. You're concerned about influence of the jury. I take no issue with it. But it was a difficult thing. It's difficult, and we're doing it. And then to have not just the defendant, her lawyer, sit there sobbing. So that
I did not sob.
I just want to finish, Your Honor. I just want to finish. I think if that is the instruction, we are trying really hard to respect the court's instruction because I understand the reason for it.
Okay, I didn't tell people not to show emotion. Some of that is involuntary, but there have been times in this courtroom during trials when people will show facial expressions, or things like that, or make comments. I understand this is a very emotional situation for everyone here, right? If someone was audibly sobbing in the audience, I would hope that they would exit. And as you said, the reason for it. I didn't tell anybody not to show emotion. I guess some emotion is involuntary, so I guess I'm asking what you're asking.
Did you see
I think
that?
It should apply to both sides.
Your Honor, first of all, I was
She
not
just turned around
sobbing,
with her fingers.
and this is horrific. This
I've
is horrific.
never seen this before.
It's horrific. That's why we asked the court not to play it. This is horrific. I don't know how the prosecutor. She's watched it 100 times with these witnesses. It's horrific.
You've had this video for over 2 years.
I don't know. I don't have this video. I have to go to their office to watch it.
You've seen it?
No, I haven't. Because it's not necessary. It's not relevant to my client's case. We've already litigated this, but we're doing our best. We were not sobbing or making a scene in any way. All my eye makeup's still on. I checked my camera.
I'm not having.
I need to run to the bathroom. I need a break.
Okay, we're having a break. That's what we're doing. And you gotta keep your voices down because
I'm sorry.
The walls are cardboard in here, so.
Walls are cardboard.
Okay. All right. Everyone here is human, right? Everyone here is human. I understand that. I'm striving really hard to keep both sides of fair trial, and if people don't at least try to check themselves, to exit if it's that excruciating, which I know it is. I'm not a robot. I'm trying to keep myself from sobbing. I'll do it at 6 o'clock tonight, okay?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Your Honor, we don't have the option to leave the courtroom. We're trying our best. We're trying. I promise you, we are trying our best.
All right.
Thank you.
Everybody needs to take a deep breath. She has to go downstairs, right? And we're going to call you right, have her come. Right. How long do you think the next witness is? I'm bringing lunch in for the
Next witnesses can be back. I anticipate very brief questioning.
Okay, because I'm having their lunch delivered so they don't have to commingle with people in the cafeteria.
It should be less than 30 minutes, so
Okay,
it'll work
okay.
out.
All right.
Okay.
Are we going to break then after that witness?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right. I apologize.
No, it's bad though. It's horrifying. It's
horrifying.
It is horrifying.
We're trying.
Okay.
We'll keep trying. All right.
Okay, we're gonna have a break here. We're gonna skip it. So let me do what I do on this end to try to get this to be. Every time we skip a break, I have to redo the audio matchup. So, 239, 32, 251. All right.
All right.
We skipped the break. We're just waiting for everyone to be in position, including the defendant. And I believe the defendant has to be brought upstairs. I wonder if that ruling is going to change. The sheriff's, the chief, I don't know, the deputy, whoever's in charge, the boss in charge of the courtroom says every time the court takes a break, the defendant has to be taken downstairs. Now they are the sheriff. This is the judge's courtroom, and so she sort of rules, but at the same time, the sheriff is responsible for the safety of the building and the people who attend the trial, including the defendant, because she's in custody. They're responsible for her safety. And so they take measures and they have procedures that will help protect her and make it easier for them to protect her and to protect the whole operation of the court. So we're waiting for audio to come back here. Just give me 1 second. The two witnesses we've had so far have not testified to why the mom would be responsible for this. Why she's culpable in this case. Just 1 second here. Yeah, I think we've got it synced up. I think we're close enough. Waiting for audio. Let's see if we can turn on this one.
Both. Well, yeah, so.
Okay. Is there any way I can move the microphone? Do we need it?
I don't know. That is so not my department. I still own my 8-track. So.
I still own my 8-track.
You may have the microphone on the podium.
Yeah.
Your clerk has asked me to kill audio when we are in session, so I'll do that from now on.
Oh, okay. So, but when we're in session, audio's on, so I don't know.
Is this the microphone that's catching it?
I don't think that's it.
There's a microphone on the back of the podium.
Is it this one?
Yes.
I guess it would have to be.
Oh, it's this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to be able to talk to my client. I can't only write notes with her, and
okay. I guess I don't know what to say.
When we're off session, I've been asked to turn them off, and I will.
Okay, when we're on the record, can you hear?
Yes.
Because it sounds
to me.
I
can hear what's going on in the courtroom when we're on the record.
Okay, I'm asking though if you can hear myself and my client and my co-counsel talking at the table.
They're live microphones, so to pick up what's going on in here. So when we're on record.
Well, it seems like one of the things I'm telling you is just to be mindful of it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we will be.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sure we'll hear more.
Yeah, we'll hear it all.
Your Honor, just so the court's aware, the next. Oh, sorry.
Oh, we're not on the record, I guess.
Sorry.
Are we on the record?
Maybe.
Go ahead. We're bringing the jury in.
You're
Next witness is Kami Back, exhibits 24 through 30.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I just wanted to place in the record to make it easier. The defense has no objection to exhibits 24 through 30.
Okay.
I know the court will check with me, but I just want you to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. If you're bringing Kami back, well, I guess we might want to bring the jury in before we do that, right?
Make sure.
It would take an audio engineer to monitor that. Much like we've seen in other courts, basically they turn the audio on and off with one switch instead of specific mics in the courtroom. Once the mics are set, they really don't change the settings. It would take an audio engineer to turn off specific mics to not catch the discussion that the defendant is having with the client. And I don't think they have that set up. So many bailiffs. So many bailiffs.
All right for the jury?
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that the two birds. There, I mean, when she was talking about crying, she was pointing to her eyes. I don't think it was intentional from the bird. I think she was talking about her makeup, and she used her middle finger to indicate where the makeup was. But it looked like two birds.
Thank you, Ms. Kami Back.
Good morning. Good morning. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm the testimony about the witness is true, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Kami Back.
And spell your first and last name, please.
CAMMYBACK.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Ms. Back, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice nice and loud for me, okay?
Okay.
Now, is it true, Miss, that you work at a retail store that sells firearms?
Yes.
And that's in Oxford, Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
4 years.
And what's your current title?
Office manager?
Have you always been the office manager?
No.
As office manager, do you assist with gun sales?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what did you do before you became the office manager?
I was a counter.
I'm sorry?
I worked the counter.
Okay, the counter?
Yes.
Okay, so you would deal with customers?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the procedure when someone purchases a firearm?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there is a specific process when somebody purchases a handgun, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that, please?
So when you come in to purchase a firearm, whether it's a handgun or a long gun, we have to have your ID. You have to fill out a 4473.
What's that?
It's a federal firearms form for the
Okay.
customer. Once that is done, myself or whoever will run a NICS check on the computer.
Okay, can you tell us what that is?
That is where you send it over to, I just lost my train of thought. To the FBI, and then they take it from there.
Okay. Do you know what happens with that when you
I
send it
do
to the
not.
FBI?
Nope.
So you take this information in, and
2 to 3 weeks.
Customer fills out certain forms, and you send that off?
Yes.
Okay. And how long does that process usually take?
Sometimes it could take seconds, sometimes it could take up to 30 minutes
Okay.
or longer.
Is someone able to walk in and buy a firearm, or to buy a firearm and walk out with that gun purchase that day?
As long as they pass the background check.
As long as everything checks out?
Yes.
Now, what happens if things don't check out, or if there's some kind of delay? Does that ever happen?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me about that.
So if a customer is delayed, we are giving them a Brady date, which is 5 days. Within those 5 days, the NICS check could come back as a proceed, or it could come back as a denied. After 5 days, if there's no response, then we are allowed to hand the firearm over to the customer.
Okay. Do you know the circumstances in the background why somebody might be approved or denied?
I do not.
Okay. Now, when the store you work at sells a firearm, do you also provide a ATF pamphlet on handgun safety?
Yes.
Is that with every handgun purchase?
With every handgun, yes.
Okay. And tell me about that pamphlet, please. What kind of information is contained in there?
It just states the do's and the don'ts as far as, you know, when you buy a firearm, child safety, how to lock it, just to pretty much keep your firearm safe and out of the hands of, you know, anyone that doesn't need to have it.
Okay. And that is provided by the ATF?
Yes.
Okay. That's the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms?
Yes.
All right. Does your store also provide a trigger lock statement?
Yes.
Okay. And is that one of the standard forms that has to come with the firearms purchase?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me what that is, please.
So it's just the trigger lock form, we take and we make sure we check the box, that it has the lock in the box, and that it has a box that can be locked.
Okay. Now we say the lock in the box. What do you mean by that?
The trigger lock.
Okay, so when your store sells a firearm, you also provide a lock with it?
Yes.
Okay. And that's not an actual gun safe, correct? That's a smaller locking device?
Yes.
All right. And that happens with every handgun sale from your store?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to November the 26th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. And were you working?
Yes, I was.
Did you, well, first of all, I should ask you, as office manager and someone who's been employed at the store for 4 years, every time a firearm is sold, is there a receipt kept?
Yes.
Okay. On November the 26th, 2021, did you sell a handgun to James Crumbley?
I did.
Okay. And was he there with somebody else during that purchase?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Was it an adult or was it a teenager?
Teenager.
Okay. Did you come to learn who that person was?
Later, yes.
Okay. And you came to learn that it was the defendant's 15-year-old son?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't know that at the time?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, during the purchase between yourself and James Crumbley, did his son do anything?
Never.
Okay, so he was there present, but he didn't interact with you?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention also to June the 15th, 2021. Did James Crumbley make another purchase of a firearm that day?
That I cannot say.
Okay. If I showed you receipts, would that refresh your memory, you think?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is go through some exhibits with you. They'll be on the screen in front of you. These are all stipulated to. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 24. This is, do you recognize this as a receipt from the store you work at?
Yes.
Okay. This is June the 15th, 2021. Do you see the date?
Yes.
All right. And the purchaser is James Robert Crumbley.
Yes.
And it has his address. And it has the item purchase. And that's a Cobra Classic for $180 total.
Yes.
And that's actually a 22 Derringer pistol. Is that correct?
Yes.
24 has been admitted, I believe, with stipulation.
I believe that Ms. Smith was willing to stipulate to 24 to 30. Is that correct?
That's correct.
24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 are admitted. So.
Thank you, Jeff. This is Exhibit 25 right here. It says pistol sales record. Can you tell us about that, please?
So each time that a pistol is sold, we have to provide the customer with a pistol record. They are given those and they are instructed to have those dropped within 10 days of the purchase.
Okay. Now, this has a description of the pistol, is that right?
Yes.
So it says, this is the Cobra Classic we just saw the receipt for. Do you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay, and it says pistol shot in the number 2. What does that mean?
It's a 2-shot.
Okay, so it's a small handgun?
Yes.
And barrel length 2.25. Is that in inches?
Yes.
Okay. It says purchase transfer date is June the 16th of 2021, whereas the receipt was June the 15th, 2021. Can you tell us what happened there?
So I believe that Mr. Crumbley may have gotten a delay on June 15th, and he had to proceed either later in the day on June 15th, or he may have gotten a proceed early morning on June 16th.
Okay. And that's because there's some kind of delay in the background information?
Yes.
Ms. Mack, is it true that some handguns sold by the store actually come with their own cable locks, not just from the retailer themselves?
Yes.
Okay. So, whereas on November the 26th, you provided a lock, not every handgun has to be provided a lock by your store.
Yes, it does.
Because the manufacturer gives the lock themselves.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't think that was clear, so I just want to back up for a second.
So some guns that come in from the manufacturer do not provide locks. We
Okay.
have to provide those.
Got it.
Sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. No,
Okay.
that's my fault, not yours. The 6 Hour, for example, they do not provide their own locks, is that right?
Some they do, some they do not.
Okay. And if they don't, then you would fill in that gap.
Yes.
All right. Now this is Exhibit 26. This is a receipt, James Robert Crumbley, June the 16th. And this is the Caltech P17 22LR. Total price $349. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, this is Exhibit 26. And again, this is June the 16th. That's the day that he would have received the Derringer.
Yes.
Okay, right? Okay. And here's Exhibit 27, which is the actual pistol sales record. And again, purchase transfer date June 17th of 21. So there was a delay in this purchase as well?
Yes.
Okay. And this description is, it's a 16 shot, barrel length is 3.8 inches.
Yes.
So it's bigger than the Derringer.
Yes.
Now moving on to Exhibit 28. This is from November the 26th of 21, the date we've already spoke of. So this is a receipt, total of $519.35. And again, James Robert Crumbley. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the day you recall seeing somebody with him?
Yes.
His son. Okay. Do you recall if his son was with him in June, or did you not complete that purchase?
I did not complete that purchase.
Okay, that's fair. But as office manager, you can tell us that those records are from your store.
Yes.
Okay. Here's Exhibit 29. This is the pistol sales record. And this is from the Sig Sauer on November 26th, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a 15 shot and it's 3.75 inch barrel.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And he walked out with that gun on November the 26th, 2021? Because that's the date that we have right there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, hypothetically speaking, if there was a 15-year-old who walked in your store and tried to buy a handgun, would you let him?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that would be illegal, right?
Yes.
Okay. Here's Exhibit 30. This is a portion of the firearms transaction record. I think you referred to it as a 4473. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. And was this provided, this was filled out by James Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the purpose of this form here?
That is to keep a record for ATF for all firearms that are sold.
So there's certain boxes are checked here, and the condition of the gun is notified. In this case, it was used.
Yes.
Okay. And the purchaser has to assert certain things before he can walk out with that gun. Is that right?
Yes.
And one of those boxes are you the actual transferee, or you are the actual buyer of the gun, and it's not for somebody else.
Right.
Because it is not legal for someone to buy a gun for somebody else through your store, correct?
No, it is.
Well, that person has to come in and fill out this paperwork, is that
Yes.
right? Right. So it would not be legal for a adult, for example, to check this box that the gun is for himself.
That would be a straw man purchase?
Yes.
Can you tell us the difference between a cable lock and a trigger lock?
So a cable lock, you have to take the slide off of the pistol and run the cable through the barrel and bring it out and to lock. Trigger lock goes directly on the trigger.
Okay. And do you recall what was provided to James Crumbley on November the 26th?
I believe it was a cable lock.
A cable lock, okay, so it looks like a rope.
Yes.
And then at the end of the rope, there is a locking mechanism?
Yes.
And then that's fastened by a key, would that be right?
Correct, yes.
There's some firearms that can't be secured with a cable lock versus trigger lock, or is it unique to certain guns that you need one versus the other?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Does your store always provide either a cable lock or trigger lock, or does it depend?
We provide both.
Both?
Yes.
Okay. But on this particular occasion, on November of 2021, it was a cable lock.
It was a cable lock, yes.
I have nothing further. Oh, hang on one second. Sorry. Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Cross. Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to go back through the exhibits. Would it be easiest if I had the prosecution go back through them if I ask, or is it easier if I just transfer it to my laptop? Okay. Very easy. Okay. Can you put up exhibit number 24, please? Just so that the jury can see it. And if you want, I can put it on my computer. I have them.
Oh, we have another flash drive, don't we, that we provided to the defense?
I have them on my computer. Do you want me to take the reins and use my laptop?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we just need to switch this over then.
Oh, gosh.
Hit that button, and then I've got to plug in my...
Okay, we have technical difficulties, but I think she's got it under control.
Great, and I'm just going to pull up the exhibits on the laptop while Mr. Godwin plugs them in.
Trying to get our cameras synced up here. This is a nightmare. It's such a tough one to sync up.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Smith, and I represent Mrs. Crumbley. I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and if I ask anything confusing, can you please just slow me down and let me know?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. It's not my job to confuse you. I want to make sure you understand each question I ask.
That's just a bonus.
Okay. The first exhibit the prosecution showed, Exhibit 24, which was admitted, is a receipt for a Derringer gun. And I just want to be clear that Derringer gun was purchased by James Crumbley, correct?
I cannot say.
If you look at the receipt.
By the receipt, yes.
Okay, so by the receipt, it indicates James Crumbley purchased the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, I'm sorry.
And it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on that receipt.
No.
Okay. We talked about Exhibit 25, the pistol sales record. And this was the pistol that was bought back in June of 2021. On this receipt, or I'm sorry, on this pistol sales record, James Crumbley is the person who purchased this pistol. Is that correct?
Yes.
Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on this pistol sales receipt, correct? No. I'm sorry?
No.
Thank you. All right, Exhibit 26 was admitted. This is a receipt from a Kel-Tec gun that was purchased, correct?
Yes.
And again, on this receipt, it indicates that James Robert Crumbley purchased the gun.
Yes.
And Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on that receipt.
No.
You can see the tactic here. They're trying to distance the defendant from the husband.
All right, I'm turning to Exhibit 27, which was admitted. This is the pistol sales receipt from the Caltech that we just talked about in the prior receipt. I'm sorry, this is the sales record. The sales record
Doesn't mean they're turning on each other.
James
It's just a
Crumbley
legal
bought
strategy.
This gun.
Yes.
Okay, and Jennifer Crumbley's name is not listed as the purchaser, or she's not anywhere on this record, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to number 28, which has been admitted. This is the receipt from the Sig Sauer that was purchased in November of 2021, correct?
Yes.
You have a direct memory of the purchase on this Sig Sauer gun, correct?
Yes.
And on this receipt, this gun was purchased by James Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
The receipt does not have Jennifer Crumbley's name.
No.
And when this gun was purchased, James Crumbley was accompanied by a teenage boy and no one else, correct?
Correct.
And you were testifying that you didn't have any interactions with the teenage boy who was with Mr. Crumbley.
Correct.
And when you saw this teenage boy with Mr. Crumbley, there was nothing about him that stood out to you as unusual or weird or something that would have raised concern about selling the gun to James Crumbley with his son, correct? No. I'm sorry. The court's making a record, so it's really important we talk one at a time. I'm not trying to cut you off in any way. I just need to make sure the record's really clear.
Sure.
So I'm just going to re-ask, and I'm doing it just to have a clear record. When you saw Ethan Crumbley with Mr. Crumbley buying the gun, there was nothing about him that concerned you about selling the weapon to Mr. Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And on that date, you vividly remember it was only the two of them at the gun store purchasing that weapon, correct?
Correct.
And again, on Exhibit 29, this is the pistol sales receipt. Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on the pistol sales receipt, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to open Exhibit 30, which has been admitted. This is the firearms transaction receipt. This is specific to the November gun that was purchased, the Sig Sauer, correct?
Yes.
And on this form, James Crumbley is the only adult that filled out this form, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer Crumbley's name does not appear anywhere on this form.
No.
And the information provided was all provided by James Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And you cannot sell a weapon to a 15-year-old who walks into your store if they came in and wanted to buy a gun, correct?
Correct.
And if you don't know the answers to these questions, I can ask someone else, but I'm going to ask you, when a parent buys a gun, a parent has a right to take their child to a shooting range, correct?
Yes.
A parent has a right to take their child hunting, correct?
Yes.
A parent has a right, when they own a gun, to allow their child to use the gun at things like a gun range or hunting or along those lines, correct?
Yes.
You testified that with the Sig Sauer gun, it did not come from the manufacturer with a lock, correct? A cable lock.
That was a used gun.
Okay, so the used gun did not come with a cable lock in the case, correct?
It may have.
If it didn't, you provided a cable lock
Yes.
to that gun.
Yes.
And in order to take a cable lock off a gun, you have to use a key, correct?
Yes.
And the key is, it's not just any key, it's a key specific to that cable lock, correct?
Yes.
Most of them are
And
easy to open. Just
in Michigan, there is no, as far as you know, and if you don't know, you can tell me and I can ask another witness, there is no requirement that a person has to store a gun in a safe, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. That's calling for legal conclusion.
Well, it is. It is calling for legal conclusion, isn't it? I'm assuming you guys could stipulate to that at some point, but.
Either way, it's not appropriate for this
Or-
witness.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
That's
take
the
care of
police
that
officer,
later.
Yeah.
Okay. When you sell guns to people at your store, you also, you're not required to also sell them a safe for that gun, correct?
Correct.
As a precaution, if it does not come with a cable lock, you make sure that every gun that leaves your store is sent out with a cable lock if one can be put on that gun, correct?
Cable lock or trigger lock?
Or trigger lock?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There is not any time that you recall seeing Mrs. Crumbley at the store looking at guns, considering buying a gun, anything along those lines, correct?
Correct.
And of course, I don't expect your memory's perfect. I'm just asking by recollection, you don't recall that Mrs. Crumbley was in there.
She was not, no.
It's also not illegal for a father to bring children in or a teenager in with them to purchase a weapon, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Crumbley is not the only person who has ever been in the store purchasing a weapon with minors present, correct?
Correct.
And there is nothing that when you come to the door of the store that says minors cannot enter the store or look at what you have in terms of your stock, correct?
Correct.
May I have just a minute? Sure. I have no further questions, thank you.
Just very briefly. Ms. Beck, I'm just going to clear a few things up. I'm afraid I wasn't terribly clear with these things. First of all, after the shooting in Oxford High School, agents from the ATF, they came and spoke with you. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. And ATF, that's the government agency that sort of regulates the firearms transactions.
Yes.
Okay, at least to your understanding.
Yes.
Okay. And when you, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Do you recall on November the 26th when that Sig Sauer was sold to James Crumbley, if he shopped around at all or if he went right to that gun?
He went right to that gun.
And did he make any statements about that?
That he had had his eye on
Your
it
Honor,
for some time.
I would object to the hearsay of the co-defendant who's not present in this trial.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, sir, the judge. It's offered to show that he went right for that gun.
Well, I guess he asked whether or not he looked around. He didn't look at anything else.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. And were you able to tell if that transaction for the Sig Sauer on 11/26/21 was for cash or for credit?
It was cash.
Cash, okay. And you did that by comparing the receipts on November the 26th, and there were no credit or check transactions that have been made in the amount of $519.35.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Nothing further.
Can I ask you, there's also an Exhibit 31. And what this
Oh, that's going to come through Agent Brandon.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you didn't have to bring this up a stack. I'm an excuse her. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Please step down and excuse.
Thank you.
your lunch is here.
Yay!
Okay,
Lunch is here.
The fact that we're providing lunch doesn't mean that you can't leave the building or go out to your car or do things like that.
We're going to give you lunch, but you don't have to eat it.
Avoid any interactions in the cafeteria that could impact you. I don't want people talking to you, and I just want you to feel comfortable. All right. So your lunch is in the cafeteria. It's an hour. We'll come back at about, if you can return to the jury room at 10 after 1, your lunches are in the jury room. Don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any research. Don't go on Facebook. Don't read any news on your phone or computer or otherwise. And don't discuss the case with anybody. And we'll be back at about 10 after 1.
Okay, so
All right, for the jury.
I'm not sure if they're going to deal with anything during the break here. It's a young-looking bailiff right there. It's in the right, on this screen right here, right in the middle. I don't know what would the counter be. I want it to be something that would be interesting, but
Anybody, anything? Anybody? Okay, you're going to take her down. We're going to watch the door.
So we're going to update. We're going to fast forward. I just barely got them synced up together. Now we have to skip ahead again. See where we are.
Recording stopped.
Recording stopped. Let's see. We have to take a lunch. Timeouts in chat. Let's see. I sort of want to take a very quick lunch. I know we're playing catch up and we've got a lot to do here, but give me a second. We don't need Judge Doro. That's no bueno. Let's go back. Let's see. I'm hearing there's some good stuff out of Thurston, and if we don't get it now, we won't get it ever. I don't know. I'm not like Law Talk with Mike. He has like a team of people that get videos for him. I'm on my own here. I'm not sure if any of you are able to record stuff for me. But let's see. Thurston. Let's see. Let's go here. We need this. Video 2. Watched all of this one. Now we need this one. Okay, hang on one second. I'm trying to get caught up here. I think this is after lunch. Let's double check. Yes. Okay, we're good. Bring that full screen. It's hard work, guys. I'm working here. I'm not just. Are we still here? Are we still here? Please tell me I didn't just shut down the stream, because I did turn the off button on. Is everybody still here? Can I get a thumbs up? No, if I get the package, we're going to do a live. We're going to interrupt and do an unboxing. We're gonna go to lunch. You'll behave. I'm watching like a hawk. It says out for delivery right now. Okay, we're still here. Yeah. But can you really turn on the off button? This is the benefit of having hardware and then having software to back it up. So I kept it open, never actually shut down the stream, but I turned off the stream feed and I just turned it back on again. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to get going with the after lunch video, which starts about right here. Let's see if we have some audio. Yes, we do. So let's take that, and now I'm going to try to get synced up with what's going to happen in our other direction, our other feed. Should be able to sync it up once the jury arrives. This shot is looking over the jury box right now. prepped. Sheena, thank you for the 6 months of support. Look at that yellow courthouse. It looks great. Chris, they're bringing cameras and controllers for our future courtroom use. Okay. We're gonna skip this part. We're gonna go over here instead. Ready? We're going to jump here because I think they're coming back from lunch. And I'll catch up on the other one. Kennedy Smith, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. That's super generous. Thank you, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate that no one should be having any discussions with you. So if someone approaches you, you should tell me right away. I heard some things that I heard that a juror on a case that was selected Monday was approached, and the sheriff's department is doing an investigation with regard to that. So if anything like that happens, please let me know immediately. Right?
Judge, not by allegation isn't by a lawyer. Just
no, it wasn't by a lawyer. It was alleged to have been by someone from the media who thought that jurors for another judge were jurors for this case, and it was someone from the media.
Whoa!
So I just want to
they thought it was a sitting juror, and they approached
some people do not follow my orders.
That's not good.
All right, who's the next witness?
Special Agent Brandon.
Mary, thank you.
For the record, we did speak with the counsel in stipulation to the admission of all exhibits to this witness.
Mary, prayers for you and your son.
75, Judge.
Your Honor, just give me 1 second.
Okay, sure.
Yes, that's correct. I just was checking the number. Thank you. I'm sorry. 31 was listed as, but you're going to do it for you.
Okay, it's listed as back, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so I'll help you God?
I do.
Could you pull the door toward you, have a step up, have a seat, and could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Yes, Brandon, B-R-E-T-T, Brandon, B-R-A-N-D-O-N.
Thank you, Josh. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
All right, just to let everyone know, there's a lot of exhibits here, so Mark and I are going to try to do this, at least get the exhibits together to be as efficient and quick as possible. Special Agent, what's your formal title?
It's a Special Agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, commonly referred to as the ATF.
All right, and as part of as being a Special Agent in the ATF, what are you assigned to right now?
Right now I'm assigned to the Pontiac Gun Violence Task Force. It's a partnership with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office focused on investigating the criminal possession and use of firearms, specifically shooting investigations.
Okay, and for those of us who don't, or people might not know exactly, it should be common sense with the name, but what does the ATF do?
The ATF enforces the nation's arson, explosives, and firearms laws, but as you might expect, our primary focus is on enforcing the federal firearms laws.
I've been interviewed by them, not willingly.
Laws or regulations in any way?
Yes, so as I stated before, I'm on the Pontiac Gun Violence Task Force, and through that and other partnerships, we commonly embed with and work with state and local law enforcement on a daily basis.
So you do still enforce state laws in that capacity?
Yes, investigate state crimes, yes, with the state and locals.
Investigate, thank you. Can you tell the jury what your background and experience is?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Oakland University. I also went to law school for 1 year at the Catholic University of America. I then went to the ATF National Academy and completed the requisite training to become a special agent.
So you would rather be a special agent than a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. And how many years have you been in the ATF?
No hesitation on that.
I've been an agent for a little over 10 years, and I've been with the agency for nearly 15 this summer. I was a student intern working primarily in intelligence for 4 years, both in undergrad and that 1 year of law school.
Okay. Approximately how many shooting investigations have you been involved in?
Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yes.
And you testified earlier your job is to enforce and investigate federal firearm laws, but do you have a general understanding of state firearm laws?
Yes, I investigate crimes committed within the state of Michigan involving firearms as a part of my assignment on the task force and other previous assignments with that task force setting. Yes.
Okay. Special Agent, do you know who Jennifer Crumbley is?
Yes,
Do you see her anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you describe what she's wearing?
She's got a gray and white sweater on, seated at the defense table in the middle.
Thank you. May the record reflect he's properly identified.
The record reflect the incredible identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
How did you get involved in the investigation on this prosecution and one with the shooter? Can you explain to the jury how that happened?
Yes, I'm the federal agent assigned to the Oxford shooting investigation.
Okay, and let's go back to November 30th. Do you remember where you were that day?
Yes.
Where were you in the morning?
I was in the Detroit Field Division office in downtown Detroit.
Okay, and when did you first hear of the shooting?
Within several minutes of the shooting, an assistant special agent in charge at the time came into my partner and I's office and informed me that there had been a shooting at Oxford High School. He knew that I grew up in a surrounding town, was aware of the area, and wanted to inform me. I immediately grabbed my things and ran out the door out to my car and drove north.
Okay, you've responded, and part of your job, do you respond to active shooters?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard about the Oxford shooting, did anyone assign you or tell you you had to drive there and go to the scene?
No.
And did anyone else in your office at that moment go with you?
At that time, I think information was still coming in. At that time, I don't think anyone had responded yet. No.
And what made you go immediately?
I had familiarity with the area. I knew exactly how to get to Oxford High School. I'd also been involved in another investigation recently with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office at that time. I had a close relationship with them and thought that I'd be able to get on the ground quickly and help out in any way I could.
And this was the community that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. About how long was it after you heard that you left the building?
Immediately. My chair was still spinning, according to my partner.
So was your partner there when you left?
No, he had stepped out for a minute.
And when he came back, your chair was spinning?
Yes.
Okay. So how long does it take you to drive from downtown Detroit to Oxford High School in a normal day?
With traffic, could be quite a time, definitely around an hour.
All right. Talk to me about once you got on the road, on the way up there.
As I started driving on the freeway, I believe it was when I got to the Troy area, the Big Beaver exit, that I began to notice other law enforcement with their lights and sirens activated, also driving north on 75 and joining somewhat of, I'd call it, a caravan on I-75, joining other people.
What was the rate of speed?
It was a race.
It was fast, but it was safe.
So there was no traffic. Was everyone moving to the side of the road?
Yes, people were getting over at that time, yes.
Okay. As you drove, were you aware whether or not it was a false alarm or if it was a real active shooting situation?
As I drove, I began to receive information from our intelligence employees that it was indeed a real shooting and that we're reporting there were victims and fatalities.
Okay. Do you remember who else you talked to on the way to the shooting?
I spoke to ATF Intelligence Research Specialist Michael Malone. At one point, I also spoke to my wife.
About how long did it take you to get there?
Approximately 35 minutes.
It's an hour drive.
You arrived
Did it in 35
with a
minutes.
caravan of other first responders?
Yes, as I got off a little Pier Road or M24 to drive north towards the high school, it was like the Red Sea had parted and everyone was parked on the right side of the road. And there was a caravan now of people coming from Auburn Hills and Pontiac, unmarked cars, marked cars, and joining that caravan to get to the high school.
Lights and sirens?
Yes.
What did you observe when you approached the Oxford High School complex?
When I arrived at the school, I saw some Oakland County deputies that I had known from prior cases, as well as other people from other departments starting to run towards the school. At that point, I don't exactly recall when I learned that the shooter was in custody, but I knew there was no gunfire going on and no one was moving as if the threat was still active. It became clear to me that not the scene was secure, but that the threat had been either eliminated or detained.
Did you see any students in the parking lot or around?
No.
Were you able to determine where the students were?
Yes, as I drove past, I believe it's the Meyer there, it seemed like there was way more cars than normal in that parking lot, so I assumed that's where they were meeting.
Okay. So you approached the building and did you enter the building?
Yes.
Which entrance? Can you go?
It would have been...
Never mind, it's going to be too much. We had a map of the school that we admitted earlier, but where in relation to that hallway did you approach the building?
I arrived at the main entrance, which would be off Ray Road, and where the parents would drop off their students in the morning or pick them up in the afternoon and the buses go. I arrived at that entrance.
Okay, when you approached the entrance, were you allowed in?
Yes, my law enforcement status was verified and I was allowed to enter the building, yes.
Okay, tell the jury what you did.
As I entered, I realized that they were on their, I believe at that time, their second clear of the building to make sure that it was safe. Again, I had worked with other individuals from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and they informed me that Lieutenant Willis was in charge. At that time, I thought the best use of my federal abilities and assistance would be to locate the firearm and start the urgent trace.
So I just want to stop you there, backing up. You go into the building, and when you say it was a second clear, so just to make sure everybody knows, that means the students were no longer there.
Yes, the students have been evacuated at that time, yes.
The shooter was in custody? Were you able to learn that?
Yes, during that time is when I learned that the shooter was in custody.
Okay, and what was the scene like when you approached? And how many people did you see?
There were dozens, if not 100 law enforcement officers in the main front office area of the school.
Okay, and you were told that Lieutenant Willis was the ranking officer in charge?
Yes.
Okay, this guy right here?
That's right.
Okay, and did you track him down?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was standing in front of the administrative offices in the front of the school.
Okay, and what did you do?
I told him that I was from ATF. I believe some other people let him know who I was as well. And then I asked if I could get the identifying information and physically observe the firearm used in the shooting.
Why did you do that?
So to start a trace to determine who first bought the firearm, I needed to know the make, model, and serial number of the firearm. And I wanted to physically inspect it to make sure that the information I was getting was accurate.
Okay, but it might seem like an obvious question, but that's also what the ATF does, correct?
Yes, that's our primary role in a situation like this. In addition to being, responding to the active shooter situation, that is the number one thing that we offer that other people can't start themselves. Yeah.
Okay, and so what was Lieutenant Willis's response to that request?
Lieutenant Willis brought me to where the firearm was located. It was in a trash receptacle with some other items, I believe a couple magazines and maybe the shooter's cell phone, and I was allowed to take pictures of those items and markings, and I transmitted that information to ATF Intelligence Research Specialist Michael Malone to start the urgent trace.
Okay, when you say a trash bin, this wasn't a stationary thing. This was someplace the weapon and the magazines were placed there by some law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, to basically contain them.
Yes.
All right, and had they been touched? Do you know?
To my knowledge, they hadn't been touched. I know the firearm was made safe, and a round was ejected to make sure there was no other additional rounds in the firearm. But other than that, I don't think it had been handled at that point.
Okay.
We're going to do an objections counter if that's okay.
Immediately started tracing the gun, you said?
I can't think of anything else to count on this trial.
And then what did you do?
It was learned through that process that an individual in Rochester, Michigan had purchased that firearm.
I'm sorry, Special Agent Liz. Describe the weapon. Were you able to tell what kind of weapon it was?
Yes, it was a Sig Sauer SP 2022 9mm pistol with a specified serial number.
Okay. And you, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you were able to find out who owned the gun?
Yes. So based on the tracing process, which ATF can contact the manufacturer to find out who they sold the firearm to, and that would be a federal firearms licensee. Most people call them gun stores, but they're federally licensed gun stores. Through that process, that gun store gets contacted, and then they provide the information that identifies the first purchaser of the firearm in interstate commerce. And that information identified an individual in Rochester. Two special agents went and spoke to that individual, who stated they sold it back to the gun store in Oxford, and then those agents then responded to Oxford.
How quickly was that happening?
Within an hour.
They found out in an hour to go to this individual in Rochester who said he already sold it back to the federally licensed store.
Yes, I don't know how long it was between the actual start of the tracing process to when they eventually made it back to the gun store, but it was very quick.
And again, the way you trace a weapon is what? Can you tell the jury?
Yes. So the tracing process, federal firearms licensees, gun stores have to maintain records. It's called the 4473 that shows who they sold the firearm to. They're paper copies held at the business. And so ATF would contact the manufacturer to find out who the manufacturer sold this firearm to.
But how do they identify which gun it is?
It's based on the make, model, and serial number of the firearm.
So every firearm has its own individual serial number?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said agents were doing that, and they ended up at the store where the gun was sold back to, correct?
Yes,
all right.
correct.
What were you doing during this time?
At that time, I looked for Lieutenant Sam Marsban of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. I had, again, worked with him on prior cases and wanted to see what I could assist with. It became clear that the Oakland County Sheriff's Office was beginning to type a search warrant for a residence in Oxford, the Crumbley residence on East Street. And I began gathering facts and creating timelines for Lieutenant Marsban to use in the search warrant affidavit.
Okay, and at some point did you find out what the other special agents found out from the gun store and who that gun was sold to?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
It was sold to James Crumbley on November 26th, 2021.
Okay.
FedEx is here, guys.
At
FedEx is here.
that point, you said you started assisting Lieutenant Marsban?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do?
As a part of those responsibilities, Detective Wogrowski was pulling the surveillance video of the school for the shooting, and I started to create a timeline of events and pass that information along to Lieutenant Marsban, as well as, I believe, looking for Ethan's class schedule to determine his whereabouts throughout the day.
Okay. When you learned that the gun was sold on November 26th to James Crumbley, before we get to that, how old do you have to be to purchase a gun in Michigan? Well, under federal law, how old do you have to be?
Under federal law, to purchase a handgun from a federal firearms licensee, you have to be 21 years old.
Okay, and do you know under state law?
Yes, based on my participation in this investigation and others, to buy a handgun from a federal firearms licensee, under federal law is 21. If you're buying a firearm from an individual in the state, that requirement's not there. It's not a federal law to do that. It's 18 years old.
Okay. And to be clear, we're talking about handguns?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not James Crumbley or anyone else in the household had owned any other firearms?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you determined that?
Yes, as a part of taking part in the search warrant at the Crumbley residence, I learned that James Crumbley had previously purchased 2 firearms from that same gun store in Oxford.
Okay, and what were the names of those firearms? What kind of handguns?
There was a Cobra Classic ENT Derringer 22 caliber, as well as a Kel-Tec P17 22 caliber pistol.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's already been previously admitted, the actual physical evidence, and you're going to, per the protocol, put our gloves on and we're handling it. Let me know when you're ready. Your Honor, may I approach? Okay. I'm handing you what's is marked and admitted as Pickles 32, Exhibit 32. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is the Sig Sauer SP 2022 9mm pistol that was used in the school shooting.
Okay, and just so the jury knows, you've made that safety handle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you just hand it to me for a second, just so everyone can see it. Do you know about how much that weighs? It's heavy. For me, it's heavy.
Yeah, it's not a light firearm, no.
Okay. That's previously admitted.
It's Exhibit 32.
It's Exhibit 32. Special Agent, that is the murder weapon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the significance of a 9mm versus another handgun? Particularly the Derringer and the Caltech.
So it would refer to the caliber. So the caliber is measured in the diameter of the bore of the firearm. The bore would be where the projectile or bullet expels from the firearm. If it's the 22, is just the measurement versus the 9mm, meaning that the 9mm is a bigger round than the 22.
Okay. I don't think they saw that. So the bore, I'll take it first. The bore you're referring to is right here?
Nope, it would be where the projectile actually would come out of.
Here.
Nope, it would be through, if you actually, this would be considered the bore, and that is the side. The diameter of that is the caliber of the specific round and
Can you
firearm.
just hold it up just a little bit so
Yes.
that the jury can see? Okay. You were able to determine that there were two other weapons that James Crumbley
Not funny,
purchased,
but
correct?
Yes, correct.
And were you able to determine when those weapons were purchased?
Yes, one was purchased on this June 15th and picked up on June 16th. That would be the Cobra Classic ENT Derringer. And then on June 16th, James Crumbley purchased the Caltech P17 22 caliber pistol, but did not pick it up till the 17th of June.
Okay, I'm going to take this for a second.
the box is big and heavy. I had to help him find the box in the truck. That's why it took so
I'm
long.
going to hand you what's Pickles 33. You can just grab that out of the box.
Yep.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep, this is the Cobra Classic Derringer purchased on June 6th, picked up on June 16th.
Okay, can I have that for a second
Yes.
so they can see? Does everyone see that? Okay. So this is significantly smaller than the 9mm. What is, you said earlier it's the caliber, but some might look at this and say it doesn't even look like a handgun. It's
Yes.
very small.
It is very small, and it only has a 2-round capacity for the firearm, but it is still a firearm, yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to hand you Pickles 34. What is that?
This is the Caltech P17 22 caliber pistol purchased by James Crumbley on June, picked up on June 17th.
Okay. So I've just handed you and admitted 3 separate weapons that were in the Crumbley household. This was the murder weapon referred to. You've examined all the evidence in this case. In fact, you're one of the officers in charge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the same gun that was posted by Jennifer Crumbley as a Christmas gift to her son?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that's the gun? Is there anything unique about it? Just looking at it.
Yes, that's the specific make and model, and obviously the serial number would be distinct as well for the purchase by James Crumbley.
Okay.
A Derringer is a very unique
And then this
gun,
is the
that
Caltech,
2-round 22.
significantly lighter. Do you know how much each weighs?
I don't know off the top of my head how much each weighs, but it is lighter than the SIG and the Derringer. Or the Derringer and the SIG or the Caltech are less than the SIG.
Okay. Can you
tell me what the difference is in terms of caliber between the Derringer, the Kel-Tec, and a 9mm? Actually, can you tell the jury?
Yes, so the Derringer on the top is a 22 caliber, the Kel-Tec in the middle is a 22 caliber, and the Sig Sauer is a 9mm.
Okay, so what would you typically use a Derringer and the Kel-Tec for?
Generally speaking, target practice. I guess some may use it for self-defense. I would say more than 9mm for self-defense and target shooting.
Okay, and you said you investigated hundreds of shootings.
Yes.
Okay, any multiple victim shootings?
Yes.
All right, have you ever responded to an investigation or a scene on multiple victim shootings where a Derringer was used?
I can't say for certain if a Derringer was used, but a 22 caliber, regardless of the type of firearm, I don't believe in my career I've ever worked a multiple victim case with a 22 caliber scene.
Okay, why is that?
This is like, again,
Your
like
Honor, I would object to that. That would be speculation on why he hasn't.
It's not relevant.
But he doesn't know.
Can I just get some leeway and I cleared up. I'm just going to get to that question very quickly.
Well, because that does help with speculation. So go ahead.
Why have you not responded to any crime scenes where a Derringer was used? I don't know why that's important.
What is the weapon you normally see if on a multiple victim shooting?
Your Honor, I would object to the relevance of this. This case is about the Sig Sauer being the weapon. We don't dispute that. We all know that.
Response?
My response is that weapon is more dangerous.
Your
It causes more damage.
I object to this record. I object to making this record in front of the jury. Ms. McDonald is using this opportunity to tell the jury information that I'm objecting to, and I'm asking if we can approach.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want us on the hall?
Do we want to go out in the hall? Where are you going to approach?
I'm going to show in our case the reason why that weapon, the 9mm, was purchased and why it's significantly different. That is, and it's absolutely relevant. It has to do with
present other evidence that will show why that.
Yes, including statements of shooter.
Your Honor, I think that's extremely
prejudicial.
Well, there are some statements that are coming into the trial, right?
There are, Your Honor, but there is no way the prosecutor can prove this weapon was bought to kill people, specifically by James Crumbley or Jennifer Crumbley. And this case is about Jennifer Crumbley. It's not about Ethan. It's not about James.
Okay, so part of it is about what they knew, though, right? Part of it is about what the parents knew.
Part of it is about what the parents knew, but there is no evidence to lay a foundation that my client knows anything about the deadly capability of these guns. Nothing. She has no. There is no foundation.
It sounds like an argument she's going to make in defense and in her defense, and she has a right to. I just want to be able to have my witness testify about what kind of weapon this is and what the reason you have a 9mm versus a 22.
Well, I guess a better question is that you can shoot more bullets out of that quicker. Is that what you want to know?
That and the type of damage those bullets can do.
I know a lot about guns. You can tell.
She doesn't.
Right?
I thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm not sure every member of the jury does. So I'm trying to explain it to people who are not familiar with firearms.
Okay, well, yeah, no, I understand that. Part of what you're saying might be argument, but it's a fact question that the SIG can eject more rounds quicker. You can shoot rounds quicker from the SIG.
I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily true.
So if you just give me a couple questions.
Okay.
The witness is like, no, that's not
true. What is the difference between the SIG and a 22?
It's the size of the round is the main difference. And
okay, the size of the actual bullet, for lack of another.
Correct.
Round. Okay.
Yes.
And why does the size matter?
The size matters because the larger the bullet, the bigger the hole.
Okay, more damage, whatever it is you're shooting.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Trying to get my other box open here for you.
All right.
you said that when when the other special agents were finding out where these weapons were purchased, you were still at the school.
Yes.
And then can you talk about what you did with Lieutenant Marsman?
Yes, I was watching the surveillance video from the school documenting the shooter's path through the day as well as his actions during the shooting.
Okay, and what were you able to view?
The actual surveillance video of the shooting taking place.
And who showed that to you?
I was with Lieutenant Marsman and Detective Wogrowski.
Okay, when you say the actual surveillance, what does that mean?
So there was an administrative office inside the high school that had the computer system with this, the surveillance video playing on a large monitor. I was in that room reviewing the footage as it played.
Okay, and we're going to get back to that, but at some point, did you actually go to the home?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Lieutenant Marsman had obtained the search warrant at that time, and I responded to assist with the search warrant.
And when you arrived, who else was there, if anyone?
Multiple detectives from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and also Lieutenant Marsman.
Did you actively search the home, or were you just present?
I actively assisted in the search.
Okay. Did you recover anything in the house related to these weapons or relating a case, anything? What did you find? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I was present for the recovery of evidence, and I also observed 2 targets on the wall in what would be the, I guess you'd call it the shooter's childhood bedroom, which shares a wall with his parents' bedroom.
Before we get to that, did you recover these 2 handguns in the house?
I was not the one who recovered them, but I was present when everything was there.
Okay.
Recovered, yes.
Were any other cases or boxes or anything related to the firearms recovered?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Pickles 35. Can you tell the jury what? Yeah, it's a minute. Well, what that is.
Yes, this is the pistol case that came with the Kel-Tec pistol. It'd be the middle firearm on the table over there.
So this.
Yes.
And you previously testified, and through the other witness, this was purchased June 21st.
It'd be June 17th.
Oh, I'm sorry, June 17th. Yes. Okay. All right. And does that case have a locking mechanism?
It's not locked now. There are 2 holes in it, like most standard pistol cases, where if you needed to lock it, you could slide standard locks through each one of these holes.
I see this. So these holes right here.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a cable? Is that what you do with a cable?
No, we're going to get to that, Your Honor. I promise. Okay. Can you open that case?
Unopen. That means close.
Okay. Do you know where that case was found?
Yes, it was in the kitchen, I believe, underneath the island or in a cabinet.
Okay. And if I can see this for a second, you open it up, and what's inside this Kel-Tec case?
That is a cable lock.
Okay. Is this how it was discovered? Was this cable lock in the Kel-Tec case when this was found?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you the cable lock. And can you tell the jury exactly what that is?
Yes, so cable lock is used as a mechanism to make a firearm inoperable, and it's something you have to defeat to operate the firearm.
What do you mean defeat?
So you'd have to find the key, unlock it, or take it off in some other way to load and discharge the firearm.
Okay. When you examined that for the first time, what, if anything, did you notice about it?
I noticed there wasn't much wear and tear. The packaging didn't have many markings on it, as if the cable lock had been taken in and out. It's very wide, so taken out many times, there'd be more markings on the sides of this cable lock. It looks almost
from the packaging?
New.
Does it look like it's ever been disturbed?
No.
How many keys go with the cable lock?
Generally, you receive 2 keys on the same key ring for 1 cable lock.
Okay, are there 2 keys in there?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else about this?
No.
All right. Have you ever opened this up?
No.
And as far as you know, no one's actually disturbed this?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay,
no.
so this is in the same condition as it was when it was found in the Caltech case, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Can this be used on all of these handguns?
It can be used on the Caltech pistol and the Sig Sauer pistol.
Can't be used on the Derringer.
I'm not sure how small that cable is for the Derringer. It may fit, I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
I doubt it.
Thank you. This is Exhibit 39.
Yeah,
The cable lock.
Oh, the lock is separate.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And that's admitted. All right, I'm handing you what's been admitted as People's 36. And what is that, Special Agent?
This is a black safe with a combination on the front. It was found in the Crumbley parents' bedroom on the shelf in the TV stand or dresser where they kept their TV.
Okay, how many numbers is the combination?
It's 3.
All right, and what is it set at?
0, 0, 0.
All right, what's significant about 0, 0, 0?
That is generally the factory default for a lot of safes.
Okay, so even though to some people who aren't familiar with firearms this might look like a box, this is actually what you refer to as a gun safe, correct?
Yes.
You'd call this a safe?
I would call that a safe, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, was found inside this safe?
Both the Derringer and the Caltech pistol were located inside that safe.
Okay, I'm going to hand this back to you. And then I'm going to hand you the Caltech that was found in it. And if you could place that in there as it was found, you can.
Imagine the slide was forward on this when it was found.
That sound is the sound of the
And
action.
then I'm handing you the
being
Derringer.
cycled. Not a true sound because it.
Can I see that back? Is this
It's zip
how
tied to not
these
seal.
2 handguns were found in in the bedroom of Jennifer and James Crumbley?
Yeah, I don't recall the exact positioning, but both were placed in that safe, yes.
Okay, and it was closed and locked to 0, 0, 0.
I'm not sure the combination at the time when it was recovered. I know that the combination is 0, 0, 0.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to examine this and determine whether or not the SIG fit in this safe?
Yes, the SIG is too large of a firearm. The safe will not close with that firearm inside the safe being the SIG.
Okay. Will it not close if there's one of the other handguns, or it won't fit no matter, regardless of whether another handgun was in there?
It will not fit by itself or with another firearm. It will not close.
Okay. All right. I'm handing you what's been admitted as People's 31. What is that?
This is the pistol case for the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol used in the school shooting.
Okay. So, in other words, that is the case that this SIG was sold in?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know where that was found and where was it recovered, if you know?
It was located on the bed in the Jennifer and James Crumbley's bedroom next to an empty box of Patriot Defense ammunition.
Okay. And does that have a locking mechanism?
It doesn't have one inserted, but as the other pistol case, there are 2 holes in the pistol box that you could place a locking mechanism through to secure the case.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I would just object as to foundation for where the gun case was found, because this special agent came in after other law enforcement had pulled that case out, opened it, and put it on the bed. And so it's very misleading for this jury to hear that this gun case is just laying on a bed.
Speaking objection.
And so I would just ask that there be foundation laid about how he...
Okay, I understand. So,
could you respond?
Yeah, okay.
Judge, he was on scene at the search warrant scene.
He was on the search warrant scene, but what she's saying is he initially the one that found that case, and was it found on the bed? Can you clarify?
It was found on the bed, but I think at least 2 times Ms. Smith said she didn't object to foundation on her exhibit, in which case it sounds like she does, because that's a foundational question. And
that's not true. I object to the question. I don't object to the exhibit. I object to the foundation about the testimony of that being found on the bed, making it sound like these parents left it out on the bed.
We're happy to have we have Officer Stoic to.
When you saw the gun case, it was on the bed?
No.
No.
Not when I was in the search warrant house, no. When I was in the house for the search warrant, I did not observe it on the bed. No, at that point, it had been moved off the bed.
Okay.
We're happy to bring that in through another officer, okay. No problem. Okay,
can we get clarification then on where he saw this gun case?
On cross.
I can ask on cross. I'm sorry. Never mind.
When's the first time that you had a chance to examine that, Special Agent?
I believe it was on the, with the other evidence, either on the kitchen counter or on the dining room table inside the Crumbley house, once I arrived on scene.
So you saw it that day?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can place it on the ledge there so the jury can see it, can you turn it around? Is it clasped right now?
Are you moving for submission, right?
It's already admitted.
I don't think it was admitted.
Oh, she stipulated to the admission. And
you know what happened? It was listed under a different witness, but we do stipulate.
Okay, thank you. Could you, is it clasped completely right now?
Yes.
Okay, could you, can you,
Camera
would you
has
mind,
autofocus
would you
on.
mind if you stand right there?
Yep.
They're all like trying to stand up to see, so. Is that okay, Judge? Sure. Okay. I'd like you to demonstrate how to open that.
Now we can't see anything.
For the jury. If you could just maybe place it on the ledge so that they
won't see it.
Ro, thank you for the
Your Honor,
comment.
we can't see it. Can we?
You can move it.
Okay.
The
Or can
complaint.
we just see it maybe twice? Like
Mom,
show them, then... Sure.
Mom, she's breathing my air. A lot of sass, a lot of spice in this one. A lot of
And
tough
I'm
details
sorry,
too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then if you could clasp it back. Okay, so Special Agent, I know it sounds like a silly question, but it makes a noise when you open it and clasp it back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get to that in a second. I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's just a lot of exhibits and I want to make sure I get to everything.
No, that's why I spoke. Yeah, okay.
Special Agent's doing a great job with his testimony. Very accurate, very precise, almost Androidish.
You can hold it for now.
I can put it on the ground.
When you heard Ms. Back testify about what is provided with somebody when they purchase a handgun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she mentioned materials from the ATF.
Yes.
Okay. There's a pamphlet actually provided, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm approaching. Is this a copy of the pamphlet?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the title of it is?
It's the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice.
All right, and if you open up the pamphlet, what are the first 2 items there?
For the record, that's 37, right?
Yes.
That's a demonstrative aid 237, which is...
Right. I'm going to get to this. Okay.
So at the top it says Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice. The first bullet point says the misuse of handguns is a leading contributor to juvenile violence and fatalities. Number 2, safely storing and securing firearms away from children will help prevent the unlawful possession of handguns by juveniles, stop accidents, and save lives.
How familiar are you with that pamphlet?
From this investigation, pretty familiar.
Okay. And what is the purpose in the law around, if you know, why is that included in every sale?
I think the title of the pamphlet speaks for itself. It's a Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice. It's putting you on notice that not safely storing your firearms will contribute to juvenile violence.
Okay. You've had an opportunity to examine
That
all
bit
of
of
the
evidence is
in
very
this case,
crucial to
probably
this
the
case.
digital evidence, the evidence from the phones, the physical evidence, the narratives, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you notice when the SIG was photographed by the shooter and then a couple of the other images taken? Was the pamphlet with it?
In some photos it was, in others it was not.
Okay. And up until recently, what did you think happened to the pamphlet that was sold with the SIG?
Your Honor, I would object to speculation.
Isn't it speculation?
I'm getting it. I would just ask for a little leeway.
Okay,
It's
why
part
is
of his
it-
investigation.
Wait, why isn't it speculation? What do you think's happened to that?
Did you know what happened to it?
No.
Okay. And then
I just
recently,
want some
did you
leeway.
discover what happened to it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how?
Preparing for trial, I opened up the Sig Sauer pistol case.
This right here?
No, that would be
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
this one
Okay.
here.
She's been wrong with this witness so
This
many
was
times.
in the last week?
Yes.
Okay.
And I noticed that there was a piece of paper underneath the foam, so I lifted up the foam and found a receipt from what we're referring to as the gun store in Oxford for the firearm, as well as the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice.
So it was under the foam in the case that the SIG was
Breaking news.
stored in
The
Yeah.
last
when they
week.
left the gun store.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Wow.
One moment, Turner. That's 37.
Okay. One of the cases.
Yes.
I don't have the objection counter built yet. I'm counting. I'm up to 6, unless I missed a couple.
Special Agent,
correct
what
me.
are the requirements once you purchase, you've been cleared to purchase, and you do purchase a gun in Michigan, once it's cleared and checked and you're allowed to purchase it?
So as
You
a
just
part-
take
Once
it
it's
home and it's
cleared.
yours and that's it?
No, so as a part of this investigation and others, I am aware that when you purchase a firearm in Michigan and are given a pistol sales record by the federal firearms licensee, you do have 10 days to take that to basically local or county law enforcement.
Okay, were you able, or are you able to ever determine whether or not that was done for any weapon? How do you do that?
So there's a law enforcement
Your
database.
Honor, I would just object. May we please approach?
Okay.
What did I miss? Why are we approaching right now? Apparently it's very private, whatever it is. Let's zoom in. Can't see that. We're going to look over here. There's our defendant. So first look we've seen, really close up and unobscured of the defendant there. This is a good witness for the prosecution. He's very factual. All matter of fact, and everything he's saying is it's black or white. This guy is straight down the line. He's not an expert witness speculating and having his own opinions on here. This guy sees in like monochrome. I don't know. Everything is straight cut. Let's see. You got to buy cables separate RA from the equipment you got. Yes, Heather. Cables are very expensive too, and they're separate. When you're running, it's not going to be HDMI on this one. It's going to be SDI, which is the professional cable connector step up from HDMI, and it allows for much longer cable runs than HDMI. But I'm super excited. I'm really, really thrilled. All right, she was objecting to if the weapon was reported to the police department, the purchase. They're talking permits. I don't know Michigan's laws here, so this I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball here on this one. Michigan may have laws that require handgun purchases to be reported. So this might be the case. Other states they don't. I mean, you might think less of me for this, but I have in a previous life I sold a firearm from the trunk of my car in a McDonald's parking lot to another person. Now you think, how in the world could you do that? Well, we have all sorts of great government issued IDs that allow us to verify who is who and what they are, and some IDs verify specifically your criminal status or the lack of. And so I did it all legally, but just saying the laws are different. In some states, a person-to-person sale is not traceable, is not trackable, is not reportable. This would be different because this is a firearms store. They are required with their their federal firearms license to track all the sales they have and report it. Let's see.
What is required after you purchase the weapon, legally purchase the weapon?
So, based on both work experience and personal experience buying firearms, we're instructed to take that pistol sales record to the local or county law enforcement within 10 days of the purchase.
Okay. That's different from having a CPL?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to the jury about what that is. I think sometimes people get confused if they think once you get your CPL, then you don't have to register it, or vice versa.
So a concealed pistol license basically is just a permit to carry the weapon on your person within the state of Michigan. It's called a concealed pistol license.
Which is not an issue here, but it's different than registering the firearm.
Yes.
Okay. And I think the last question I asked was, is there a way the ATF can determine whether or not a handgun was registered in Michigan?
There's a way that state, local, and federal law enforcement can query in Michigan to determine if a firearm has a firearm's registered. Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how that?
Yes. So there's a law enforcement database that state, local, and federal have access to that you query the serial number of the firearm, and it determines. It'll pop up who the firearm is registered to if it's registered.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And so the Derringer, was this registered?
No.
Okay. And the Caltech, was this registered?
No.
Okay. And then the SIG, was that registered?
No, it was not, but I will say that there is a...
He had some time to
He had some time to still drop it off after,
period.
but there were events that occurred. Obviously, the shooting happened within that 10 days.
Right. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor.
Greeners, this is not the case. Every cable is used regularly.
We previously admitted the trigger lock statement, and Mark's going to try to pull that up and keep track of. There it is, and it's People's 38. Whose signature is that? If you know, what's the name on the statement?
Under purchaser, it says James Crumbley.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what this trigger lock statement means at the top, the boxes and
Yes.
what it indicates because they're checked?
So this form was provided by the gun store in Oxford during the purchase. It was filled out by both James Crumbley and Cammie Beck during the purchase. And the first part says, this sale included, the first box that checked is, it says, a trigger lock or other device designed to disable a firearm and prevent the discharge of a firearm, or a gun case or storage container that can be secured to prevent unauthorized access to the firearm. It basically means that those two things have been provided because those boxes are checked. In this case, being the cable lock and the gun case itself, if you put locks in it, could be locked.
Okay. Thank you. And that's been previously admitted. I want to take you back to watching the surveillance of the shooting, and when I asked you what does that mean, from what time to what time were you able to watch surveillance in the school?
Are you referring to the actual time of the day?
No, how much surveillance did you watch, and what did it include?
I watched a majority of the footage, including Ethan's whereabouts through the day, or the shooter's whereabouts through the day, and then also the actual shooting itself and the aftermath of that.
Okay, and if you know, were you able to determine how many rounds were fired?
32.
Okay, and watching the surveillance from an investigative standpoint, was anything interesting or caused you to take other steps?
Yes, there were three main things that caught my attention during the video, specifically during the shooting.
There were three things?
There were three things,
Okay,
yes.
can you list them for the jury?
Yes, so first, as the shooting began, the shooter was using only one arm for a majority of the first part of the shooting. And then as he moved down the hallway and Tate comes into view of the screen, he takes a two-handed shooting grip, takes a I would call a shooter stance, feet wide, his shoulders roll forward, and he takes aim with using the sights and fires one round.
When you say using the sights, what do you mean?
Meaning that there's a mechanism on the firearm that allows you to take aim. If I can.
Yep. Okay, I'm handing you the SIG, which is the murder weapon. Can you show the jury? You're might have to stand up.
Yeah. So, and here you see how there's two white dots back here, and I'm sorry for this is a safe firearm. The two dots back here are considered the rear sight. See that over there? And if you line up the front sight with the rear sight, that is how you aim a firearm. In the video, I noted that Ethan did that on the shooter did that on the first shot, as well as the second shot he took at bait.
Okay, Special Agent, we have not shown that surveillance
Counsel on both sides.
at this point.
The lawyers have agreed to not say his name.
I'm gonna
That's
try
why
to,
you keep hearing the correction.
Provide some context. And what did you, when you were watching this, and you mentioned the stance and lining up the sights, was the shooter rushing? Was the shooter going at a fast pace? Can you describe what you saw?
Yes, during that specific portion, he came to a dead stop and took aim, and then as he moved forward, he walked 2 or 3 steps forward and then took aim again and discharged the firearm.
And what seemed remarkable about that to you, if anything?
Your Honor, I just object to the relevance. This is not the trial for the shooter.
Your Honor, the knowledge of firearm proficiency is absolutely relevant, and it is a contested fact. And
because the mom took him out shooting.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. I hope you guys do understand that, right? Some of these things overlap, but you were carefully chosen to distinguish between what the shooter did and what we're here about. And we all trust you to do that. So I know it's difficult and an emotional day, but some of these things are not to horrify or upset you, but to let you know some of the circumstances. So I hope that you separate those things.
And it is offered precisely what he's testifying to about the proficiency with the firearm that the shooter had.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it.
Thank you. What, if anything, was remarkable about that?
When I first saw it, I immediately said to others in the room that I thought that the shooter had been to a shooting range or had had training in firearms.
And that's based on what you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Particularly with the shot fired that killed Tate Muir, was there anything about that other than the stance?
It was the stance, the way he rolled his shoulders forward, and then the way as he walked up to take the second shot that he re-established a stable shooting platform to take the second shot.
Okay. Thank you. The entire shooting lasted how long, if you know?
The entire shooting, I don't recall the exact length of time, but it was less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Were you able to observe any loading of magazines in the SIG? And I should back up. What is a magazine?
So a magazine is the part of the firearm that contains ammunition that's loaded in the magazine well of the firearm.
And I'm sorry to keep doing this, but
sure.
Can you show the jury where a magazine, how you would load a magazine if you had one?
Yes. So I think there's actually one in the SIG evidence box here. So this is a...
Could you stand up so
yes.
I can see?
So this is a SIG Sauer pistol magazine. It's a 15-round magazine. This would be inserted into the magazine well when it's loaded with ammunition. You would then send the slide forward, chambering it around, and at that point the firearm's ready to be discharged.
Okay. And you said 32 rounds were fired?
Yes, there were 32 fired cartridge casings or shell casings that were recovered from the school, yes.
And there were how many in the magazine?
The SIG Sauer magazine is a 15-round magazine, and you can also fit an additional round in the chamber for a total of 16 rounds.
Okay. Did you ever observe on the video the shooter reloading?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Yes, so I believe it was the first time the shooter reloaded. The magazine was empty, and he loaded a new magazine into the firearm. At another point, this was the second thing that I thought was notable in the surveillance video. He conducted what at ATF we're trained as a tactical magazine exchange. I know other agencies call it a combat reload, but basically he was not out of ammunition in the firearm yet, but he knew that, I can't testify to what
Trying
he
to
knew,
match
but
up the.
Why are you trained to do a combat reload?
to make sure that you always have more rounds in your magazine, so that that you have sufficient ammunition. So if you have half of a magazine, you would eject it, not throw it on the ground, you would put it in your pocket in case you need it, and then you load a full magazine, so now you're back to full capacity.
And what were you trained would be the purpose for that? When would you have cause to do that?
So for us, we're trained if we're involved in a shooting. If you do that, that way you have a fully loaded magazine in case you need to re-engage a threat. Obviously, the circumstances here were obviously different.
Okay. Thank you. One moment.
Trying to keep this all synced up for you guys. It's a little bit tricky.
Okay. That was the first thing. There were two other things.
So the first was his shooting stance. The second was the tactical magazine exchange. The third thing was after the shooter exited the bathroom where he gave himself up. Eventually, he ejected the magazine out of the firearm and placed it on top of a trash receptacle, which I found odd at the time because if you were just doing a school shooting, it seemed odd to take the magazine and make a firearm safe.
So he walked out of the bathroom, and the evidence showed that is where Justin Schilling was killed. He walked out of the bathroom, and you say he took the magazine out, and you're saying that is making the firearm safe.
Yes, I don't believe he ejected around from the chamber. I don't recall right now. I don't believe he did. But yes, he separated the magazine from the firearm as if you were at a shooting range and taking the magazine out and setting it on like your shooting
stationary
platform.
trash can.
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do after that?
At that point, he got on the ground and was shortly thereafter taken into custody by sheriff's deputies.
Okay. And when he was was he standing? Was he laying down? Was he sitting?
No,
kneeling?
he got into he was kneeling and then got into the prone position with his hands up.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not he used anything to protect his ears?
During the shooting?
Yes.
I don't recall, no.
Okay. And then the third thing was, I just want to make sure we got all three things.
Yep, that is all.
Okay. So after you determined that what you considered it proficiency or somewhat?
Yes, there was some level of firearms training exhibited in the surveillance video.
Okay. And so what did you do next?
So the following day, after knowing that ranges would be open in the morning, also additional information came in during the investigation that there was possibility that the family had been to a firearms range recently. I began looking for evidence of James, Jennifer, or Ethan Crumbley at shooting ranges in the area.
Okay, and is this part of a normal investigation you would do in a shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And so you started going to local shooting ranges?
No, I began calling. The first one I called was the most popular range probably in this area. And upon calling, they confirmed that they did have information and asked that I come in and verify my identity.
Okay, and how far away was that from the Crumbley home?
Not too far. It was in Clarkston, Michigan, so a couple towns over.
Okay. Did you go to the range?
Yes.
All right. And what did you? What kind of information were you seeking?
So the range provided multiple receipts from showing that James and Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley had been at the range in the past, as well as surveillance video documenting range visits on September 25th and on November 27th. I believe that's 3 days prior to the shooting.
Okay. Let's start with exhibits 40 and 41. Is that what? These. Well, I'm going to ask you there. Okay. Especially what is on the screen?
These are Facebook messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley.
And how were these retrieved?
Through a search warrant served on Facebook.
Okay. You also, in the investigation, reviewed downloading from the actual phones, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were these messages still on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
I know they were on James's phone. I don't recall if they were on Jennifer's phone.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I stipulated, but my copy does not have these stars on it, and they have eliminated some of the messages on this
I
exhibit.
think that's why the stars are there.
Yeah.
Right, so I object
We're happy to provide all of the messages. We were just to be concise regarding these messages are offered to show Jennifer Crumbley's knowledge that they were at the store and the range, but I was just trying to be concise. But we're happy to give it all to the jury.
For the interest of completion, Ms. Smith, I'll admit any portions of those that you would like.
Your Honor, I would ask for the whole, they gave me the entire exhibit.
You have it all.
Okay, I have it all, but what you're putting up here is not it all.
We're happy to provide all of it. We're just going to talk about these two, and she can, and we'll provide every single thing possible to the jury. I'm just trying to not go through all of the messages that weren't pertinent to the shooting.
We're just taking slivers out. This is the problem. This is
the whole exhibit's going to come in, but that's
Okay.
the reason that the stars are there, to show that it's not a complete chain, that there's something in the middle.
Why am I thinking Parks and Recreation
I will
during this
admit
trial?
the entire text chain, and you are also happy to present to the jury the entire text chain.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Is that what she
and
looks
Your Honor,
like?
there's no evidentiary requirement that we have to publish every text message in a 2,000 page string if we want to pull out. I'm not trying to misrepresent.
There isn't.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that if Ms. Smith would like those in, I would be happy to admit them for the purposes of completion.
We want it all in, so we're happy. We'll stipulate to it. This was only taken out not to deceive as much as to try to make, these are the ones about the gun range. But there's a lot of content about things like, purchases and all sorts of stuff. Okay, so can you read those to the jury, Special Agent?
Yes, so this is dated June 15th, 2021. So JC Crumbley is Jennifer Crumbley's Facebook account, that's in blue, and it says talk at 12 o'clock ? And then James Crumbley, who's in green, responds taking Ethan to store at 12. Jennifer responds, you get gun.
So that the last one was 11:34. That's minus UTC minus 4. Is that 11:34 a.m.?
This has been adjusted to Eastern Standard Time.
So it's really 11:34.
Yes.
Okay. And there's time passes, and now we're at 1:17. And what does Jennifer reply?
Jennifer asks, you get gun.
Okay, and the next slide.
James responds yes, and it says mo, but I believe it's supposed to be no. Jennifer questions that, says huh, and then James says, we paid for the gun and bought it, but can't pick it up till everything clears Washington, in parentheses, FBI. Could be today, tomorrow, or next day. They don't know. Jennifer responds, gotcha. Bring me those fruit punch things when you come to bring hay.
Okay. And then that same, can you read the text on the slide?
Yes, so Jennifer sends a message that asks, how much is your gun? James replies, 300.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 24 that's already been admitted.
And that's a fairly low price.
This is a receipt from the gun store in Oxford for the Derringer that we've been talking about.
So this is the Derringer?
Correct.
Okay. And how much was the price?
Total price was $180.15.
Okay. And then the next, who purchased the Derringer?
James Crumbley.
Okay. What is Exhibit 26?
This is also a receipt from the gun store in Oxford for the Kel-Tec P17 pistol.
So it's this one?
Yes.
All right, and the same day? Were these on the same day purchased?
They were purchased on different days.
Okay. And how much was this?
The gun itself was $299.95.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I want to draw your attention next to I'm sorry, Your Honor, there's just a lot of exhibits and I want to make sure we get it right.
I understand.
Okay. 27? No, we did that. I'm sorry. Facebook messages between James and Jennifer on June 20th, 2021. Can you read those? That's Exhibit 42.
Yes, again, so Jennifer is in blue. It says, "Can you guys answer your phone?" And James responds, "No, at gun range, loud."
Okay. And then Exhibit 27. Can you tell the jury what these two videos are?
Yes, so there's, on James Crumbley's cell phone, there was a video on the 20th of June at 12:58 p.m. that shows the shooter shooting the Kel-Tec pistol, and then after that, a couple minutes later, there's a video of the defendant's son shooting the Derringer pistol.
And these are it's the same day of the Facebook message before you just read?
Yes.
Okay. And this is Exhibit 43 and 44.
There's more videos, all from the shooting range.
So the first video, the shooter's, can you tell which firearm he's using?
Yes, so the first video, the shooter's shooting the Kel-Tec pistol.
This right here?
Yes.
Okay. This was the one for $300?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second one was the Derringer?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, I want to draw your attention to what's been marked as Pickles 45.
It's for the safety of the defendant.
Yes, this is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley, sending the video of, it appears to be the second video of the shooter shooting the Derringer.
So the second clip, which was shorter, where the shooter's shooting the Derringer, was sent to Jennifer from James.
Yes.
Okay. And is this a Facebook post?
No, this is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. That's the I already said that. That's the second clip, right?
Yes.
And then Pickles 46.
It's more Facebook video of them at the shooting range.
What are we watching, Special Agent?
This is the video that James had sent to Jennifer via Facebook that she then posted, I believe, as an Instagram story that said, "Ethan and James Crumbley both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range."
Okay, Ethan and James both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's Pickles 46, Your Honor. I don't believe there's an objection. I'm going to direct your attention to the Exhibit 47, which was June 26th of 2021. What is that, Special Agent?
This is a receipt from the firearms range in Clarkston for range time.
Didn't he plead guilty?
And targets.
Messing up my school cases.
Exhibit 48.
I think Parkland pled guilty.
This is a Facebook message of, I believe, the shooter shooting at the range in Clarkston, sent from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley via Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And then 49. Was that the same video that was sent from James to Jennifer on June 26th?
Yes.
And what am I looking at right there?
This is the shooter at the gun range in Clarkston shooting the Kel-Tec pistol with the Derringer visible on the shooting platform.
Okay. And do you know what Jennifer did with that? Where was that posted?
It was posted to an Instagram story on June 26th.
Whose Instagram story?
Jennifer's Instagram story.
That's a semi-automatic
And
firearm.
is this the actual Instagram story?
So for
Yes,
every
it is.
time you
Okay,
hear an
thank you.
explosion, the trigger's being pulled manually one time.
Directing
as
your
fast as you can
attention
pull the
to
trigger,
July
basically, it will
24th
fire
of
as long as you have
2021.
additional rounds. There's multiple firearms being shot at the range. Not every explosion comes from the gun in that it's portrayed in the video.
Your Honor, what number was that?
Yeah.
75.
75.
75.
I'm sorry, it's July 25th.
Okay.
Can you tell?
Wait, hang on, I'm so sorry, what number?
It's exhibit number 75, it's July 25th, 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to ask him so that we can. So it's 75. What were we just watching?
This is a video taken on James Crumbley's cell phone of Jennifer Crumbley shooting at the Clarkston range, the Kel-Tec pistol.
Okay, this one.
Yes.
Okay. All right, directing your attention to August 19th, 2021, exhibits 50 and 51. Can you tell me what this is?
Yes, this is a video sent by the shooter to another individual.
All right, and this was already admitted. What are we watching?
This is the shooter holding the Kel-Tec pistol.
This?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he sends the slide forward. There's no magazine or chamber, or no round in the firearm.
Okay, was there any text messages about it or just the image?
There were also texts.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that was 50 or 51? We're going so fast right now, I can't.
I think it's 50, that was 51.
It's 50.
The text is 50, the video is 51.
Okay, the text is 50 that has the video in it, and then the video is 51,
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, text is 50, video 51. And I'm sorry, I am so sorry, we're just going so fast.
The text contains the video.
And that's at the gun range, the shooter holding the Kel-Tec, or shooting the Kel-Tec, is that correct?
I'm happy to clear it up.
Okay.
Special Agent, what in that image are you able to observe?
It appears to be a couch.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what time that was sent?
I don't recall the exact time. I'd have to look at the text message. I believe it was later in the evening.
Okay, we'll go back to that.
She does want to
What
space
time was
these
it
out.
sent, Special Agent?
I believe this is the next video.
It'll allow the jury to
It's
calm down a
9:31
little
p.m.
bit between videos. If they're
Were you able
disturbing.
to find another image that showed that the shooter had access to the Kel-Tec?
Yes. So on that same date, he sent another video to the same friend at 12:30 a.m. With the Kel-Tec.
And this is 52 and 53. All right, Special Agent, you said this was sent at what time?
I believe it was 12:30 a.m.
And on that same day, which was August 19th.
Yeah, I believe it would be now the 20th.
Okay, I'm
of
sorry, the
August, yeah.
20th, because it was after 12. And what do you see in the background that, can you tell the jury what you observed in the background of this photo?
Yes, so
This video, I'm sorry.
This video is taken on the dining room table in the Crumbley residence. Familiar with, after being inside and also reviewing photographs taken at the house during this investigation, that the wood grain matches on that table to the kitchen table in their dining room. In the video, the shooter loads a loaded firearm magazine into the firearm and then chambers the round into the firearm.
So, is this a concern to you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why?
As that ATF safety pamphlet states, the access to firearm by juveniles.
Your Honor, I would object because access to firearms by juveniles may be against the ATF pamphlet, but there's no evidence that there's not an adult there or anything happening.
Okay, yeah, well, he's not commenting on that. You don't know if anybody else was present.
No, Your Honor, I don't.
And Your Honor, I understand, but that's argument, and it can be, she can use, point that out. Was there any message accompanying this video to his friend?
Yes.
What was the message?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL.
And
that is,
Your Honor, also, we've already had extensive arguments about, I am objecting to all hearsay texts between the shooter and his friend that my client and Mr. Crumbley have never seen, and this is one of them.
Your Honor, you've ruled on this several times, and
I ruled on this one.
No.
These are the text messages between the shooter and the other individual. You previously ruled that it's admitted.
I ruled on, I don't recall this one specifically. Was this amongst the ones that was ruled that were ruled on?
Okay. I'm happy to make it I believe that you have, but if not, I am happy to make the argument. This is, even if you haven't ruled on it, it's under the exception of a present sense impression. He's picking up a firearm and in that moment videoing himself holding it and then saying, my dad left it out, so I thought, why not?
Well, it's in keeping with 803 1 and
This is in front of the jury. The evidence is still up on the screen. They're listening to the argument.
Your Honor, I just want to reserve all prior objections that have already been in motions, and I can rely on that.
Thank you. All right, Special Agent, this is People's Exhibit 54. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is the Google location information for James Crumbley. And it's dated August 19th, 9/29. It's around the time of the first video of the last two that we've seen. And it shows that he's at the Crumbley residence on East Street.
Okay, and the time on that?
It was 9:29 p.m.
Okay, and that's the video of where the couch was in the background?
Correct.
Okay, and then the next exhibit? This is 55, what is this?
This is the Google location information for Jennifer. It also shows that the at East Street address, the Crumbley family residence.
Okay, so in other words, both Jennifer and James were home during the photo with when he was holding the Caltech and there was the couch in the background.
Yes.
Okay. And then 56. This is August 20th. So it's the 12:32 where the video was taken and the text, my dad left it out?
Yes.
Okay, and this shows what?
This shows that James Crumbley, the Gmail account associated with James Crumbley was at the East Street family residence, Crumbley family residence.
Okay, at 1:30 in the morning.
Melissa, what
At
was the
12:30.
charge she was
12:30
convicted on?
All right, and the
What
next
was the
slide,
charge?
57.
This is the same thing. It's Google location information for Jennifer's account, and it shows that she was at the Crumbley family residence at 12:21 a.m. that day as well, during the time, around the time of the video.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 58. September 1st, 2021. This is a message between who?
This is a message between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley on Facebook.
Okay, and the time is 4:56 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does the message say?
Ethan and I are headed to gun range.
Okay. And what are the special agent? This is exhibits 59 and 60, but can you tell the jury what they are?
Yes, so these are receipts for that day for James Crumbley. It's range time, targets, as well as renting a Ruger LCR 22 caliber revolver and paying for 22 caliber ammunition.
And this is a video, exhibit 61 of that same day?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a revolver? Looks like a revolver.
Okay, and I want to, that's People's 61, and then I want to draw your attention to September 25th. Did either defendant go to a shooting, did this defendant go to a shooting range in Clarkston?
On September 25th, I believe, I don't recall for sure, I believe it was just James and Ethan that went.
So it wasn't this defendant?
No.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not she was aware they were at the range?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
I believe it was the same thing through Facebook messages.
Okay, and this is 62, and this is a receipt. What was the receipt for?
This was range fee, ammunition for 9mm, a rental of a 9mm pistol, as well as 22 caliber ammunition and targets.
In all of the videos you were able to obtain and observe, is this the first range video using a 9mm?
This is the first that I could find, yes.
That we know of?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And this is 63. What are we looking at, Special Agent?
So that's James Crumbley in the white sweatshirt and gray baseball hat, and then the shooter is behind him wearing a light gray sweatshirt, dark pants, Nike shoes, and a black hat.
Special Agent, we see two firearms there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what, if you can tell what kind of handgun this was?
So I believe the handgun that the shooter is picking up now is the Keltec. And then the other one was one that they appeared to rent, or to, if they were looking to purchase a firearm, sometimes that the range will let you test it out before you purchase it.
So the one to the right of the shooter, what is that, if you know?
I can't say for certain. The footage is a little grainy.
Okay.
So are they saying they tried out firearms first and then they bought it? That whole turning the firearm sideways, it's a bad deal. Well, the firearm jammed.
Can you tell the jury what he's doing right now, if you know?
I believe he's having trouble with the firearm discharging. He appears to be having some type of malfunction that he's not able to clear on his own.
Okay, and I want to draw your attention then to Exhibit October 3rd of 2021, Exhibit 64. What is this?
This is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley at 12:01 p.m. that says, "Cool, just got cleaning our guns, leaving for range in a few."
Okay, that's 64, and then...
Wait, I'm sorry, Your Honor, can we just slow down for 1 second? Because the exhibits I was given have more content. I just need to...
We'll go as slow as you'd like.
Okay, this is
We separated them to make it easier to read one message at a time.
I understand, but this is different than what you provided me, and I just need to make sure I'm keeping up. So thank you.
I'm happy to go at any pace you'd like.
Thank you.
Judge.
Okay, so this is Exhibit 64.
Thank you, and I'm caught up.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
It's all right.
All right.
It's a lot of information.
It's a lot of information.
65. What is that, Special Agent?
That's a receipt for the gun range in Clarkston, dated October 3rd, 2021, for range time, targets, and .22 caliber ammunition.
Okay. All right. Was this the last documented visit before November 26th that we had?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to November 26th. What day was November 26th? What's significant about that day?
That was the date that James Crumbley purchased the Sig Sauer SP 2022 pistol for the shooter.
Okay, and that was the day after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Okay. This has been previously admitted. This is the receipt for the SIG, correct?
Yes.
People's 28. And that was paid in cash, and the amount is $519.35. I don't mean to lead, I'm just trying to do this to make it easier to understand.
Yeah,
I have no objection to that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's already in.
Okay. And on the 26th, when this occurred, do you want to go to the next slide? This has also been previously admitted. This is the purchaser's information. We've already talked about that. This was, I'm not sure if it was admitted, but it was shown in the opening. I believe there's no objection to it.
Yeah, it's admitted.
Okay.
66.
Again, for the jury, this is the SIG, correct?
Yes, what's depicted in that picture is the Sig Sauer pistol, yes.
Okay. And when did Jennifer post about, I'm sorry, excuse me. This is not Jennifer's post. This is the shooter's post. This is a different post. This wasn't the one at the opening. I apologize if I'm confusing anybody. It's just a lot. And what does this say?
So this is an Instagram post by the shooter that says, just got my new beauty today, 6 hour 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer.
Special Agent, were you able to determine, based on the forensic evidence of the phones, whether or not Jennifer Crumbley followed the shooter's Instagram account?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so this account where he posted, she followed it. We can't say she saw it, but we know she followed it.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and that is a picture of the SIG?
Yeah, so the first picture was the 6 hour in the pistol box. And then the second picture is the shooter holding the firearm. It appears to be inside the Crumbley family residence based on the floor. And then there's the shooter again holding the firearm with the sights aimed in. As you can see that the 3 dots are aligned.
I'm so sorry, what number is that?
That's all part of 66.
66?
This is Instagram post from November 26, 2021.
Okay, thank you. So 66 then has multiple pictures.
3 sides.
Okay,
Vince,
thank you.
Vince Clortho, thank you very much. Gifted membership.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure.
But when it's in piecemeal, I can't tell what's, the number is not on the screen, so.
Right.
Right.
I was wondering.
That's why I'm having a hard time, so, sorry.
Yeah.
Able to take a break, Your Honor?
Never.
Sorry.
I was looking for the natural break,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, I don't think this is the fine time. There's about probably 30 minutes left of this.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I'm almost,
well, sorry about that.
That was a juror that asked for the
I
break.
was waiting until cross-examination.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm with you. All right. So, a few things. You can't discuss your testimony with anyone right now because you're still on the stand.
Understood, Your Honor.
But you can step out and we will come back at 3:15. How's that? All right?
All rise for the jury.
Okay, there's a lot of information out there being discussed in chat that we have not heard yet. It's not been presented as evidence yet in trial. So it's there's some things we're just not going to comment on yet because it's not coming in. It may not come in. It might have come in today. We are still catching up. I'm trying to see if we're going to live stream tomorrow. I know it's Saturday, but if we can live stream tomorrow so we can be on catch up, that would be that might be our plan here. We're going to try to take a break just briefly, and while that happens, let me go here. Yes, I did get my toys, by the way. They came in from FedEx. I got a PTZ Optics Super Joy, which brings me Super Joy. It's a pan tilt zoom controller for up to, I think it's like 256 remote cameras. And then I got the camera, which is also a PTZ Optics Move SE PTZ camera with a 30 power zoom, which lets you reach out and touch the subject from far away. Just optically, that's what I'm talking about. So that's cool. Let me see if we can update our little. Let's see where we're at. We're trying to skip ahead to the end of the break. Right there. Let's go right here for now and use this poor audio. We'll bring the other one up to speed.
No, they need to be here.
They need to be here. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, so.
Waiting for the audio to work here. think we're right here. We've got a couple different feeds I'm trying to shuffle.
Your Honor, I am texting right now to have them come in. I thought they were behind us.
I've got to get to a point where I can recognize what's happening, see which video is further ahead. Put things together. Mom of 3, thank you. I'm super excited as well. I'm going to be testing them tonight. I think she had a good argument. There's no numbers on the screen. I like to see exhibit numbers on every display that's presented. Still waiting for everybody to be present.
9-0, I think. Okay, so I got a note that I shared with both attorneys from juror 374. He's our parole agent, right? And he said, I may know ATF Mike Malone from when I worked in Detroit 2005 to 2006. I've not talked to him since that time. I do not recall him being on the witness list, but he was mentioned in ATF Brandon testimony. I shared the
A juror knows ATF agent Mike Malone.
Your Honor, we've had an opportunity to review the note, and we have no objection and don't believe. If the court could just inquire of the juror if this would influence his testimony in any way, I cannot imagine it would, but I think it's important for the court just to inquire to that.
Okay, do you want me to bring him in by himself?
The court's discretion on that, Judge, but we agree. We don't think it's an issue, but the record should be made.
Well, I guess I'm happy with his following instructions that it's letting me know, right? That's why we have alternates. So, jurors can be brought in by themselves. They did something wrong. I think they did something wrong, but hopefully they'll understand why. Could you bring in 374 this seat?
This is bad. Okay, she says jurors being brought in by themselves, they think they've done something wrong. The jurors are not allowed to talk to each other about this. And so if one of them gets pulled out and gets talked to and comes back, he can't say what happened. Are we all going to rise for this one juror?
Yeah, I just don't.
Yeah, we are going to.
Okay, so that's a half now, so it's going to be longer than
Yes.
That's all I'm asking.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, that's right.
Thank you. Thank you.
You think we can finish it today? I hope.
I don't think so, Your Honor, because one of the exhibits that still has to be played is a half an hour long.
Oh, really? Okay.
There's a video.
It's okay.
Yeah.
1/12 of the room has to rise. Would every 12th person please stand up?
I don't want to make you nervous. I want to tell you that we really appreciate your note. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. All right, that's why we have alternates in case something comes up.
Right.
So really my only question for you is whether or not the fact that you might have met this person, this ATF agent, mentioned by Brandon, you knew him in 2005 or 2006 at work?
Yeah, actually, what I know, if it's the same individual, he was working with Detroit Police Department.
Okay.
At either the 6th or 8th precinct.
Okay. So did you ever have a beer together?
No.
Okay.
No beers?
And
Zero
is there
beers.
anything about the fact that his name was mentioned that would make you have difficulty being fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Okay. We appreciate your note. I know that this is So.
I wanted to make sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you have any questions for him?
No, I don't, and we have no objection to him remaining.
Okay.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, I appreciate your note. You can be seated if you want. We're going to bring your friends in. So.
All right, we're going to get synced up here in just a second. I think we're about 10 seconds off.
Yeah, go ahead.
She has to look far to her left. 3, 2, 1
Are you agent?
0.
Special agent.
There we go.
Agent.
Special agent.
I did start. Okay, we're gonna switch to this view. Cheraz gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Appreciate the generosity.
All right for the jury?
That's right.
I know the phone's ringing, but I can't answer it right now.
You may be seated. Agent Brandon, you are Stone Girl, okay?
Yeah.
Right, go ahead, please.
Thank you. All right. We had an opportunity, my co-counsel and I, to reorganize so that we can do this as efficiently as possible. Special Agent, I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 66, I'm sorry. This is the Instagram post of the shooter, and you already testified earlier that Instagram account was followed by Jennifer Crumbley. Is there anything about this image that you want to remark on in terms of what you see and what you don't see?
Yeah, so in the image is the 6-hour 9mm pistol. There's one magazine inserted into the firearm. There's also an empty magazine next to the firearm on the right-hand side. In the image, there is not the ATF pamphlet or the cable lock that was sold with the firearm.
And then and I believe 66 is already admitted, and 67? What is this, Special Agent?
This is a picture from Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone taken, I believe, 30 to 40 minutes after, it was in around 6:38, 6:40 p.m. on the 26th.
The day the gun was purchased?
Correct. And this is a picture of the Sig Sauer is the bottom pistol with a magazine inserted. The top pistol is the Kel-Tec 22 caliber pistol, and then there are the 2 Sig Sauer magazines, the ATF pamphlet, and a cable lock with a key inserted and a second key attached.
And this was previously admitted, this cable lock, it's Pickles 39. Can you testify about whether or not this is similar or the same? Can you tell that?
I would say that it is similar. The exact same words and instructions are on the pamphlet and on the, call that I don't know if it's a sticker that's attached to the bottom by the lock there.
This right here?
Correct, but I've had an opportunity to review the words on both, and they do match up.
Okay. And you see the pamphlet in that picture?
Yes.
And Jennifer Crumbley took that photo the day the gun was purchased, and you said around 6:30?
It was between 6:30 and 6:40 p.m., I believe.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to now the next day. That would be the Saturday. The 26th was Friday after Thanksgiving. The 27th was Saturday. Did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video from a gun range in Clarkston?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that surveillance began? In other words, who's the surveillance of?
It shows Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter entering the gun range, paying for range time, targets, and 9mm ammunition, 100 rounds of it, and then they proceed to take turns firing the Sig Sauer pistol.
Okay, so do you recall about the time they arrived there?
It was approximately 1 o'clock p.m.
Okay. So the receipt is for, you said 100 rounds?
Yes, they bought 2 50-round boxes of Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition.
Okay, and so the only firearm that ammunition is for is the shooter's Christmas gift, the SIG?
Yes, out of the firearms in their home, it would only be utilized in that one specific firearm, yes.
Okay, and the previous receipts that we've admitted into evidence that you obtained, is there any record of any purchase of a 9mm ammunition before this day?
Not that I found, no.
Okay. So in terms of the evidence you obtained, this is the first time and only time you saw a purchase of 9mm ammunition?
Correct.
Okay. And who was at the range with the shooter?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Were you looking at the phone evidence and the forensic evidence from the phones able to determine where James Crumbley was that day?
Yes, I believe he was door dashing during the daytime hours that day.
He was a DoorDash driver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to the actual surveillance video, which is Exhibit 71. We are not going to play the entire video, Your Honor, although the entire video will be admitted into evidence and the jury can view it. We're going to try to focus on the most relevant parts, and then the entire video is in evidence.
And you can play the video
Yep,
if you want.
got it, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Okay. What are we looking at, Special Agent?
So that's Jennifer Crumbley had just arrived and placed the 6-hour pistol box on the display case there, and the shooter is standing over her shoulder.
Lots of video from this firearms range / store. This type of store is actually pretty common. A store that has a firearms range involved attached to it, where you can rent firearms and test them out, either before you buy it or before you buy another one like it.
Okay, Special Agent, we're going to fast forward. That you've already identified that gun case as the SIG case, and not this that it's this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
These ranges will often be involved in teaching youth safety classes for firearms. They'll do hunter safety classes that involve actual shooting. So usually those are with rifles, like a 10-22 rifle, which is a small rimfire caliber. So it's not uncommon to have kids, people that are underage.
So at this point, if you know, where is the gun?
So the handgun is in the 6-hour pistol case with the 2 boxes of ammunition sitting on top.
Okay, and Jennifer Crumbley is handling those?
Yes.
Okay. And what are they doing now?
They're putting on ear protection before entering the range.
The previous footage shown of Jennifer Crumbley at the shooting range, do you remember, did she have ear protection on?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot goes into those numbers, those stats. The number of 22 firearms around is going to be a big factor in that as well. I think side by side, a 9mm has more stopping power and can do more damage. Just one shot compared to one shot, with everything else equal. But the idea that a 22 is not deadly is completely wrong. They are extremely deadly.
Special Agent, can you explain to the jury what's happening right now, if you know?
Yeah, right now, the shooter is loading ammunition into the magazines.
Now, at this point, he had the gun for 1 day?
Yes, approximately around exactly 24 hours.
Okay. And do you see a lock anywhere in that case or next to the gun or the case?
No.
Magical Mary, this one, depending on the side you're on, a lot of people say this is a slippery slope case because the potential to have parents charged for criminal acts of their children. It could be precedent setting. I realize we've got some other things happening in the news that are similar to the Virginia case. I'm going to have to dig into that one with the teacher that was shot, survived. I think it was just a kid, just a little kid that brought that firearm. Did she just like grab a bottle of Advil and pop one? Is that what she's doing? She's popping her neck. Oh my goodness, she does this. Can't wait for the mic to pick up the crack as she cracks her neck.
Especially, Jen, I do have a question while we're viewing this. Are all of the visits and purchases stored on surveillance in ranges and licensed firearm dealers?
So in this particular gun range, there is surveillance camera equipment. I don't believe it went back past September 25th, which is why there wasn't surveillance video for the previous visits.
Okay. So what's happening right now?
So that is the 6-hour pistol. I'm going to call that the stand, as well as a loaded magazine. And now the shooter is placing a target on the cardboard before sending it back down range.
That's a control switch that controls the pulley system that the target rides on. So he sends it down to the depth or the distance he wants to practice shooting at. And then he can push a button and pull the target back up and check and see how it performs. He's having trouble seating the clip properly. There you go. Stance. Magazine, not clip. I will make that mistake till the day I die. I will say, just for the record, I have experience with firearms. I will say that the distinction between a magazine and a clip, because of how widely the names have been interchanged inappropriately, to most people does not matter at this point, even though you're very right. A clip and a magazine are very different. They're not interchangeable, but for most people, the words have become synonymous. Yes, tried as an adult, life in prison without parole, pled guilty. Let's bring in the target back now. I don't know how fast it looks like it moves pretty quick, so I'm guessing he probably wasn't shooting more than about, I don't know, 25 feet or so.
So just for the record, the shooter's already, were you able to tell how many rounds he shot?
It depends on how full the magazine was, but if he had a full magazine, it would have been 15 rounds once he loaded it in the firearm that he discharged.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what's happening now?
Yep, so now he brings a new target over for Jennifer Crumbley, and then he affixes it to the cardboard and then sends it downrange.
Amy, this is the Oxford High shooting.
So it seems both of them are struggling at this point as he did before. What are they trying to do? He had the same trouble.
So initially he had trouble inserting the magazine. This is different. He's trying to explain to her how to send the slide forward by pressing sending the slide release and sending it forward, the chamber around from the magazine. And that's that action right there.
She's shying away from it, tucking her head down, tucking her chin. She did get a bullseye. He's pointed out that she hit it right in the center of the target.
So Jennifer Crumbley took her turn at firing the SIG. Were you able to tell whether it was just, it seemed like just a few rounds?
Yeah, it was just a few rounds. It was a partially loaded magazine that was inserted into the firearm.
Okay. And then, I know you have viewed this several times. At this point, the shooter does another, I don't know how many rounds.
That the witness answer the questions and just be asked, not leading.
I'm just really just trying to make things easy and more understandable.
Yes, leading is much easier.
And we were going to fast forward.
Okay, so you're going to fast forward. What happens next? What happens next?
So I think they exchanged turns one more time, shooting at the target, and then I believe it's only one more time each, and then they depart from the range.
Okay.
The son will not be testifying. He's trying to appeal.
All right, you're fast forwarding to when they're both completed. You think that what did they both shoot more rounds or just the shooter, if you know?
I'm not certain if Jennifer shot more rounds or not. I know the shooter takes another turn this time around. I don't know exactly how many more times Jennifer shoots.
Do you know how many rounds total were left when they were finished shooting?
So they discard an empty box of 50 rounds of the 9mm ammunition into the trash can, and then exit with only one box of 50 rounds. So when they departed, they only had the 50-round full box of Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition.
Okay. And we can fast forward to that part. We're going to try.
I think he's trying to withdraw his guilty plea. When I say appeal, he's trying to withdraw his plea, right? The last I heard was that he would not. Initially, we thought he was going to testify against his parents. That was the information we had. But last I heard, as of last week, he was planning on withdrawing his guilty plea, trying to get a redo. We'll have to dig into it. We'll have to dig into it. Because he did plead guilty. So we don't expect him to testify against his parents. If the judge grants your request to withdraw your guilty plea, all that goes away, and a new jury doesn't hear that. I don't think the judge is going to grant it, but she's asking where to put her other thumb. Do I put it on top of the other? The slide flies back very, very fast, and if your thumb is too high above the, there's like a little beaver tail portion on the grip that keeps your hand from sliding too far up on the grip. If your thumb is too high above that, the slide will come back and hit and could break or cut your thumb or bruise it badly. Looks like she's got her elbows like completely locked, like fully extended and locked, almost hyperextended. That cannot feel good. The gentleman with the work vest that's walking around in the background with a broom and a dustbin is sweeping up what they call the brass. Brass is the cartridge, the empty cartridge that's been discarded or ejected from the firearm after it's been discharged. And they're swept up because it's like marbles on the floor. It's like a major tripping hazard. And it's worth money because they're often used to, they're cleaned and reused or reloaded into new ammunition. And a safety officer. I think he's got a NRA, RSO. NRA would be National Rifle Association Range Safety Officer, or the initials on the back. Mike, it is legal. What we're observing here in the video is legal. This is done, as far as the law is concerned, properly. This would be a juvenile, someone who legally is not allowed to own or purchase a firearm or ammunition on their own, operating under close supervision of an adult. Pat Meekum, thank you very much. Welcome back to the gallery. He's appealing his sentence, not his plea. That would still give him a new sentencing trial. KRH, no. I've never reloaded. It scares me to death. It scares me to death. I've played with gunpowder enough to know how dangerous it is. That's why I'm not a big fan of reloading. I'll buy any ammunition I need, which I don't use much. I'll buy it from the store. trying to get access to parole. So the testimony we heard from the video, the officer who watched the video of the shooting at the school, saw the shooter perform these same steps where he basically squares up, sets his feet apart so he has a wide stance for a good foundation, rolls his shoulders forward in this position. This is training for accurate firearm shooting. And so he's observed that same thing, and that's why he said when he saw that video, he immediately thought that the shooter was familiar with firearms and had been trained. Thank you, Robin. I drink some water. This video has been almost real time of their entire visit to the firearm store. I think this is the last video of the last visit. That pattern is not as good as accuracy, and that is not phenomenal. Ohio Jen, sometimes we see a defense lawyer that is very touchy-feely with their client as a way to express to the jury that they're not scared of the client and this is not a bad person. And so they might be overboard on touching every time they get near him, hand on the shoulder, hand on the back, leaning closer, their head's almost touching as they're whispering. I think it's a tactic as well. AOL Podcast, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Bless you. Bless you again. What was the judge? Cast the Sass. The state is trying to show the mother's awareness and involvement in the son's preparation for this crime. Her permissiveness with him to own, handle, and operate firearms and be around them. They need to show that she was culpable in this crime. Robin, the top slide, the very, very top part of the gun as it's being held right now by the shooter, at the very back, there's a groove with a little notch in the middle, and at the very front, there's a protruding notch. So if you imagine you've got, at the front, you have a notch poking up, and the back side, you have a little V. And so when you're aiming the firearm, you would want the notch in front to be right equal to and in the middle of the V. So you're looking down through the V, you put the notch right there in the middle, and then you'll want the target to be right there on the top of that notch. So you line all three of them up, your target, the V, the notch, and that's the aiming. It's sort of crude, it's not very advanced, but it works well. And it's like iron sights, yes. The empty chair you see occasionally is because the courtroom uses Zoom for their cameras, and the Zoom automatically switches to the active camera based on the microphone that picks up the sound. So they've got microphones linked to specific cameras. That way when the judge starts talking, we hear the judge. When the witness starts talking, we see the witness.
Is that where she
And
just-
sometimes the mic...
The ammunition's discarded?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Sometimes the mic just picks up the sound by the witness chair, even when no one's there, because there's sound bouncing around the courtroom like that. The recoil, when you hear about a firearm with the recoil, when you pull the trigger and the firing pin hits the back of the primer ignites the powder. The powder
And this is the,
expands, ejects the bullet down the barrel.
Picture of the
pushes,
target
kicks
that was
back as
posted?
well. The recoil is how much the
You know,
gun
did you ever-
kicks
was that
back,
ever
usually
recovered?
upward as well.
Yes, there was targets in the shooter's bedroom. I don't recall exactly if it was Mrs. Crumbley's target or not. I know the shooter's target was one of them, I believe.
And can you tell the jury what he's doing now?
Right now, he's trying to put the 6-hour pistol and 3 pistol magazines into the case and close it.
Are the magazines full or empty, or can you tell?
They're empty.
And what does it look like to you is happening?
So the shooter's just trying to rearrange the pistol box so that it closes properly and can fully clamp with those that we demonstrated earlier, the opening of the clamps.
The latch?
The latches, yes.
So Jennifer Crumbley's carrying the case with the SIG inside of it.
Yes.
And do you see is the shooter carrying anything?
Yes, he has the targets as well as the box of 9mm pistol ammunition.
Okay. And based on your investigation and all the physical evidence and digital evidence, was this the last known image of this weapon before it was used to kill the students in Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit 72. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is an Instagram post by Jennifer Crumbley on the date that they went to the range later that evening. It says, "Took my new SIG out to the range
I
today."
just want to stop you. This is actually...
I'm sorry.
Okay. Whose Instagram post is this?
I'm sorry, this is the shooter's Instagram.
Okay.
It was posted later that evening, said, "Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sights, LOL."
And could you tell when that was posted?
Yes, in 1902 on the date they went to the range being the 27th, the day after Thanksgiving,
Okay, and what time is that for?
7:02 p.m.
Okay. It's UTC -5, so is it 7 or is it...
I'm sorry, that is in UTC. So at the time of this, it would be around 2 o'clock, 2:02 p.m.
2:02. Can you tell the jury what UTC minus...
Yeah, so
what am I talking about when I say that?
It's just the universal time, so that is like the time in the Eastern time zone is either -4 or -5, depending on the time of year, daylight savings time.
Okay. So
that is 72. And then I'm gonna, do you know, by the way, where Jennifer Crumbley was when this was posted? If you know.
I believe she was still home at this point.
I want to draw your attention to 73. What is this?
This is the Instagram post by Jennifer Crumbley of the Target with Mom and Sunday testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye. And this was posted about a minute later than the shooter's Instagram post.
So his post was 202 and hers was 203?
Yes.
Amanda and
there's
Coops,
more
thanks
than
for
just
gifting
this
5
post,
memberships
correct?
each.
Oh, there's 3
Appreciate
images within the one post, yes.
Okay. So it's the same text, but 3 different images?
Yes.
Okay. And this, what is this picture of?
So this is the third image. The first was the main target, then there was a zoom in of the bullseye, and then there was this image, which was of the firearm in the case with 2 pistol magazines and the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice beneath it.
Do you know where James Crumbley was during this time? Was he still doing DoorDash deliveries?
Yes.
Okay.
Bingo on DoorDash.
Do you know at some point whether or not Jennifer Crumbley left the house that day when they returned from the range?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And do you know about what time?
It was around, I believe it was around 2:30, or it could have, I know there was a Facebook message around 2:30 sent that she was shopping, so I don't know exactly what time she left, but I know she left after that after that Instagram post.
Okay. And do you know when she returned?
It was around 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
You know, I might be confusing Jennifer and James on that timing that Jennifer returned home
Okay,
for that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We have another witness that will testify about it. Just one moment, Your Honor. All right, I want to draw your attention to a previously, I believe it's previously admitted, 74, Exhibit 74. All right, and if we could zoom in on the drawing of the firearm in that diagram. We've already, well, tell the jury when you first saw this worksheet.
I first saw this worksheet when I was at Oxford High School on November 30th, 2021, responding to the shooting.
Okay, and what's your understanding about who drew those things and when?
It was my understanding that the shooter drew them earlier in the day, and I have to say that I saw an image of this worksheet, which is probably the same image. And it was, like I said, during my time responding to the school.
Okay. Special Agent, what, if anything, caught your attention about this drawing?
Ellie Bud,
there
welcome.
were
Thank you so much.
several things, specifically with the firearm. After recovering it and looking at it, inspecting it, it appeared to be the same firearm recovered from that the shooter used to commit the shooting, the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol.
Okay, can you explain to the jury why you believe that?
Yes. So when you look at the image, the back of the. Do you mind if I pick up the actual weapon?
Go ahead.
Okay.
But you're gonna have to stand so the jury can see you.
So when you look at the back of the slide, there's serrations at the back of the slide here. Actually, turn it this way. So there's serrations at the back of the slide in the same location that they are in the picture. The shape of the trigger guard of the picture appeared to be the same shape, as well as the magazine. The SIG magazine is unique in that it has this lip at the front. And when inserted in the firearm, it creates this secondary kind of, it's not flush with the firearm, right? There's this lip.
I'm sorry, can you turn to so we can see?
Move my chair back, yep, there we go.
Sorry, I can't see what you're.
Yep, no problem. So there's a lip in the front of the firearm here when the magazine's inserted. And when I looked at the picture, it appeared to be that was what was drawn at the bottom, where you see that lip.
Did you see anything else about the drawing that was notable?
Yes, the ammunition appeared to be, after working this case and reviewing the image and knowing the caliber of firearms in the Crumbley home, it appeared that ammunition was not .22 ammunition for the simple fact that the cylinder at the bottom on a .22 long rifle round of ammunition is not flush. It creates almost like a cylinder at the bottom, if you could picture it, and it wouldn't be flush with the round. So instead of it just being a circle like this, where you'd have a circle like that, it would be that there are parts of edge sticking out around it, so to speak. There would be an edge drawn further around the bottom of that round of ammunition, and it's much thinner.
Okay, and I'm going to approach and show you the previously admitted picture of the other firearm that the Crumbleys owned that's most similar to, what's not here that's on the SIG that makes you think that the drawing was of the SIG? How are these two different?
So additionally, on the SIG...
And tell me how I should hold this so it doesn't look like I'm pointing at you.
Take that from you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So when you look at the SIG here, there's an ejection port on this side, on the right side of the firearm, similar to the one drawn in the picture. The only other magazine-fed pistol in their residence at the time did not have an ejection port on either side of the firearm because it's concealed by the slide.
Okay. That's fine.
Tried to try to make it exactly precise on the timing there. Sorry.
Nothing further at the moment, Your Honor.
Okay, we're to cross. I think this is our last witness for the day, isn't it?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
As you know, I think you've been in court, sitting back here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm Shannon, I represent Ms. Crumbley. If I ask you any questions confusing, please let me know, please.
Understood.
Thank you. Special Agent Brandon, would that be the correct way?
Yes.
Okay, to address you, thank you. You were testifying that you are familiar with the state and federal laws regarding guns, correct?
No, that's not correct. I had stated that I was familiar with the federal laws to purchase a firearm, and in some of those investigations in purchasing firearms, some of the state laws come into play.
Okay. In terms of, and if you don't know the answer, please let me know. If you do know the answer, let us know, and please answer the question. Back on November 30th of 2021, it was not illegal, and it still is not illegal, for a minor to touch a gun, correct?
It is not against federal law for a minor to touch a firearm in certain instances, no.
Okay. It is not against the law for a minor to shoot a gun at a gun range. It wasn't then, and it's not illegal now, correct?
It is not against federal law for a minor to go to a gun range to shoot a firearm, no.
Okay, and as far as you know, it's not against state law either, correct?
Yeah, as far as I know, especially from this investigation, I know that it's not against state law, yes.
Okay. On November 30th of 2021, there also is no law, federal law, that requires certain storage requirements for guns, correct?
Inside of your residence?
Yes.
There's not a federal law that forces anyone to store their firearms in a certain way, no.
And as far as you know, on November 30th of 2021, there also is not a state law that states how a firearm must be stored, correct?
It's my understanding, based on this investigation, that at the time there was not a law governing how to store a firearm in a home, no.
Okay. Now, you testified and talked to this jury about how there are various ways guns can be stored safely, correct?
Yes.
And one of the possible ways is in a gun safe, correct?
Yes.
And the Kel-Tec and Derringer gun, they were in a gun safe in the Crumbley home.
That's correct.
another way that a gun another way of making a gun safe is with a cable lock, correct?
Yes.
And a cable lock is it almost looks like a bike lock that loops through the gun to make it impossible to shoot when it's locked, correct?
Yes.
And in order to disable or take the cable lock off, you have to have a key, correct?
I would say that's one of the ways to take it off, yes.
Okay, so that would be the way that most
bolt
people
cutters.
would take it off, is by using a key that works with that lock, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go to exhibit 38, which I'm going to put up on my screen, but I need to switch it over. And I apologize. Mr. Godwin, can you help me, please?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
I
yes.
just am not sure I've shifted over. Okay, so I'm going to exhibit 38. It's this thing. Okay, I've got it plugged in. Ooh, I did better than I thought I would. Okay, so this is exhibit 38. This has been admitted. This was admitted through the people when you testified before. This is the trigger lock statement. You recall testifying about this, correct?
Yes.
And when a sale of a gun is made, this form is filled out and given to the person or filled out by the person buying the gun, correct?
Correct.
And it's signed, and this form specifically is signed by James Crumbley and Cammie Back being the person who sold the gun, correct?
Yes.
And this form is to help ensure that there is safety in this process of guns being sold, correct?
I'm not sure what the congressional intent is on this, and that's not something I can testify about.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that the sale must include a trigger lock or a gun case or a storage container that can be secured, correct?
No, it says a trigger lock or other device design, which in this instance would be the cable lock or a gun case or storage container.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So it could be a trigger lock, it could be a cable lock, it could be a gun case, it could be a storage container. There's options.
Yes.
And when you testified about the 3 guns that we've seen in this courtroom, you testified about the Derringer, the Kel-Tec, and the Sig Sauer, correct?
Yes.
And you were testifying that the caliber on those guns, that the Sig Sauer has the biggest caliber, correct?
Yes, it's a larger caliber.
Out of the 3 of those.
Yes.
Okay. And by nature, with those 3 guns in mind, that means the Sig Sauer can do more damage than the other 2 guns, the Kel-Tec or the Derringer, correct?
I believe what I said is that it just makes a bigger hole, but yes, what you're saying is, yeah, that it would cause more damage, yes.
Okay. And a 9mm is not this is going to sound like a terrible question, but is not the largest millimeter there are guns that are bigger and stronger, correct?
Larger caliber.
Yes.
What other guns could create even more damage or
40,
even
357.
even larger holes?
12 gauge.
I mean, there's a lot of
50
calibers
cal.
that are larger than a 9. I don't know that you want me to list them all right now, but there are more calibers that do cause more damage, that do fire a bigger round than a 9mm.
A
if that's what you're asking.
357?
Yes.
Yes.
A 45?
Yes.
Yes.
A 50?
50 caliber?
PMG.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, approximately how many other kinds of, would you guess? How many other?
I'm not going to guess. I mean, there's a lot of calibers of firearm. There are several that are larger caliber than a 9mm. There's not many that are larger than a 9 as a semi-automatic handgun. There's a few, I would say, not a ton.
Okay, so a 9mm is not the most destructive gun you can buy, but it's a gun that a person can buy.
A 9mm is a gun a person can buy, yes.
Okay.
Thanks for clearing that up.
You testified about I'm going to go to Exhibit 37. You testified about this ATF pamphlet, Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that everyone knows guns are dangerous, correct?
I would hope so, yes.
It does not take getting a pamphlet to know that a gun is a weapon. That's common knowledge, correct?
Yes.
Whether that pamphlet is in the box, on the counter, on the floor, in the car, it's common knowledge that a gun is a serious, dangerous weapon, correct?
Yes, but that's not the purpose of this pamphlet.
Well, the purpose of this pamphlet is to make sure youths with handgun is especially dangerous, correct?
Yes.
And that also is fairly common sense, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question, being that it's like the #1 cause of death for children, that firearms are the #1 cause of death for kids. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, my point is, we know guns are dangerous. We know they're dangerous when youths handle guns. It doesn't change whether it's a youth or an adult, correct?
I think that if they wanted to have a pamphlet that said the Person Safety Act notice, they would have. It says youth for a reason. I think that there's a special category for that.
But any person would know that a youth handling a gun, it would be dangerous.
I would hope so.
Okay. We saw a lot of exhibits showing that there were trips to the gun range, and we can agree that there is no doubt James Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley like guns or are interested in guns, correct?
It appears so from the evidence, yes.
You showed this jury evidence of them purchasing, of James Crumbley purchasing the 3 weapons, correct?
Yes.
We've shown this jury text messages between Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley showing that they're going to, that Mr. Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, are going to gun ranges, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I got a little distracted.
I am so sorry.
That's okay.
Squirrel. We need a break.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
You want a cough drop?
I need like just something. I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat.
I haven't seen any bugs in here. You want a cough drop?
Yeah, can I have one?
Judge is handing out
Sorry,
Ricola.
excuse me. I'm so sorry. Okay, we can agree James Crumbley and his son
BG, thank you for gifting
are
the
interested
membership.
in guns.
Yes.
We can agree they would go to the gun range, they would go shooting together.
Yes.
Okay, you have some evidence of some various trips they took to the gun range, but it's possible there's many, many more trips that Mr. Crumbley and his son took to the gun range, correct?
That's possible, yes.
What you're testifying to this jury is not limited to the only experiences we can say the shooter has ever had at a gun range.
That's fair, yes.
And there's one occasion back in the summer of 2021 when Jennifer Crumbley is with her husband and son at the gun range, and we see her shooting in the video, correct?
Yes.
And aside from that, the only other time we see Jennifer Crumbley at the gun range is on the day after the Sig Sauer was purchased, when she's with this half-an-hour-long video we watched with the shooter, correct?
Yes.
And as we watched that video, on that occasion, we can agree James Crumbley is not there with them, correct?
Yes.
And when Jennifer Crumbley walks in, she's carrying the case that has the gun in it, correct?
Yes.
She goes up to the counter, purchases ammunition, and she carries it over to the area where they shoot. Is that fair to say?
Yes, she purchased the ammunition. I'm not clear on who picked out how much ammunition. There was a time that that the shooter made a 2 with his finger, and I can't be certain if he was talking about the ammunition boxes or the targets.
Okay, so they end up in the area where you shoot, and it appears to me, although I've never been to a range, you put the gun in the spot where the person stands to actually shoot it, correct?
Yes.
And then it appears to me, but please tell me if I'm wrong, that you load the magazines with the ammunition on the counter behind when the gun is sitting away from you, correct?
Yes, that's generally been my experience at private ranges, yes.
And in these videos that we saw, it's apparent that the shooter has knowledge of how to load those magazines with the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
He is the one loading those magazines with the ammunition, not Mrs. Crumbley.
No, there was a point at one time when Mrs. Crumbley was putting rounds and her arm was moving. Obviously the angle's sideways so you can't see, but there was a time when she was loading. I don't think she loaded all the magazines, but I think she did load a few rounds.
Okay, and when we see the video of the shooter shooting the weapon, he obviously knows how to shoot the weapon and is shooting the weapon at the target, correct?
Yes.
And when Mrs. Crumbley comes up and takes her turn, Mom's having her turn with the weapon, there's some very obvious conversation going on between herself and the shooter, back and forth between the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And it appears from the video, I believe that you said the shooter is explaining something to her.
Yes, I think he was explaining how to send the slide forward to chamber around. She was having trouble. She got the magazine in, but then couldn't get the slide to go forward.
Okay, and that was in the first, she took 2 turns essentially at the range, correct?
Yes.
And in the first turn she took, that's when she's having trouble with the slide?
Yes.
Okay. And when we see Mrs. Crumbley take her second turn, we see her turn back and have to call the shooter over to explain something else to her in trying to figure out how to hold the gun, correct?
Yeah, it seemed like he was trying to explain how to properly grip the firearm, yes.
Okay. And we can agree that in the videos from this shooting range at Accurate with Mrs. Crumbley and other ranges, it's clear the shooter has been given experience shooting at ranges and knows how to operate these weapons, correct?
Yes.
You also showed this jury evidence that on one other occasion, Mr. Crumbley and the shooter rented a 9mm gun.
Yes.
And on that day, obviously, the shooter shot the 9mm gun, correct?
I don't recall from the video that we have of that if he shot it or not. I believe, I would assume he did, but I can't say for certain.
It would be weird if you rented a gun and didn't shoot it.
I agree.
Okay. And you don't know if there's other trips that Mr. Crumbley took with the shooter where they may have rented 9mm guns on other occasions, correct?
If it was to this specific range, I would know about it based on the receipts, but if not, then no. If it was a different range, then it's possible, yes.
The range that you checked with was the one in Clarkston, correct?
Yes.
There are a number of gun ranges, though, in the area, and it's fair to say you did not check with all of those ranges.
Not all of them. The ones in close proximity to the house, yes. But at the time it was winter, so a lot of the outdoor ranges, it had snowed the weekend before. A lot of the outdoor ranges either were snowed, there was too much snow, but yes, as far as the indoor ranges in the area, that's the closest.
Okay.
AWOL Podcast, thank you very
addition
much for gifting
to
5 memberships.
These guns and going to this indoor range, you were at the Crumbley home during the time the search warrant was executed, correct?
Yes.
And if you do not know the answer to this, you can let us know. During the search warrant that was executed, you observed that the shooter had a number of BB guns, correct?
Yes.
And BB guns are not on the same level of danger as these three weapons, these three guns you've testified about, correct?
I mean, they can be dangerous, but are they a firearm? No.
Okay. So, and you also, I'm sure, observed that in the backyard at the Crumbley's home, they had targets set up where BB guns could be shot in the backyard, correct?
Yes.
So it's a very fair assumption to say that the shooter was interested in BB guns, target practice, these guns, going to the shooting range.
Yes.
When you testified that the Caltech was in a gun safe at the time law enforcement did the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And the Derringer.
Yes.
And there was a cable lock that was not on the Caltech gun, correct?
There was a cable lock in the Caltech gun box in the kitchen that was not on the Caltech gun. There were no cable locks on either the Derringer or the Caltech inside the safe.
And we talked about the different options of ways to keep a gun safe. And while the cable lock was not on the Caltech or the Derringer, there wasn't a cable lock on that one, those two were secured in a gun safe.
Yes, with the combination of 000, but yes.
Okay, and when you testified about the combination being 000, that was the combination that you said the manufacturer, that would be the default.
Yes.
And that combination can be changed by people when they get the gun, correct?
When they get the safe, yes, they can change the combination.
And you have no knowledge of what the combination was at the time that James and Jennifer Crumbley had that safe in the home. All you know is the time you saw the safe, the combination was 000, correct?
I know that the safe was unlocked at the house by law enforcement using the code 000.
Did you unlock the safe at the house, or is that... You were not the person that unlocked that safe though, correct?
No. You asked me the question. I said I know it was unlocked with that, but I was not present when it was unlocked, but I know that that's the combination to the safe, and it has not been changed since.
Okay. You did not watch law enforcement open the safe.
No.
You did not watch law enforcement turn the numbers on the safe.
No.
You believe that the numbers law enforcement used were 000, but you do not have personal knowledge that 000 opened that safe, correct?
I did not physically observe it, no.
And it's fair to say that those guns, that Caltech and that Derringer, were purchased in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And there is no claim in this case that the shooter ever took those two guns or took them out of the house or took those to school, anything along those lines, correct?
Not out of the house, no.
In terms of, Your Honor, are we going to go till 5 or what's the court?
I have special permission.
Okay.
But
So
I would like to, can we finish this witness? Can we finish this witness today?
Your Honor, there were so many exhibits. I don't think we can. And
okay, we can go till 5, right? You guys okay going till 5?
Okay. Yeah. You testified. Okay, so let's go to some of the exhibits if we can.
Okay.
I'm going to go to exhibit 52. Was this, it appears to be conversation by messages back and forth. And it shows the shooter holding the Kel-Tec, correct?
This one shows him loading the Kel-Tec, that video that you have it on now, yes.
I'm sorry, it shows him loading the Kel-Tec. And this video was from back in August of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that obviously this video shows the shooter holding the Kel-Tec, and let's see here, the video was admitted also. Let me just get to the video. Okay, so this is the video. I'm just going to play it. It's 12 seconds. This is exhibit 51. Okay, so this video shows the shooter loading the Kel-Tec.
This one was an empty slide. You just sent the slide forward on this video, yes.
Okay, I'm so bad with
yeah.
these guns. Yeah, please correct me. So this one is him doing what? Sending the slide forward?
Yes, there was no ammunition in the firearm, I don't believe there was even a magazine inserted. He just sent the slide forward in this video. It was like a black leather, looks like a couch or something like that below it.
Okay, and in this video, you have no idea if there are other people around him.
No.
The video is focused on the gun in the shooter's hand, correct?
Yes.
And this video was sent by text message over to a friend of the shooter's. Is that correct?
Yes.
And while we don't see any people in this video, we don't know if Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley were present at the time the shooter is taking this video.
We know that they were in the home at the time, but we don't know exactly where they were in the home, no.
Okay, so we know they're at home at the time the shooter's in the home making this video and sending it to a friend, correct?
Yes.
And as much as, this video, him doing this, the shooter doing this, is not illegal, correct?
No.
It's not.
It's not illegal. I mean, I can't say.
I'm not going to say it's a good idea.
Right. I mean, under federal law, it wouldn't be illegal. You're in your own home, and I don't know where his parents are at the time either, though. So I can't really comment whether it was legal or not on what he's doing with the firearm.
Okay, right. We don't know. All we have is this little 12-second video with no context, correct?
I think the context was the text message that says, my dad left his gun out, so it seems odd to send the text message if your dad was around while you filmed it.
Okay.
Or your parents, I should say.
We know dad is in the home at the time this video is made, correct?
Yes, both Jennifer and James, yes.
We know mom is in the home at the time this video is made, correct?
Yes.
This home we're talking about, there will be other... Sure.
I'm sorry.
Judge calls a break. Judge calls a break. We're not sure why. Whoa, he just sent a message to prosecution. He just talked to prosecution right there while he's on the stand. That's funny. He mouthed something to them. BG gifted another membership. Thank you so much. That went to Mrs. General. Congratulations. I realize we've got a lot of individuals here who do things maybe differently than we do, who might speak in different manners or use body language in different ways than we do. Let's try to get past that and just watch the trial for the content of what it is, for what's happening here in this case. Let's try not to get distracted on pet peeves or pet projects or even if you've got an area of great interest. Let's try to stay focused on the case. Look, her neck's bothering her. I can feel it. I think she's about to crack it. All right. Let's see what's happening here. I'm not sure what's going on. The judge called the break for unknown reason. But we love our pets, says Debbie. Fresh batch of pancakes from Angela, if you're up for it. Let's see. I think a couple comments were muted or that got a little... they started to be distracting for the rest of us that are trying to follow the trial. I realize I make mistakes. I say things wrong. Let's see. Let's go back to what's happening.
Sorry, so we're at the time where we're talking about this video that was sent. Your testimony was that the shooter sent a text that said, my dad left this out. Or I'm sorry, yeah, my dad left it out, correct?
Yes.
It does not say my mom left it out.
It does not.
It specifically says my dad.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, you don't know the shooter.
I don't know the shooter personally.
Right.
No.
You don't know the shooter's friend.
No.
You don't know other things the shooter and his friend had been talking about that day, correct?
Thank you, Gerda. Thank you so much.
I've reviewed messages between the shooter and his friend for several days, but I don't understand what you're asking there.
I'm asking, you don't know whether when that statement was sent to his friend, you don't know that that's true, that his dad left the gun out, correct? All you can do is read the text.
I know he sent the text, yes.
He sent the text, but you don't know that that's true, correct?
I can say I know he sent the text. I don't know. I don't know exactly where. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if anyone knows it's true or not. But he sent the text.
You are aware that teenagers can embellish things?
I don't have any teenagers.
So he's not aware.
You were a teenager at some point.
Sure. I don't know that
I never
specialized
embellished.
in teenager behavior.
Okay.
To testify to that.
You would agree with me it's possible for teenagers to embellish to impress their friends?
I would agree, yeah, that it's possible for teenagers to embellish, I think is a fair statement.
It's possible for them to send messages to friends to try to look cool?
It's possible, yes.
It's possible to try to fit in with other people and get people's attention, correct?
If you want a soundbite, I need you to send it to me on the burner phone with a link, with a timestamp.
I think we're getting into an area that I'm not authorized to testify about as a federal agent right now.
Not authorized?
Honestly, and
Yeah, Your Honor, Special Agent Brandon has very defined parameters about what he can testify to. He has Assistant United States Attorney in the courtroom because he can only testify to certain things. So I would just ask that...
I guess I'm not sure what that means, but...
it means he can't testify about teenage behavior. He can't testify about...
Well, some of that is also argumentative, right? I guess take judicial notice that teenagers embellish things, just for my own, right? Yeah.
Take judicial notice that teenagers embellish things.
They talked about that during jury selection, so he doesn't know. I don't think he was a teenager not long ago himself, I think.
Not long ago.
Police officers are looking younger and younger candidates.
Okay, so the bottom line is, in terms
That
of
might have been inappropriate commentary.
what's going on in
Commenting on the youth of
this
the witness.
shooter's mind, and at this time, the Crumbley son's mind, we just don't know. We're not mind readers, correct?
yes.
We do know, though, it's not just based on text messages, that James and Jennifer Crumbley were in the home at the time this video was made, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That is something that you established through actual evidence, and we know they were present in the home.
Yes.
And when we're talking about the Crumbley's home, it's a 900 square foot home, correct?
Yes.
It's a small ranch with 3 bedrooms.
Yes.
We're not talking a 4,000 square foot, 3-story house, correct?
That's correct.
So we know that all 3 people at the time this video was made were in this 900 square foot home.
Yes.
don't think this witness ever embellished anything.
Same thing
On the
with the
stand
video
or in life.
that was by, you testified about a video where you can see the dining room table and you recognize the wood grain as being from their dining room, correct?
Yes.
Can you remind me what was happening in that video? I don't want to waste the jury's
Sure,
time,
yeah.
but I think you...
Yeah, so in the video, the shooter loads a loaded pistol magazine into the Kel-Tec and then sends the slide forward, chambering around, which means the firearm is ready to be discharged at that time.
And when that video was taken, that's also a short little video clip, correct?
Yes.
And that video clip also, we do not know who else is present when that video clip was taken.
Not in the immediate vicinity around him, no. We know that both Jennifer and James were in the residence, though. Yes.
Okay, so James and Jennifer are in the residence when Ethan Crumbley is making this video.
Yes.
Okay, and we know he made that video and obviously had it on his phone.
Correct.
And we know he sent that video to a friend.
Yes.
And again, we don't really have much more context beyond that, correct?
Other than the text message, no.
Well, the text message was from the other...
I think the text message, the videos were sent, and then the text message followed the videos.
There was... I'm sorry, were both of those videos sent at the time when it said my dad left it out?
I think the first video was sent at 9:30, and the second video was sent at like 12:30 a.m., so 4 hours later. But in that chain of text, it's video 9:30, video 12:30, and then the text that said my dad left his left his gun out, LOL,
Okay.
something to that effect.
And you checked to make sure that at 9:30 and at 12:30, both parents were at home, correct?
Yes.
And and so he sends these two videos, and there's no response from his friend, correct?
I don't recall if there was a response or not. I know that they were sent. There may have been an exchange, but I just know that they were sent to his friend.
Okay. And then he sends another text saying, my dad left this out, correct?
Yes.
This is a good witness. He's a really good witness. I've never heard that.
Now, we can
I'm not
agree
authorized
in
to
the
talk about
text
anything else
message,
line.
or I'm sorry, in the Instagram post, there's reference that this gun was a gift to the shooter, correct?
Yes.
You are not a member of the Crumbley family, correct?
No.
You don't know what the terms of that gift are in terms of whether the shooter was allowed to just possess it and have it at all times, or if there were conditions around and rules around that gift, correct?
No, I just know that it was a gift.
Is that correct?
And you don't know if you do not know where that gun was kept, the Sig Sauer was kept, prior to the day you're in the house with law enforcement and the open gun case was on the bed, correct? I'm sorry, it's late in the day, so
Sure.
my questions are getting terrible. Let me back up. When you saw the weapon, the actual weapon, the Sig Sauer, you saw it at the school, correct?
Yes.
And when you went to the parents' home, the gun case was out on the bed, correct?
I believe when I got there, it had been moved to the kitchen at that point.
I'm sorry, it
Yes.
was in the kitchen
Sure,
at
but
that
yeah.
point?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to you getting there, you don't know where the gun case had been, where it was moved to, who had moved it, and things like that, correct?
I know based on reviewing the search warrant photographs from the scene that are done prior to searching a residence, that it was on the bed and with the empty box of pistol ammunition next to it when those photographs were taken. That's what I know.
You don't know prior to that day or the night before where that gun was stored in the Crumbley's home, correct?
I don't know myself. I don't have knowledge of that. I know that there's been. I don't know how to answer that question, honestly.
Okay, well, you don't know the answer to
As
that.
someone that's been involved in this investigation, as one of the officers in charge, I have reviewed multiple different statements and texts about where it was stored, so I don't know how to quite answer that question because there were various texts and statements about where it was stored from the defendant's messages and statements and things like that, so I don't know how to answer that question. But do I know for certain where it was stored? The answer to that is no.
Okay. You also don't know whether when the gun, the Sig Sauer, was in the Crumbley home, if they had the cable lock on the Sig Sauer gun.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Thank you so much,
When the
Kesha.
gun was
5
in
memberships.
Crumbley's home, in the days
We're
following
almost done today.
James buying the gun, you don't know if the cable lock was on that gun.
I don't know, other than the 26th, the date that they purchased the firearm, I believe they took photos of it around 1 o'clock p.m. I know that the shooter took a video around shortly after 6 o'clock p.m. with the firearm, with the cable lock still in the bag, not inserted in the gun. So I know that at least when they got home from the firearm store after the purchase, there were photographs taken, there was no cable lock inserted. I know later that night at 6 p.m., so we're shortly thereafter, between 6 and 6:40, both the shooter and Mrs. Crumbley took photographs on their phone or photos and videos, and the cable lock wasn't inserted, it was still in the bag. That's all I know. I know that and at those specific times when those pictures are taken, that the cable lock was not used at those times.
Okay.
Lulu
we can
and Selena
agree on
K,
that.
thank you for gifting a membership.
Beyond that photograph, the day the gun was purchased, past 6 o'clock that night, you don't know if the cable lock was put on that gun, correct?
I have no evidence whether it was or was not, no.
You also don't know, after 6 o'clock that night, where the gun was placed, correct?
For that specific day, I don't personally know where that gun was that night, no.
You also don't know who was responsible for putting that gun away that night, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question. I guess it's if Mrs. Crumbley is taking a picture of the firearm and she's the only one home, it would be her responsibility to put the firearm away. And if it's Mr. Crumbley, so I don't know how to answer your question. If you want me to answer that, I don't know their conversations about who's responsible for locking it up at night. Then,
Right, so your
then
answer
yes.
is I don't know. You don't know.
Right.
Okay. And so on the 26th, that night, after 6 p.m., after the photo's taken, we can agree, you don't know if the cable lock got put on, you don't know where the gun was stored, and you don't know who was responsible for storing it, correct?
I don't know how to answer your question because I feel like that
Because you don't know.
I think
it's asked and answered.
I don't know whose responsibility. It could be both parents' responsibility. I don't know how to answer that question.
You weren't there.
Correct, I wasn't there. I don't know who's.
Okay.
But Your Honor, I just want to make record, he does have knowledge of all the other evidence, so I think the struggle here is he
knows what was happening at 6 p.m., but.
No, he's reviewed different statements about
Oh, I
so
see.
that's where the struggle is here. He doesn't personally know if those statements are true, but I think that's why, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but.
He has other information.
I'm asking him about his
Front of the
personal
jury.
knowledge, though. I'm not asking him about things other people said, things, okay? All right, so then we go to the 27th. This is the day after the gun was purchased by Mr. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we've obviously talked about Mrs. Crumbley being at the range with the shooter that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that night, after Mrs. Crumbley was home, you do know that Mrs. Crumbley and her son went back home, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you don't have personal knowledge of who took the gun from the car they drove into the home, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if the gun was even brought into the home when Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter arrived back home after the gun range.
That's correct.
You don't know if after coming home from the gun range, the cable lock was put on the gun.
By who? I don't know that the cable lock was placed on the firearm, but if you're saying it appeared the way that Mrs. Crumbley operated the firearm, it would be very difficult for her to lock the slide to the rear to put the cable lock on.
she appears like she doesn't know what she's doing with the gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's no doubt the shooter has a lot more knowledge about this gun than Mrs. Crumbley does.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And when Mrs. Crumbley is posting, she's posting that it's her first time shooting a 9mm, correct?
Yes, that's what she wrote.
And she's calling it a Mother's Sunday, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know much about this family, but Mother's Sunday implies this is a mother and son spending time together, correct?
That's what the text said, yes.
It's obvious Mrs. Crumbley's doing something with her son he enjoys, correct?
Yes, he was definitely smiling when he was shooting the firearm, yes.
Okay? And then both Mrs. Crumbley and her son are, comparing targets and talking and interacting with one another, correct?
That's what occurred on the surveillance video, yes.
And once they got home that night, you have no idea if the cable lock was put on the gun.
I do not know. No.
You don't even know if the gun was brought in the house.
No.
You don't know where the gun was kept that night.
No.
And you don't know where the gun was kept in the following day or day after. You don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, scratch that.
Just right now. Scratch, scratch, scratch.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I like that scratch that comment. We are almost done, and I'm going to announce we are working weekends. Tomorrow, you thought you were going to get a day off. We have to catch up. We cannot catch up at this pace. We're going to be here tomorrow. I'm sorry if you had plans. I'm sorry. I apologize. We have got to catch up on this trial. We've got to be... Some of you are very happy, and some of you are less happy. Yay, overtime.
In terms of the shooter, you have no awareness of whether the shooter has ever had any kind of safety course.
I found no evidence that he had a safety course, no.
You don't, so there is no evidence that you can say, there's no evidence, but that doesn't mean that didn't happen, correct?
Correct.
And you have no evidence about James, whether or not he's ever had a safety course, correct?
I found no evidence of that, no. But
Okay.
I don't, yeah, correct.
So you wouldn't know either way.
It's possible he had a safety course. I personally found no evidence of that.
And when you're talking about this drawing, and I'd like to just put the math paper back up. And I apologize.
Oh,
I
my
believe
goodness.
it was exhibit.
75? No. That was 74.
Thank you.
We're taking Sunday off, but we will work on Saturday.
Okay, so your testimony was, by looking at this math paper, you believe the gun in Exhibit 75 looks like the Sig Sauer weapon, correct?
Yes.
And this math paper was drawn after the shooter had already picked out and had his dad purchase the Sig Sauer, and the family already owned that gun, correct?
Yes.
And that bullet, you believe, looks like a bullet that would be unique to the Sig Sauer gun.
No, that's not what I said. I just said out of the firearms they own in their home, out of the two calibers, it resembles more of a 9mm than a 22.
Okay, but it's just a bullet, right? We can agree.
You listed off a lot of calibers earlier. If you ever look at all those rounds, they look vastly different.
All right, so that's a 9mm caliber.
I'm saying it resembles, or could resemble, a 9mm caliber. It is definitely a round of pistol ammunition that does not look like a 22.
Okay, these are just drawings that we know the shooter drew at school, correct?
They are drawings that the shooter drew at school, yes. I don't
Probably
know if I would say
8:30 or 9 o'clock is the starting time tomorrow.
They're drawings we know he drew at the school.
Yes.
And you have never discussed these drawings with the shooter, correct?
No.
You were not present when the shooter met with the school counselor about this drawing, correct?
No, I was not.
You were not present when the school shooter met with the principal from the school and talked about this drawing, correct?
I was not present.
You were not present when Mrs. Crumbley and her husband met with the shooter at the school about this drawing.
Correct. I did not get to the school that day until after the shooting occurred.
You did not hear the shooter explain why he put these things on this drawing, correct?
Yes, I did not respond until after the shooting occurred.
Okay. So you've never had a conversation with him where he explained or talked about what he was doing in this drawing, and you've never seen a video of those conversations, correct?
Yes, I believe I said before, I haven't met the shooter before.
Yeah, I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I think we're about ready to be done. Big thanks to Sharon. Thanks for your help as a mod. You carry a heavy burden. Thanks for all you do in welcoming people and keeping things smooth here. We've got amazing mods here. Thankful for every single one of them.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Can you do a redirect before we leave?
I can. Special Agent Brandon, you were asked some questions about the 9mm and that it isn't the most powerful gun, that there are other guns that could do more damage. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you acknowledge, though, that it's much more difficult to control and fire it quickly and accurately than a .22?
Yes, if we're going by the calibers, yeah, 50 caliber will be a lot more difficult to carry around than a 9mm. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked a lot about whether or not James or Jennifer, how many times they went to the shooting range, or if Jennifer ever went took them at a different time. You don't really know, though, correct?
No, all I know is the evidence that I found and that was presented today and that I testified to.
Okay, well, let's talk about that for a minute. What have you reviewed? Just summarize what you've reviewed.
So I've reviewed surveillance camera video from both the school, the firearms range, Facebook returns for James and Jennifer Crumbley, Instagram returns, the forensic download of 7 cell phones, I believe, belonging to James, Jennifer, and the shooter, the entire case file, other interviews, and things like that. Basically everything related to this case.
Okay, when you say you reviewed the phones, that means all the content that was on the phone, correct?
Yes.
Going back to quite a long time.
Yes.
In fact, some of the cell phone data went back several years.
Yes.
Okay, and on those phones you also reviewed every video taken by Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Correct? Every picture, correct?
Yes.
All of the Facebook messages from the return that she hadn't deleted, you reviewed those, correct?
Yes.
All of the communications between the two, Jennifer and James, correct?
Yes.
Videos that were recorded by her of herself, correct?
Yes.
Videos of the two of them fighting, correct?
Your Honor?
No, Your Honor, let me finish.
This is all
Some objection. You don't get to finish.
Okay. The question was, you don't know too much about this family, do you? Is that true?
In the context of this investigation, I've learned a lot about the Crumbley family. Based on the way the question was asked, I thought it was more in the lines of, in the same way of asking if I knew the shooter, do I know the Crumbleys? I don't personally know them, but in this investigation, yes, I've had a very detailed look at their life over the last several years, especially the year leading up to the shooting, yes.
Okay. And you were asked about the second video the shooter took of the Caltech.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you knew whether or not someone was a parent, Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley was next to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just say for a moment, they were. Do you still have any problem with that video?
Objection. His opinion about having a problem with it is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Do you have concerns about safety when you look at that video, regardless of who was next to him?
Yes, based on the height of the table, the direction the firearm was pointed would either have been based on the way the wood grain goes, it would have either been at the neighbor's house or out the front window of the house. And because of the height of the table, potentially, and with the porch, I'm not quite sure if it would be head height or stomach or above, but it would definitely be pointed in a direction where if the firearm was shot, it could travel outside the home.
Okay. You were asked about whose responsibility it was, or did you know, to lock up the weapon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose responsibility is it when a firearm, a 9mm, is in your home? Whose responsibility is when you know there's a minor there?
Careful.
Based on my understanding of the pamphlet that was handed out, I can say that it would not be on the juvenile.
You were asked about that meeting in the counselor's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the worksheet that you viewed,
yes.
Correct? Okay. And you were asked if you don't know what the counselor said about it, correct? And your answer was no, you don't.
Correct. I said I wasn't personally there for what he said about it.
Okay. But you know that the worksheet was shown to Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
And you know that the worksheet had the words "help me," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the worksheet had the words "blood everywhere," correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And you know that that worksheet
Your
was
Honor,
both texted.
Objection to leading. This is all leading.
Do you know whether or not Jennifer Crumbley saw that worksheet?
Yes.
All right. And how do you know that?
It was on her cell phone, and she sent it to several people after she received it.
Okay. And do you know that if the worksheet that she was shown had the words "help me," blood everywhere?
It did.
Okay. Thank you.
You can sit down in your upstairs. Okay. So I know it's been a long day, but I'm intent on using the time as well as possible. I think we made some good headway today. I'm going to ask you to return at 8:30 in the morning. Do you guys have any questions about the schedule? Did you pull out your lunch? Was the lunch good? I made it myself. I'm going to have you return at 8:30 in the morning. Any questions about the schedule? I'm supposed to tell you during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth. The lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. News reports do not have to meet these standards. They could give you incorrect or misleading information. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media. Don't post. Don't do research. Don't watch the news. And please do not discuss the case with anyone. If anyone attempts to discuss the case with you, please let me know. All right? All right, we appreciate you. Any questions about the schedule? I think we're moving along, okay?
All rise for the jury.
All right. With that, I think they're going to be done here. We're going to hold tight for just a second and see if
Okay.
Thank you.
see if there's anything else.
Okay, so are they holding the doors? Are they holding the doors? They should be holding the doors. Okay. All right, go ahead. 8:30, do you know who may be tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we've already communicated that, Erin.
Your Honor, I would like to know, and Mr. Key said he will send me an email later,
Okay.
but I'm asking that please happen.
Okay.
I think we were asked to do that.
Make
We're
them
not
send me
going to
an
text
email,
message with
Judge.
counsel, but we were asked to, we emailed her as far as I know.
I can't insist, but I can ask politely, so I did, yeah.
What did you do? What do you mean, Steve?
To know that if possible, so.
Thank
What's
you.
wrong?
All right, I'll see you in a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, so we're gonna cut right here. Let me tell you what we want to do. We are going to work tomorrow. I'm sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. You might have had plans. You might have all sorts of things on the schedule. It's not going to happen now. I apologize. You should have planned better. We need to catch up. We need to catch up. And at this rate, because of the multiple feeds and working with the audio, it is impossible for me to play it at a higher speed, because higher speed actually it clips at a weird and it gets off. And the audio and the video, it gets off all the time. So we need to catch up tomorrow so we can be caught up for next week. That doesn't mean we're done right now. We may jump over to Judge John Judge, because later this afternoon, I think soon, he's going to go live with the BK hearing. I'd like to bring that to you, because that's one case that we are very interested in following and very interested in bringing to you when it finally comes to court, which I don't think will be this year, but it could be. There's a slight possibility. I don't think so. So we're going to try to bring BK to you this afternoon. Tomorrow we are going to, I'm calling HR, whatever, just be here on time, Maywall, and put your hours in. Tomorrow we're going to live stream and catch up what we had today. So we'll be caught up for Monday for the trial, and that will make it a ton easier for me, syncing up all the streams and the audio and the feeds and bouncing back and forth. I've got a lot going on this side to make that happen, and every time we skip a break, I have to redo all that work. Being live, Judge goes live at 4. We've got less than an hour, so we can take a little bit of a break. We'll come back with Judge maybe in 45 minutes. With a BK update. I don't know what's on the schedule here. I think there's some motions that have been filed, so I'm not sure if this might be a really quick one. This might be, more interesting, but that's it. As far as tomorrow, the renovating my bathrooms is just not going to start. Work comes first. Work before work. Is that what they say? So I can't renovate my bathrooms starting tomorrow, but I need to start doing that anyway. Let's see. I'm getting out of his honeydew list. Shh. Quiet. Don't tell her. Overtime pay is the same as regular pay, isn't it? No, it's double. Paula Mack, take the same amount I pay you right now and just go ahead and double it, because I am that generous, and it's tax-free as well. So we need to. It's not all about me, Gordon. Thank you very much. It's not all about me. All right, so we're going to take a little bit of break now. A little bit extra lunch. We sort of worked through lunch. Now we have a long, late, short lunch, and then we'll be back hopefully with BK is the plan. And then we are going to be back on Saturday, a rare Saturday. It's been months since we've streamed on a Saturday, just so you know. But I feel it's important to get caught up on this one. Let's see what this says. My 14-year-old grandson went through a deep depression mid-COVID. We watched over him like a hawk night, and I do not understand their rationale. Disaster waiting to happen. As parents, we must do better. Be better. I think it cut you off, Babs. I agree. As a parent, we have a responsibility to watch over kids. I'm still on the fence on this trial as far as legal responsibility that passes on from one person who, here's an argument for you. The state treated him as an adult. So for punishment purposes, they say his actions proved that he was an adult, that he was grown up enough that he can handle grown up punishment. And now to say, oh, but he was just a kid, and he's not accountable for 100% of what he did. Some of that goes on to somebody else as well. At what point did the parents break the law? I think that's going to be key. I think they have to prove that they broke the law in some way. So we'll see. And there's plenty of suspicion. There's plenty of circumstantial stuff going on, but we'll see. All right.
time tomorrow, it's probably going to be 8:30, 8:45, 9 o'clock, right in that range, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. Let's see, where's that DD 2014 of mine? No, it's no exceptions. No exceptions. Everyone has to be here tomorrow. Let's see. Change the thumbnail. I did change the thumbnail. Did it not save? I don't know what to put on this one. I just put I just have my logo on this one. I need some help on what to do for this. I realize we sort of had a little a break and blew off a little steam making the logo for the last trial. I don't know what to do for this one. I feel it would be disrespectful to make a cartoon type thumbnail based on the circumstances that we're dealing with here. But I might just go back and make a traditional one. So, all right. Koberger hearing is now. Nope, it's not live. I'm on the judge's channel. It's not live right now. Are you seeing it? Because I'm not. I see it in an hour. WFLA just went live. I think they went live with the pre stuff. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Yeah, they're They're just outside the courthouse right now, which is interesting because I'm actually trying to see if we can. Let's see. Let me look and see. There's nothing. Yeah, that's old stuff. They're live outside the courthouse, but it's not. It hasn't begun yet. Starts at 4 p.m. We're going to start about 15 minutes before then. Kimar, this is not a vape. This is my my Apple TV remote control, which on the side, if I push a button, I can push it and talk into it, and it's easier than trying to find the letters with my thumb. All right, we're gonna hurry and take a break, which means we need to sing the song and do the outro, and let all you guys get a little bit of a break. So we're gonna be back at 3:45. Let's see. I'm talking into my remote. That's what I'm doing. I talk to the walls. I talk to the mic. I talk to the remote. You guys, thank you very much. This has been this is a hard trial. I admit this is a hard trial to follow. The Crumbley case is a difficult one. I think it's important to follow. I think they're important issues. I appreciate the way you guys respectfully were able, even be able to have discussion back and forth in a respectful manner where you found someone who disagreed. I commend you all. Thank you very much. Thanks for keeping it classy, keeping it clean, keeping it a safe and sometimes fun environment, even though we're dealing with some heavy issues. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in about 35 minutes. That's all, 35 minutes. 3:45. So we've got 35 minutes away, Welsh Lady. We'll be live back again. I'm going to make a new thumbnail for Brian Koberger. That's about all the time I have to do. I don't even have time to set up my new camera and play with it, but we'll get there. All right, be good to each other. Thank you all. We'll see you in a little bit.